they're gonna convert them for you for as soon as they can, but it'll probably be more likely to start the afternoon.
Yeah.
Couple of things, Pat. That's going to be that almost certainly.
that on?
Yeah.
Ring the bell. There's the bell. Oh, the bell.
There, it's there.
No, it's
Right
down
there,
there.
Rose.
But somebody stole the bell. Okay, colleagues, can we get settled down now? Okay, I just want to welcome everybody back on to day 2 now of our 125th Congress. And just a reminder, if you're using Twitter, to use the hashtag STUC22. And also, just before we start, I want to point out when you're up at the lectern, there are wipes there that you can use either once you're finished to wipe the mics and the lectern down, or before you start. So there's individual wipes up on the lectern that please would encourage you to use. So Congress, I'm now going to invite Willie Docherty to give a report to the Standing Orders Committee. Willie.
Congress, Willie Docherty delivering the third Standing Orders report. You'll note that 2 motions were not taken yesterday. These will now be debated at the end of the afternoon, at the start of the afternoon session even. Can I remind delegation leaders to ensure that you've collected your card votes, and if you haven't collected them, can you please go to the STUC information desk in the foyer and do so. The main issue I want to address this morning in the report is relating to some concerns that have been received from one delegation about COVID safety and adherence to guidance set out by the General Counsel for Congress. Overall, the STUC Secretariat believes the measures put in place on lateral flow testing are effective. It's also been established that the managed ventilation system significantly exceeds requirements. The overnight sanitation system prevents any viruses, including COVID-19, surviving on any surfaces for 14 days. The entire building is fogged every night, as well as the standard thorough cleaning regime. Hand sanitisers are located throughout the venue, including at the rostrums, and sanitising wipes are also placed on each rostrum. However, a specific concern related to mask wearing in the Congress venue. Delegates are asked to be mindful of the guidance from the General Counsel that when you're moving about the venue and in your seats that you wear face coverings unless exempt. However, in saying that, we do recognise that for some delegates, mask wearing isn't a possibility all day. We also suggest that any delegate who would be more comfortable making use of the additional seating at the back of the hall does so, and STUC staff will assist you in any way possible with this. I move the report.
Thank you, Willie. Do you agree to the report? Agreed. Thanks, colleagues. Congress, it gives me great pleasure to introduce a video address to Congress by our good friend and comrade, Shavana Taj, the General Secretary of the Wales TUC. Shavana is the General Secretary of Wales TUC, the first woman to hold that post and the first black person to lead any of the UK's trade union centres. So it's brilliant to get the video for Shavana. Can we roll the video, please?
It's an absolute pleasure to be able to address the 125th Scottish Trade Union Congress. I'm so disappointed that I've not been able to join you in Aberdeen in person. But I wanted to send you a bit of a short message just to say how STUC's work is such an inspiration to us here in Wales. You've worked with government to establish a Fair Work Convention, and a few years later, we established a Fair Work Commission. Your work on climate change and a just transition is so hugely powerful and important, demonstrating that a progressive union movement can actually lead the debate on solutions to society's biggest challenges. And the climate crisis is, of course, that shared challenge. Communities in both of our countries benefit from good unionised jobs in energy-intensive industries. And there's pressure on our public services, including transport, to decarbonise. And it's hard now to imagine that any job will not change in some way because of the climate emergency. But workers are taking the initiative. Workers in high carbon industries are developing plans to decarbonise their workplaces and, of course, future-proof jobs as well. And that push for the development of green steel is such a great example of that. And it was such an honour to speak about this at COP26 last year with Ros and others as part of an international trade union delegation. But a lack of UK government foresight and investment is going to have massive costs for future generations. Our movement has repeatedly warned that jobs are at risk of being offshored to countries that offer far superior green infrastructure and greater support for decarbonising industry. And this doesn't just threaten livelihoods, it threatens places, it threatens people's well-being and their likelihood of living in poverty. But the cost of living crisis is a much more immediate threat to this. So many people have not been able to make ends meet for such a long time now. Throughout the pandemic, we heard from people working as taxi drivers, as bar staff, as musicians, as precarious workers, whose incomes was completely gone overnight, who didn't always get that support that they needed from government or from their employers. They went into severe debt. So many of them left their careers altogether and now have absolutely nothing left to manage through yet another crisis. But their unions fought so hard for them to get a better deal. But government is just so detached from the lives of people who do jobs like this. And it's a huge new class divide that's completely entrenching poverty and will only get worse as bills go up and up and up. But as a movement, we now have that duty to organise, to win back power for these workers as a post-pandemic priority. But the cost of living crisis is going to affect those also in non-precarious work, public sector workers, including devolved public sector workers who's face pay squeezes and endless cuts to what's being spent on services. So many workers' jobs are completely unrecognisable from the careers that they originally entered into. And people can't take it anymore. So these are just some of the reasons why we are going to be taking our fight to Westminster. We're going to be marching in London on June the 18th. We're going to be telling Boris, Richie, Pretty and all of those Tories and their rich billionaire buddies that they are causing real harm. We're going to be marching for workers. We're going to be marching for refugees that they want to intern in Rwanda. We're going to be marching for a new deal for workers. So I hope to see some of you there. But I want to end now by thanking my union sister Ros and my union brother Dave and so many of our Scottish friends and comrades for all of their solidarity and support over this past year. And we look forward to now welcoming you to Wales for our Congress next month.
Thank you, Shavana, for that wonderful contribution. We certainly look forward to working closely with our colleagues in Wales and the other devolved nations. I'm now going to start the debate with sections 1 and 2 of the agenda, economy and industry and transport. Starting with composite A, industrial strategy for a just transition. And I'm calling on Richard Hardy from the General Council to move the composite.
President, Conference, Richard Hardy, Prospect, moving Composite A on behalf of the General Council. Congress, it's fitting that we're here in Aberdeen, a region which has become synonymous with Scotland's oil and gas industry and where well-paid jobs have sustained the regional economy. Workers in Aberdeen are looking for leadership as we transition to a low-carbon economy. And in my opinion, there is no better place to look for that leadership on this issue than within the Scottish trade union movement. In recent years, the STUC has called for and won the establishment of a Just Transition Commission. We've published groundbreaking research on green jobs. We've supported workers organising on climate in the public sector. We've held government to account for its failure to deliver the much vaunted Saudi Arabia of renewals. We've developed campaigns around public ownership of buses, retrofitting of homes and green jobs. And actually, last November, we spoke truth to power within the steel walls of COP26. But perhaps more importantly than this, the STUC and its affiliates are building alliances with environmentalists and communities on the ground. And those alliances are why, in November, we saw more than 100,000 people marching through the cold, wet streets of Glasgow for radical action on climate change. That unity is why we saw young climate activists joining rail workers and refuse workers on their picket lines during COP26. As our General Secretary has said, and as the STUC is showing by example, the red movement must become more green and the green movement must become more red. So be in no doubt, the STUC is absolutely committed to building a low-carbon economy and meeting climate change targets. However, the reality is that the current approach to decarbonisation is based on a market model which outsources our natural resources, offshores our jobs, ships turbines halfway around the world on diesel barges, and taxes our poorest households. We will not deliver a just transition for workers by relying on a neoliberal, market-driven solution. We've had 40 years of waiting for capitalism to deliver, and the evidence of its failure is evident across the steel and coal communities of Lanarkshire, Ayrshire and Fife. Equally, as a movement, we now have to engage and embrace existing technologies which deliver for our members, our communities and our class. We cannot keep kicking the can down the road, waiting for the next technological advance to solve our net zero targets just in the nick of time. Let's look at some of the companies that won leases to develop Scotland's seabed in the recent ScotWind auction mentioned yesterday by the First Minister. Let's look at SSE, hiking up fuel bills while raking in profits. A company which has a history of using subcontractors who refuse to pay the minimum wage and seek to avoid taxes in the UK. Let's look at BP, whose own chief officer now classes his organisation as a cash machine with more cash than we know what to do with, as it rakes in the profits as oil prices go through the roof. And let's have a look at Shell, infamous for its abuses of workers' rights in Nigeria. These companies are happy to offshore work to places like Dubai and to Indonesia, especially in Dubai, where 50% of construction workers receive their pay late, if at all, and where, according to our comrades in the ITUC, the kafala system operates as a form of modern slavery. So let me say this to the Scottish Government. You cannot claim to be a world leader on just transition while outsourcing our natural resources and offshoring jobs to countries where human rights abuses are endemic. Congress, we are facing the largest fall in living standards for decades, but this crisis makes a just transition to net zero even more important. Retrofitting our homes, taking public transport networks back into public control, and investing in publicly owned green energy. These measures will tackle climate change, but crucially, they will tackle the cost of living crisis too. These projects and that investment will also drive the creation of high-quality, unionised jobs with both longevity and career development. And it is these jobs which are vital to a just transition. Congress, there is far more that unites us than divides us. Our fight is not a binary choice between low-carbon and high-carbon jobs. It's a choice between workers and bosses. It's a choice between a socially just, sustainable economy and an economy today where carbon emissions and shareholder profits rise and jobs are offshored and terms and conditions are cut. Scotland's unions have a different stake in this debate, but we are clear that market-driven policies are not the answer. We need huge levels of investment in the green economy, but it must come with strict conditions on companies, collective bargaining structures, and fundamental change in ownership patterns and a change in our economy. Please support the motion.
Thank you, Richard. Can I now invite GMB to second the composite?
President, Conference, Tamka Pollock, GMB, second composite 8. While workers across the country are grafting in the grip of a cost of living crisis, the decisions we make at this conference and our privileged positions as workforce representatives matter to them. GMB Scotland representatives have stood at this podium year after year and warned our movement cannot play fast and loose with the livelihoods of our members and their communities. And we make no apologies for saying it so once again. particularly as the prospects of a prosperous transition to net zero are hanging by a thread. Conference, trade union unity and campaigning with common cause will be vital if we are to stop the mass offshoring of the green jobs we desperately need in Scotland. It will be vital if we are to secure the billions of pounds of infrastructure investment needed to kickstart our flatlining renewables manufacturing sector, so we can compete with the rest of the world. And it will be vital if we are to ensure the real jobs exist for our today's workers and tomorrow's low-carbon economy, so their future is not one of displacement or unemployment. Conference, the first few months of 2022 have seen more of the same failures that mired the last 10 years of our energy industrial policy. The list of successful bidders in the ScotWind leasing round is dominated by many of the firms that have offshored tens of thousands of jobs to the rest of the world. A £150 million contract for the manufacture of 60 wind turbine jackets on the Moray West offshore wind development have disappeared to Dubai. The exploitation of workers and their rights in the construction of our community energy for waste project continues right here in Aberdeen City Council. And yet again, too many of in the bubble of Scotland's political class are calling for the unemployment of oil, gas and nuclear workers without any plan B for their livelihoods. Conference, let's be clear that this has been allowed to happen by our political leaders at all levels of government. And if unions show ambiguity over the fight for jobs, then we fuel this failure. If we want to start building a better future for our members, their families and their communities, then we must campaign and organise with these workers. To this end, the measures proposed by the General Council and this composite represent a challenge to the broken promises of the last decade and the demands we can all get behind, and of equal importance in the value towards the climate and social justice agendas. They also send a clear message to all workers that trade unions are on their side. Conference, that is why I'm asking you to support the composite.
Thank you, colleague. Now invite the RMT to speak in support of the composite.
Wipes are not open. I'll leave that to later. Chair, Congress, Jake Malloy, RMT, supporting the composite. I don't need to reiterate what everybody's just said. The facts are plain, and I just want to give you some facts. So I'll be brief. The North Sea transition deal, government deal, will not deliver a future for offshore oil and gas workers, or indeed renewables workers across the energy sector. On training alone, the industry's plan still has not been published. Commercial imperatives of standards setting bodies like OPITO, Global Wind and others are still holding back a training standard for workers to move through the transition, if indeed the ability to move even existed. As regards protections for workers, you know, that dirty rotten mob listed up there on the balcony, that P&O mob, that's what the future holds if we don't get this right. We've got to get this right. And there's every reason to get it right. As you'll see in the press this morning, and I've commented on it, about, we're talking about, you know, heat or eat, and trying to heat our homes, the cost of living crisis. Let me tell you this. Ryan Lance, this is MDs, director, COEs of oil companies. Ryan Lance, this last year, ConocoPhillips income, 23,900,000. Darren Woods, ExxonMobil, 23,600,000. Michael Worth, Chevron, 22,600,000. Ben Van Beurden, Shell, 7,982,000. Linda Cook, Harbour, 7,600,000. Bernard Looney, BP, 5,770,000. Patrick Puyen, Total Energies, 4,220,000. And we're worrying about barbarians getting heat or eat. We need change, we need it now. Support the motion. Thanks very much.
Thank you, colleague. And now, can we get Edinburgh Trades Council to speak in support of the composite?
Congress President, Congress, Des Loughney, Edinburgh Trade Union Council supporting Composite A. My contribution is based on our motion 13 on a Scottish retrofitting programme. We in Edinburgh have been studying what a retrofitting programme will mean for Edinburgh. We have talked to housing officials about their plans. We have met with local MSPs to hear what is the current thinking of the Scottish Government. Everyone, all of them, are committed to retrofitting, plus energy-efficient new builds, to combat climate change and meet targets. However, plans have not been developed. No one seems to have any idea of how retrofitting will be financed. Local authorities say they do not have the reserves, they'll have to borrow money and or put up council rents. We've tried to talk to the Scottish housing associations about their plans, but there has been no response. MSPs tell us that it's impossible for the Scottish Government or the taxpayer to fund retrofitting. They say it is far too costly. They say they think we cannot distinguish between, they say it's far too costly, but they think we cannot distinguish between gross cost and net cost. We know that the net cost of retrofitting will be affordable. It represents a very positive investment which will significantly reduce our carbon use, reduce fuel poverty and promote the good health of Scottish families. According to the Scottish Council officials, there are no plans to create the trained workforce, about 2,000 people for Edinburgh, that is necessarily required to retrofit all housing in Edinburgh. They assume that the private sector will provide and organise the workforce. We believe that this viewpoint is unrealistic and irresponsible. The task of retrofitting can only be completed if, as soon as possible, the measures are taken to create a trained public sector workforce. Otherwise, the work will not be done properly. We also hear from politicians that the quality of retrofitting will be ensured by self-inspection by the private sector. We have protested this idea of self-inspection. What about what happened at Grenfell? What about what happened during the construction of the Royal Sick Kids Hospital in Edinburgh? No one could give us any assurances that the lessons of Grenfell have been learned. The private sector cannot be relied on to self-regulate and make sure that retrofitting is done properly. Retrofitting is too important to society and to combating climate change to be entrusted to an institutionally corrupt construction private sector. Comrades, support the composite. Thank you.
Thank you, colleague. I now call on Paisley Trades Council to speak in support of the composite.
Congress President Robert Parker, Paisley Trade Union Council. Council, we do support everything on a change to non-fossil fuel burning and a just transition to clean energy sources. In fact, listening to what Des was saying there, I think I stood metaphorically here a decade ago or even more advocating retrofitting and insulation of properties, and here we are, we're still trying to get that done. However, as ever, the devil is in the detail of these things. No longer should we support activities that negatively affect others on the planet. We need to ensure that aggressive capitalism isn't allowed to run free on the back of a just or any transition. The problem area in the wind turbines and the recycling of it, something like 85–90% is recyclable. The problem bit is actually the blades themselves. They have to be designed for lightness and strength, and stuff like balsa wood and plastics and such like are therefore used in that. However, if you read our motion 14, and I'll not bore you in great detail in what we put in there, but the irregular extraction, or should that be illegal extraction by massive companies, is done by destroying the Amazonian rainforest, clearing it, just clearing the ground, and then one of the first trees to regrow in that cleared environment is actually balsa wood. So they then let, in the natural scheme of things, balsa wood grows, it then gets crowded out by the slower growing trees that generally create the rainforest and sustain it. Right? So what we're then now doing is we're letting the balsa grow, and then we're chopping that down, and we're starting again. So it causes damage to the land, it causes problems to the indigenous peoples of the area. We've gone through all that before as well. So therefore, we have to look after other people, and we have to ensure that we are not causing them problems by solving a problem for us. Please support the motion.
Thank you, colleague. Now call on Unite and speak in support of the composite.
Hi, President, Congress. Unite fully recognise the importance of addressing the climate crisis, providing energy security and delivering a substantial environment through a just transition. There is no greater issue facing the planet. Central to this debate is alternative high-quality jobs in the community, which has been based around fossil fuel emitting industries. However, while as a trade unions we can help provide the lead, it must also come from the UK and Scottish governments. To date, both government has been sadly lacking the creation and supporting a just transition in order to achieve the net zero emissions. We need to ensure that jobs are directly created in Scotland and throughout the UK through a coherent and coordinated industrial agenda with a green skill strategy at its core. However, in the onshore and offshore wind sector, the absence of such a strategy has been most glaring and highly demanding in the Scottish economy and domestic supply chain. The UK Government recently energy security strategy yet again failed to deal with this. There is an abject absence of skills strategy in the document, pathetically in the repeat of Scottish Government failing mantra that we will be the Saudi Arabia of wind power. We know that this has failed partly because of contracts for different CFD schemes, which is the main mechanism for supporting low-carbon electricity generation for failure and failed miserably. Reforming the process is absolutely necessary, and we need to help to provide the outlook for domestic supply chains throughout Scotland and the UK. The example of the BIFAB, which only a few years ago employed up to 1,400 people, highlight the majority failures of the current model. Congress, we need local content requirement, legal enforcement with supply chain plan process. Study shows that local content requirements for renewable energy projects have been used in Canada, Spain, Italy, France and the United States with great success. There are many levels in Scottish Government disposals. There are powers related to planning, renewable energy, procurement and Crown Estates and Marine Scotland, which together could be and should have been used to exercise greater leverage in the contractual process. This was acknowledged by the Scottish Government itself in May 2019, yet next to nothing has been done. In fact, they walked away from the BIFAB Act, supposedly using EU competition and state-providing rules as their excuse. Congress, while Unite recognise the finite resources of oil and gas and the need for a just transition away from fossil fuel, we do not at this stage observe any meaningful attempts to create employment of a similar scale or capability, nor do we see any meaningful attempts to create equally paid in renewable energy sector for our members in the oil and gas industry in transition. In Scotland, the sad reality is that there has been no just transition. As a union, we have also repeatedly highlighted the utter distressing situation of the mechanism-based wind turbine factories formerly owned by CS Wind. The yard, now defunct, was the only UK facility manufacturing onshore and offshore wind towers. The so-called offshore wind farm jobs revolution has created only a fraction of the 48,000 direct and indirect jobs predicted from the Scottish Government by 2020. Shocking, Congress, there should have been only 3,300 green jobs created in both the offshore and onshore wind sector. Yet we are all in this hall as taxpayers and subsidising foreign firms to proceed our green energy, which is then supplied to Scottish homes at inflated prices. The work is being done thousands of miles away and then shipped back to Scotland in carbon emission contract ships. We have said time and time again this is a national disgrace. We need an actual industry strategy, far greater levels of public ownership and significant public investment. A just transition not only for the service, the transition into renewables, but also into construction roles. The rollout of the ground and air sources heat pumps to replace gas boilers. Better insulation properties and providing a wind turbine and competence the production of green hydrogen, investment in the green transition, and the offshore strategy of CO2 in the oil and gas wells. The light goes on. But there has been a real sea change by both Scottish and UK government in the outlook towards renewables, energy, manufacturing, skilled transition, and how we proactively boost the domestic supply chain if we are to achieve a just transition. I support.
Thank you, colleague. Any other contributions to that? Do I see someone sitting at the side wanting to contribute? Yep, up you come.
Good morning. Marie Shepherd from Unison, first-time speaker. Thank you. Speaking in support. With the award of 17 projects to mainly overseas-owned multinational corporations, ScotWind is one of the worst Scottish economic failures since devolution. Not only have we failed to create Scottish jobs in offshore wind and the supply chain, we have also lost out on potentially billions of pounds which could have been invested in our public services and used to achieve a just transition to net zero. The profits from ScotWind could have helped foot the bill for retrofitting Scotland's homes, assisting those struggling with the rising cost of heating and moving us towards more sustainable living. A state-owned energy company could also have sold the ScotWind electricity to the grid and retained operating profits. Unison has argued for many years that the public sector must lead the transformation of the energy sector and for public ownership to be extended through a well-capitalised public energy company with powers to own distribution networks and to generate energy. The failure to do this under ScotWind means that Scotland is estimated to be losing between £3 and £5.5 billion each year, about a tenth of the current Scottish budget. As it is, we have only gained a one-off £700 million from the Crown Estate's auction of seabed plots, a tiny fraction of the billions expected in profits from public ownership. Time is running out for our planet and the work is on it to achieve just transition and reverse the damage capitalist greed has done to it. And never has the nationalisation of energy made more sense or been so urgent. Please support this motion, which aims to allow Scotland to play its part to benefit both the planet and our workers. Thank you.
Thank you, colleague. Colleagues, in putting Composite A to the vote, I advise you the General Council is in support of the composite. So, all those in favour? Thank you. Against? Somebody waving? No, just waving. Fine. No, it's just a fan. That's carried, colleagues. I'm going to move on to Composite D, Workplace Action Post COP26, and I call on Unison to move the composite.
President, Congress, Stephen Smiley from Unison, moving Composite D, Workplace Action Post COP26. From the previous debate, we all understand there's much more that needs to be done to address the climate change crisis. Governments need to step up and ensure that the just transition of our economy, not just jobs in the high-carbon fossil fuel industries, but a just transition for our whole economy moves forward at pace. However, I want to reflect a wee bit more on what happened in November. I was lucky enough to be one of the few trade unionists from across the world to be involved on the inside of that vast complex on the Clyde where COP26 took place. I was proud to be part of a global delegation of the ITUC. I was very proud that the voice of the international working class heard in the plenary sessions when all the governments of the world were in attendance was a Scottish voice. It was Ros Foyer speaking, as Richard put it, truth unto power. She was brilliant. When the colleagues from the ITUC looked at Rosie's speech, they said, it's not the way we would put it, but go on. And the respect that we won just from Rosie's speech and the other contributions from our international comrades should be noted. And the last voice of the global trade unions at COP, which decried the failure of world leaders to deliver a Glasgow Climate Pact which would meet the Paris targets, was, well, not actually a Scottish accent, it has to be said, but it was Richard Hardy from our General Council making that speech. So Scottish trade union voices were heard, and our comrades from across the world, as I said, were extremely pleased and impressed with the leadership that Ros, Richard and others were able to give the international trade union movement at that time. Of course, the loudest voices were not inside the COP, but they were outside, on the streets of Glasgow. 40,000, mostly young people, marched on the Friday, and about 150,000 marched on the Saturday in the rain in Glasgow. These mobilisations were built over months, with Scottish trade union reps participating in and helping to lead the COP26 coalition, pulled together not just the big demos, but hundreds of events in the run-up to and throughout the COP26 fortnight in Glasgow. And the COP26 coalition is now transitioning itself into a genuine climate justice coalition to keep the movement built together, going forward and strengthening the international links that were forged over the 2 years leading up to Glasgow. And we, the trade unions, were on those marches too, with one of the biggest trade union mobilisations we have seen for many years, making our class demands known for climate justice and jobs as part of that wider, massive mobilisation of young people, Indigenous people from across the world, climate campaigners, the tree huggers, the human rights defenders, the scientists, the farmers. It was an international demo, but it was predominantly a Scottish working class demonstration here in our country. Demanding climate justice, demanding jobs, but most of all, demanding that we stop drilling for and stop burning fossil fuels. Now, we can disagree about some aspects of how we will arrive at net zero carbon, whether carbon capture or nuclear or hydrogen are realistic or affordable or safe technologies, and whether the billions that will be spent to deliver on these technologies would be better spent on renewables that can deliver results quicker and cheaper. And we can even argue about whether net zero is actually the right target, since net zero is open to the abuse of corporations who buy up huge tracts of land to offset, to allow them to continue burning the very same fossil fuels that they burn today. But the message we delivered and heard on the streets of Glasgow is that we must stop burning fossil fuels. And that means stop Campbell and stop licences to exploit further resources of oil and gas. We as a movement must embrace this message from the streets of Glasgow. Those 150,000 people expect us to take their voices into continue to speak to power. So we need to take that into governments in Edinburgh and London, as the previous Commissite emphasised. But we need to take it into our own workplaces. We need to demand the support for environment reps, demanding climate change plans in public and private enterprises that include carbon audits, skill audits and trade union environment reps sitting down, negotiating plans to decarbonise our workplace. Unison launched during COP our report and our plan for decarbonising the public sector, which is a huge user of fossil fuels to run hospitals and schools and so on and so forth. And we showed that we can decarbonise the public sector over the course of the next 15 years, but we need governments to invest. We estimate around about something like £140 billion to be invested in public services to decarbonise over the next 14 to 15 years. The climate crisis isn't going away, and we must ensure that our voices demanding climate justice for all don't go away either. 150,000 voices in Glasgow must still be heard in our trade unions, in our workplaces, in our mobilisations. On our May Day marches coming up, we want a climate justice voice to be heard. On the June demonstration that Shavana spoke about, there will be a climate justice block, just as there was a trade union block on the climate justice march in November. Comrades, support the Commissite. I move. Thank you.
Thank you, colleague. I want to invite the Royal College of Podiatry to second the Composite.
President, Congress, Alison Hancock, the Royal College of Podiatry, seconding Composite D. The Congress is well aware of the huge problems facing the world over the potential global disaster of climate change and recognises that we all must act now and focus on making Scotland a sustainable, carbon-neutral nation. Congress recognises the role of all workers and employers in having and achieving that carbon-neutral Scotland and the need to ensure it's not just a tick-box exercise, but a priority that we must all work together on. In November 2021, we saw at COP26 the coming together of 197 countries to discuss how to lower the temperature by 2 degrees across the world. Now is the time, as workers, we need to ensure that our employers take this seriously, and by working together, we can make the changes required in our workplace. Congress supports the introduction of a legal requirement for all workplaces to have a Green Committee, similar in status to that of a Health and Safety Committee, and that all workplace meetings have sustainability on the agenda. Congress also believes that education has a critical role in ensuring that we repair the damage and mistakes of previous generations. Key to this is greening the curriculum across education. We must act now, not in 1 year, in 2 years, in 5 years, but now, to look at all the processes we currently use in our workplaces, the waste we produce, and our impact on climate change. Within podiatry services alone across Scotland, most health boards have moved to single-use instruments, and we must use our purchasing power collectively to make changes to the packaging of these items to reduce waste, but also make the instruments used fully recyclable too. Congress calls on the STUC to work with all unions to develop sustainability guidance and training for green reps, promote sustainability ideas across Scotland, and work with unions and the Scottish Government to pass legislation for the requirement for workplaces to have a Workplace Green Committee. Please support this composite.
Thank you, colleague. Can I now ask the STUC Black Workers Conference to speak in support of the composite?
Blair Roxanne Hill, try that again. Blair Roxanne Hill, Black Workers Congress. The assertion that there must be bread for all and roses too was popularised in speeches by North American trade unionist suffragettes, as well as banner slogans and chants from striking textile workers in Massachusetts in 1912. What may have been lost over time is that roses stand for well-being, beauty and joy. Now, as then, the trade union fight is for the collective improvement in the quality of our lives, one which goes beyond existence and basic subsistence. The collective fight is one of hope now and in the future. If climate change continues to be cast as a human crisis in which race, class, gender, ability, sexuality has no significance, we risk ignoring the unique contributions that we, as trade unionists, can make to environmental justice. The IPCC released its first report in 1990. Over 30 years later, the word colonialism has finally made its way into the 6th assessment report released earlier this month. The panel's working group, which looks at the impact of climate change on people, listed colonialism not only as a driver of climate crisis, but also as an ongoing issue that is exacerbating communities' vulnerability to it. The role in colonialism in creating the climate crisis has been part of the climate justice movement's narrative for decades. At COP26 last year, Brazilian Indigenous activist Taylor Terena opened the Indigenous Peoples Pavilion with these words: "Colonialism caused climate change. Our rights and traditional knowledge are the solution." COPs are often perceived as an annual opportunity to amplify voices of Indigenous communities and small states who are bearing the brunt of ongoing extractive colonial global projects. However, it was within the civic spaces during COP26 that learning and understanding about the interconnectedness of the crisis and joyful acts of solidarity took place. From the climate strikers who joined cleansing workers and GMB picket lines, to the Zapatista women from the Chiapas in Mexico sharing their struggle of gaining autonomy, to the occupation of Bailey House to provide emergency accommodation for those who needed it, to the Indian feminist street collective Fearless, who collaborated with Brazilian Amazonian leaders to gift Glasgow a powerful mural, people came together. The mural, located in the Merchant City, recognises the wealth accumulated by the few from colonialism, from sugar and tobacco plantations, which ripped apart people, territories, their worlds across Africa and the Americas. This wealth and power accumulated there enabled elites to further dispossess communities in Scotland of their lands across the Highlands and Island territories of the Gaels. It was also within these civic spaces there were considerable reports of acts of intimidation and harassment by the police. Patterns of environmental discrimination continue to be sustained by capitalistic extortion. The expansion of banking, media and cultural playgrounds built on the riverbanks of Scottish cities dutifully play their part in providing marketing material for governments and public bodies desperate for private investment interest. These interests seldom have the collective good at heart and are damaging our society by creating carbon-intensive jobs and driving people to live in areas which have limited access to green space and fresh, locally produced foods, instead of creating access to ways of living, growing and working which are healthy and sustainable. The climate crisis, imperialism, colonialism, race, class and gender are links, and climate justice can only begin to be addressed when we, the industries and institutions which many of us work in, acknowledge and take action on this. As demonstrated during COP26, we can involve ourselves in the climate movement, and now is the time for our movement to educate, agitate and organise to ensure the green and net zero industries and institutions of the future, both here and wherever our business interests lie, provide bread for all and roses too. There is no environmental justice without economic and social justice. Congress, please support this composite.
Thank you, colleague. I call on the STC Disabled Workers Conference to speak in support of the composite.
Good morning, President. Good morning, Congress. Only the Tories could make a perfectly accessible building non-accessible. As we've seen at COP26, a picture paints 1,000 words. When you've seen that poor Israeli wheelchair user stuck outside the building and couldn't get in, that's how disabled people feel when we're trying to talk about politics and when we're trying to get people to move. There's a big banner up the back there. It's the STUC Disabled Workers banner, and it says nothing about us without us, and that speaks for all qualities. But that is what certainly comes across when we're trying to get in, to get access. Both materially and access cerebrally. The S2, can we ask the S2UC, please, to work with affiliates and the quality committees to put pressure on the Scottish Government and city councils to make all venues accessible. Work with Just Transition to put pressure on the Scottish Government to ensure plans for net zero and take account of the different needs of disabled people. Physical lockout was horrifying enough in so many ways, but it's only a reflection of how disabled people feel. Again, nothing about us without us. Congress, please support.
Thank you, colleague. I invite the UCU to speak in support of the composite.
President, comrades, Douglas Chalmers, UCU Scotland. talking about the role of educators in campaigning and organising for workplace action after COP26. Now, educators play a particular role in discussing issues with our students, the workers of the future. So it's important that at all levels of education, these issues are at the core of the curriculum. Now, those of us who have children or nephews or nieces who are at primary will know that, as well as the usual lessons about what the Vikings, why the Vikings? But the Vikings, Robert the Bruce and Mary Queen of Scots, our kids will come back and quite correctly insist that we are putting our recycling into the proper bins and maybe even planting trees or looking at wildlife. In secondary school, though, it might be a little less cool. The environment does play a role in modern studies curriculum. But what about further and higher education? How do we bring sustainability into accountancy, into economics, into business studies and engineering and the like? Well, UCU branches are trying to do this by arguing for the sustainable development goals to be inserted into every subject, or for management to justify why that's not the case. And once you put sustainable development, climate justice and the ideas of the just transition in, it links naturally to other important issues like decolonisation of the curriculum, the questioning of the assumptions that have previously underpinned a lot of higher education teaching. Climate justice, I think, it's the moral, the social and political side of the climate crisis, understanding that certain communities will face different and much more damaging consequences of climate change sooner and harsher than others. So efforts to address climate and environmental action must deliver on the issues of justice. That means challenging things that university management would prefer to ignore, the things like colonialism and imperialism, and the fact they've stunted the economic capacity of people in the global south, limiting their ability to respond to the climate crisis. So, embedding sustainability as a core principle of every discipline means linking this to learning about these issues. Locally for us, it means negotiating an agreed action plan which demands quality CPD and training for all staff to prepare them for climate proofing and decolonising their courses. And that means negotiating workload adjustments. Employers can't expect staff to make major changes to their lesson plans and schemes of work without the resources. If employers are serious about wanting buy-ins from staff, they need to provide appropriate support. And finally, of course, it means collaborating with our students' unions and the student movement so that the workers of the future that we work with know what the stakes are and know the direction we all need to go in together. So please support this composite. Thank you.
Thank you, colleague. Are there any other contributions? I see someone sitting aside. Up you come.
Adam Sutcliffe, EIS. Congress, colleagues, in the immortal words of Michael Massa, I believe that children are our future. Teach them well and let them lead the way. The motion I'm speaking to today indicates the key role that education has to play in repairing the mistakes of previous generations. It's critical that educators and our associated unions push hard to green the curriculum, teaching the children well and allowing them to lead the way in tackling sustainability issues as future members of our workforce. In Scotland, the government and education organisations have taken quite a proactive view. Education Scotland states that learning for sustainability is an important component of Curriculum for Excellence, an entitlement for learners and a core part of teachers' professional standards, providing a mechanism for promoting and working towards the UN Sustainable Development Goals. The One Planet Schools Working Group and the Learning for Sustainability National Implementation Group produced a report called the Vision 2030 Plus, which recommended that all learners should have an entitlement to learning for sustainability. In line with the new GTCS professional standards, every practitioner, school, education leader should demonstrate learning for sustainability in their practice. Every school should have a whole school approach to learning for sustainability that is robust, demonstrable, evaluated and supported by leadership at all levels. All school buildings, grounds and policies should support learning for sustainability. A strategic national approach to support learning for sustainability should be established. But whilst these are laudable recommendations, in my experience, implementation of them is nowhere near where we should be. A curriculum for excellence gives tremendous scope for developing ideas, knowledge, skills, values, and attitudes that relate directly to sustainability issues, and has the potential to provide a starting point for linking to and exploring the Sustainable Development Goals. However, what teachers don't have is the time to examine the SDGs in detail and to work out how to incorporate them into lessons they are planning. This is the key. Work needs to be done on a national level to illustrate to educators how the SDGs can be mapped across the curriculum. How the SDGs can be mapped across the curriculum. We need a framework covering all aspects of curriculum for excellence, which is easy to access and understand, and which will form part of a teacher's everyday planning. So as a modern language teacher, for example, if I'm planning lessons on, say, the topic of employability, one of the national qualification contexts, I want to know how that links to the SDGs. I want to be able to swiftly refer to a document which points me which of the SDGs this enables me, I can plan to. And the important thing, that the link to this work is explicit to the SDGs, to make learners aware that the learning relates to sustainable goals across the curriculum. If this happens across the whole curriculum, learners will become increasingly aware how their learning can influence the world. In 2021, Stefania Gianni, the UNESCO Assistant Director for Education, stated, "For our very own survival, we must learn to live together sustainably on this planet. We must change the way we think and act as individuals and societies. So in turn, education must change to create a peaceful, sustainable world for the survival and prosperity of current and future generations." Support the motion.
Thank you, colleague. Thank you. So, colleagues, in putting composite D to the vote, advisory of the General Council is in support of the composite. All those in favour? Thank you. Against? It's carried, colleagues. Now moving to motion number 12, making automation work for us, and invite the North Lanarkshire Trades Council to move the motion.
Comrades, David Haney, excuse me, David Haney, delegate for North Lanarkshire Trade Union Council, rising to move motion 12, making automation work for us. Automation isn't new. When it affected us in the past, jobs moved from agriculture to manufacturing and heavy industry. Most recently, they've moved to the service sector, but new technologies are bringing threats to jobs in the service sector, and where do workers go next? We all see the effects of automation as we go about our day. Self-service scanners in the supermarket, checking in your own bags at the airport, buying travel tickets through an app instead of at a staff ticket office. Artificial intelligence, algorithms, robotics, and mass data collection and storage continue to develop quickly. Studies show, and our speaker this morning, Shavana Taj, has done a fair amount of work on this, but studies show that 30% of jobs, or large parts of those jobs, are at risk of automation by the mid-2030s. Automation shifts workplace power and financial gains back into the hands of the bosses. Most of the time, it's a cost-cutting exercise which benefits nothing but the bottom line for owners and shareholders. In service industries, automation leaves vulnerable customer groups behind. When a supermarket's cheapest products, as we've seen recently, are only available via a website for home delivery, people who can't use the internet are paying the price. There's only one group of people who will make automation work for us, and that's us, the workers, through the collective power of our trade unions. In Germany, the rail company DB has agreed with their union a series of steps to protect workers where new technology is introduced. This includes involving the union in skills development and retraining of employees. What's to stop us demanding and winning similar arrangements for our workers here? What we need to demand where automation takes place is job security and a move to better quality, higher skilled jobs, higher pay. If automation results in increased profits, we want our share of that. Better training and educational opportunities provided by employers. Less time at work. A shorter working week with no reduction in pay. We need trade unions to force the issue on ensuring all affected workers sharing the gains and that their jobs, terms and conditions are protected and improved. Congress, I move.
Thank you, colleague. Thank you. Do we have a seconder for the motion? Formally? Thank you, colleagues. Okay. In putting motion 12 to the vote, Advisory General Council is in support of the motion. All those in favour? Thank you. Against? That's carried, colleagues. I now call on amended motion number... No, but don't call on amended motion number 15. It's now been withdrawn. So just advise you that motion has now been withdrawn. So I call on motion number 16, land reform, and invite Paisley Trades Council to move the motion.
President, Congress. Colin Mack, Paisley District Trade Union Council, speaking on behalf of motion 16. Everywhere you look, public bodies are selling off assets, sometimes to balance books, and that is shortism for you. Surely someone is prepared to buy our assets and would also rent it from us. Many of these buildings and land have been gifted to the people. Have a look at your council assets register. It will show what has been declared surplus and what is rented. And it is a strange concept when owning surplus property and renting property nearby, sometimes even right across the street. This is also a personal issue for me. The Russell Institute in Paisley was a gift from Agnes Russell to the people of Paisley. It was built in memories of brother Thomas and Robert Russell, who died as children. Now, my grandfather, after World War II, when he came back to Paisley, he got a job working in the Russell Institute. He was the janitor of the building and caretaker. He actually lived in the building itself on Causey Side Street in Paisley in the upstories flat. My father and my uncles and my aunt all grew up in this building, and my granddad always saw himself as a custodian of it. He would be horrified today that there was proposals at one point to sell it off after the National Health Service had chosen to stop using it. Thankfully, on this occasion, that did not happen, but he would have been quite mortified by that decision. Enough in Scotland is owned by a few people with grand plans for rewelding or similar weird schemes. They do nothing for the people of Scotland. We hope the Government Land Reform Act would, of course, help this. The Scottish Land Commission states that large and important land sales should be subject to legally enforceable public interest tests to ensure the sake of the land and the people that has social and environmental inputs. But in our view, and the Trades Council view, this simply is not enough. Stop selling public property. We ask you, Congress, to support the motion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, colleague. Do we have a seconder for the motion? Formally? Thank you. On putting motion 16 to the vote, I would advise that the General Council is in support of the motion. So all those in favour? Thank you. Against? That's carried, colleagues. I now call on motion number 20, supporting a just transition in Scotland's transport sector, and call on Nautilus International to move the motion.
Thank you. President, Congress, no longer do we stand glaring at the edge of the climate change precipice, but we have begun to fall in. It's been extremely hot, where usually we see extreme cold. It has seen extreme cold, where usually we expect to see heat. From Texas freezing to the Arctic thawing, record global temperatures from both ends of the extremes, record floods, record droughts, climate records are broken again and again. It's clear that not enough has been done and that we continue to not do enough to minimise climate change. However, there is some brightness on the horizon. Scotland, supported by the STUC and affiliates, is trying to realise an ambition of a fair, carbon-free future for workers and a fair future for a sustainable Scotland. And in its work with the Just Transition Commission, the STUC and affiliates have highlighted the need to have long-term quality employment and employment opportunities, whilst also achieving these quality jobs through environmental sustainability. Disappointing, however, was the response of the Scottish Government to the Just Transition Commission, with a response that made very little reference to the transport sector, which is a sector that's responsible for around 40% of Scotland's greenhouse gas emissions. And it's a sector with large potential to change and to transition into a sustainable sector for future transport needs, future efficiency, if it has sufficient government support. The time is now to plan for a just transition, as we've all heard. The time has been gone for us to start to make realising changes to minimise any impacts from climate change. But now the work must go into all unions to support quality employment opportunities that are at the heart of a fair transition. That there can be no change into minimisation of carbon without that change benefiting workers. Quality employment opportunities and transport needs to lead the way as a carbon-intensive sector. To do this, we need meaningful support. We need support in skills, we need support in maintaining a skill base through training and education that allows for the high skill rates in the sector to be supported, and we need skills to make sure that there are jobs in ancillary sectors that support transport and that make sure that we can achieve objectives that prevent irreversible climate change. We need the resourcing, we need the ambition of government to step in, to build and to support the low carbon infrastructure that will allow for jobs growth, jobs creation and jobs transition into low carbon sources. This will lead to lasting improvements in sustainability of shipping, aviation, buses and trains, all key infrastructure links in Scotland's transport sector. Transport is essential in Scotland, with thousands of island communities dependent on ferries, and delivering sustainable transport through a just transition will safeguard jobs and safeguard the future of a sustainable Scotland. That is what this motion is calling for by supporting sustainable transport and a just transition in Scotland's transport sector. I move the motion.
Thank you, colleague. Do we have a seconder for the motion? Formally? Thank you. I don't see any other speakers there. So in putting motion 20 to the vote, I advise the General Council is in support of the motion. So all those in favour? Thank you. Against? Carried, colleagues. So now call on motion number 30, Green Shipping Corridors in Scottish Maritime Transport, and invite Nautilus International to move the motion.
Congress, didn't expect to be speaking so soon again, but I'll actually tell you my name this time. It's Martin Gray from Nautilus International. President, Congress, COP26 represented a key moment for a sustainable Scotland. And it put Scotland on a global stage at the forefront of sustainable environmental policy and sustainable environmentalism. It facilitated a plethora of ambitious objectives towards sustainability, environmental responsibility, and part of these was the ambitious Clyde Declaration, which called for the establishment of domestic and/or international shipping corridors that were to be decarbonised. What this means is routes between ports, domestically or internationally, that facilitates low and no carbon transport. Scotland is unique in being able to actually achieve this ambition and potentially achieve this ambition today with ambitious government support. Its electrical demand, and the electrical demand of Scotland, is met almost entirely from renewable and low carbon sources. It is unique in its ability to have set up those corridors, and the surplus power that operates in many island communities through renewable sources could be fed into sustainable transport and could be fed into facilitating these green transport corridors between Scottish islands and indeed on an international level. These green shipping corridors will need further investment to develop and to sustain. It will need port infrastructure, but it will also lead to jobs. Jobs for people shore-based and jobs for people at sea. It will allow for technology to be installed and developed at pace that will allow for the already existing renewable and green shipping technology that exists to be complemented and allow for Scotland to become a leader in low carbon shipping. Now, low carbon shipping has been around for centuries because the age of sail was low and no carbon indeed. And the Industrial Revolution is what allowed for a consistency when it came to shipping to come in place instead of being at the mercy of the weather. However, sometimes we might need to look to our past to actually rediscover pathways to an industrial future. And green shipping corridors, using technology that we have and developing investment in infrastructure to support that technology, will allow for the future to be brighter and greener for Scotland and for shipping transport in Scotland. More effort, more resourcing and more support, therefore, needs to be placed on setting standards for sustainable shipping and to drive and evaluate and smash through the barriers that exist to sustainability. Ambition is where we are being held back, and we need to realise with the help and support of the STUC that that ambition can and will be fulfilled, that will lead to a green revolution in shipping in Scotland. Again, as with the previous motion, training and government support is needed, infrastructure is needed, and an ambitious ideology that supports a socially just, sustainable economy through socially just, sustainable shipping is essential to taking this through. Green shipping corridors could be in place today with the infrastructure that Scotland has. And with further development, shipping in Scotland can be the greenest place in the world. But what we need is that ambition, what we need is that further support and that training to make sure that skills and jobs remain here and to make sure that Scotland can lead the way. Please support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, colleague. Do we have a seconder for the motion? Formally? Formally. Thanks, colleagues. I think in putting motion 30, green shipping corridors, to the vote, I would advise you that the General Council is in support of the motion. All those in favour? Thank you. Against? That's carried, colleagues. I now call an amended motion number 31, public ownership of bus networks, and call on Glasgow Trades Council to move the motion.
President, Congress, Stuart Graham, Glasgow Trades Council, moving motion 31. So comrades, the rationale for this motion has come about. It's not only due to the carbon reduction agenda, but it's also because of Glasgow Trades Council's campaigning and lobbying efforts as part of the Free Our City coalition, and also some of the barriers that we've come up against. So we successfully lobbied Glasgow City Council to assess the viability of free public transport, to actually put that back into its carbon plan. And this year's budget has £100,000 allocated towards it. But we also were able to successfully lobby the Council to write to the Scottish Government to request that Glasgow be used as one of the largely urban areas for the trial of free public transport. The response from the Scottish Government was to say that basically, sorry, there's no money for this, there's no funding, despite this being one of the recommendations of its own Just Transition Commission. So when it comes to the remunicipalisation agenda and public ownership of buses, although the governance structures there and the legislative frameworks there doesn't appear to be capable of being implemented. Why is that? Because the community bus fund is totally inadequate as it currently stands. But if we compare and contrast that to the £500 million that exists in the bus partnership fund, that's for private companies and multinationals like First Bus, to ensure, first and foremost, their shareholders get paid. Seems a bit out of kilter with the Scottish Government rhetoric around just transition. And this resonates with some of the other debates that we've already heard in terms of the public-private nature of the dialectic around care, around public services. If anybody's used the STUC buses, our Climate Our Buses tool, where it was about emailing your local councillor, I suppose if anywhere outside Edinburgh, you probably would have got a standard response. I live in a constituency that is the leader of Glasgow City Councils and also the chair of the Environment Sustainability Committee. Now, they responded to me to basically identify bus service improvement partnerships with the private sector as the necessary starting point to be able to access this £500 million. But in the very next paragraph, very next breath, whenever they're kind of imagining that response coming to you, they appear to lament the fact that franchising and establishing a municipally owned bus company would cost hundreds of millions of pounds. But there already is hundreds of million pounds existing, it's just in the wrong pot. Now, if public ownership is delayed due to a lack of funding, we really need to be asking why, when there seems to be a genuine solution, but it's just in the wrong accounting column. Why is it that the Scottish Government want to continue to give money to multinationals? If the First Minister, as we heard yesterday, says that they accept responsibility, not just for the cost of living crisis and poverty and inequality, but the role that the Scottish Government has to play in just transition, then why is the funding for remunicipalisation, why does that not exist in its current structure? Why is the current administration in Holyrood targeting free public transport for under-22s as some kind of boon that they're doing now? That was a commitment of the previous administration. They were just leveraged into actually being held to account for that and implementing it. It's good that it's in place, but let's not kid ourselves on. It was something that was from the previous Scottish Government. The STUC Green Jobs Plan that was published last year estimates that there's approximately 6,000 jobs that can be created in buses and a further 2,000 in the manufacturing and supply chains. The £500 million in the Bus Partnership Fund would cover the majority of this investment, which would be required to extend electric bus fleets to 2023-2024 and increase the Scottish bus fleet by 50% by 2030. So again, I ask the question, why are we giving this to the private sector whenever they've already had 300 billion plus as a result of COVID? We know if public ownership is implemented, that the money stays in society. It's paid to local workers, and local workers spend that in the local economy. And it would also help to target a 50% increase of use of bus services in order to minimise car use and again further the carbon emissions reduction agenda. So that's the point of this motion that I would ask you to support. The main thrust is within the first bullet point. The second and final bullet point is about using the local elections that are coming up to be able to take advantage of this and expose people that support or candidates that support this and candidates that don't, and also to remind those elected members that are on regional transport partnerships so they're under no illusion about what the direction of travel needs to be. Please support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, colleague. Now call on Unite to second the motion.
Congress Chair, Eddie Cassidy, Unite the Union, in support of motion 31. Now, I'm looking around the hall, and I'm sure most of you, because they're all very young, don't realise that there was a bus company ran through the whole of Scotland that you owned at one time. It was actually a service, and it doesn't look anything like the bus companies that run services now. I'm in an unfortunate position. I remember it.
also worked for them, where you could get a bus after 7 o'clock at night and on a Sunday. You might think that's utopia, and I'm talking rubbish, but just talk to your grandfather or your grandmother, and they'll tell you that's what happened. You could get a bus almost at any time, and it was run to suit you. It wasn't run to suit the business, it was run to suit you. Now, I fully support what was said previously. The figures that have been mentioned, you might think, are staggering, but they're true. The bus companies get 326 million off of your money to run their bus company. That's half of their income. And it goes straight into the pockets of their shareholders. Maybe that's not true, but a good chunk of it does. But during COVID, they get additional money. They get additional money of, in 2021, 61.4 million, and between 20 and 20, they got another 191 million. That's an additional £252 million. I didn't see any improvement in the bus service. We had a freedom of information request to local authorities as to how many wanted to run their own bus company. Quite a few really did want to run their own bus company because they understand that it would be good for their own constituents. The problem is, it's the set-up costs. Now, the money that have been handed over to these private companies running the bus services could have been utilised to set up a bus company to run on behalf of you. But for some reason, the Scottish Government haven't done that. And we are asking for that to be done. And that's what this is all about, that the money is moved from one pocket to another pocket for your benefit. Promises were made on that stage yesterday that we are asking for the First Minister to be held to account. It's vitally important that this is done. I'm not going to take up too much time because I see I'm nearly getting kicked off. But what I will say is profiteering is what's happening in the bus companies right now. Not for your benefit, but for the shareholders. You want a bus company, you have to make sure that you own it and you run it and it's run for you. When was the last time you actually got a bus that you could actually depend on coming? They all joke about 3 buses coming along at the same time. That was when I was driving buses, to be sure, because there was a poker game at the end of it. But it was really, there was a service there for you. The other things that you need to understand is there was even at one time Clippy's own buses. Now, well, you've seen the report yesterday, we're now getting buses where you're not even going to have a driver. Now, I don't know about yous, where's all that profit going to go? You're not going to see it, so please support the motion. Thanks very much.
Thank you, colleague. Thank you. Any other contributions? I see a couple sitting at the side. Are you coming up to speak? No, no, they're shaking their head. So, okay, and putting amendment motion number 31 to the vote, and advise you that the General Council is in support. All those in favour? Site F, Scotland's recovery from COVID-19 and a vision for Scotland's railways. And I will ask the RMT to come and move the composite.
Mandy Walton, National Union of Rail, Maritime and Transport Workers, moving composite F, Scotland's recovery from COVID-19 and a vision for Scotland's railways. President, Congress. For years, the RMT has been campaigning for the railway to be taken back into public ownership, for more trains to run and for lower fares. The rail network is a sustainable and low-carbon form of transport, so it is vital that the service is reliable, fully staffed and with a fairer fare structure. In January 2022, Abellio, the Dutch state-owned railway, who ran ScotRail then, consulted on proposals to reduce ticket office hours at 117 stations and to close 3 of these. ScotRail runs a total of 359 stations in Scotland. 216 of these are unstaffed, so that leaves 143 staff stations in Scotland. If Abellio had got their way, it would have meant that only 26 stations out of the 143 staff stations would have been unchanged. The 3 stations that were cited for closure have had a stay of execution for the next 2 years, but the other 114 stations still do not know what will happen. The station I work at opens now from 6:30 in the morning until 8:30 p.m. The proposed changes was for the station to open just 3 hours in the morning, Mondays to Fridays, and 5 hours on a Saturday. This was rejected, but we still do not know the new hours. On Saturday, an email was sent to all the stations to inform us that within the next 4 weeks, all wheelchair ramps will be removed from the stations. Only a handful of stations will receive the new ramps, and those stations without a ramp will not be able to help disabled passengers on and off train. What is expected, though, is that all staff will be trained on the new ramps, expected to close their stations and go on train to help ticket examiners with the passenger assist. This is another nail in the coffin for booking officers and will make it easier to close stations permanently. RMT is resolutely opposed to these cuts and believes that they will make the railways less safe, less secure and less accessible. There was a widespread campaign against the cuts from unions, local communities and disability groups. After the public consultation, which was held by the passenger watchdog Transport Focus, of the 1,550 responses that were received, only 1% supported the cuts. Now that the railway is operated by the Scottish Government, the decision rests with them. The Transport Minister, Jenny Gilruth, MSP, continues to insist that the final decision has not been made. The reality is that the vast majority of stations' ticket officers in Scotland are still under threat. It is essential that the trade union movement works with the public and local communities to ensure that these damaging cuts do not go ahead. The previous ScotRail franchise had a commitment to no compulsory redundancies. Despite numerous demands from the RNT, other rail unions and MSPs for to commit to bringing this agreement into the public sector operator, the Scottish Government has, so far, refused to do so. This means that the ScotRail workers have less job security. In February 2022, ScotRail announced that the new timetable during May 2022 would run 10% fewer services than pre-pandemic levels. RMT believes that these service cuts are short-sighted and will deter passengers from using the railway. In January, the fare increased by 3.8%. This is around 20 to 30 pence added onto lower fares. For example, a peak day return from Dalriac to Glasgow before the price increase was £8.50. After the fare hike, it rose to £8.80. This added on to the rising cost of fuel, petrol and food shopping as an added bonus to travelling public. The new Transport Minister announced a national conversation for the future of ScotRail and a consultation on women's safety on public transport. These cuts will not only impact on lone women travellers' safety, but will affect disabled passengers, as they will not be able to just turn up and travel, which is their absolute right. They will have to plan ahead, even for the shortest journeys, and be forced to book a passenger assist. This is not equal travel for all. Over the last few years, there's been an increase in antisocial behaviour, both in stations and on train, with gangs of teenagers roaming up and down the railway, throwing bricks and stones at trains. This is an accident waiting to happen. They've been frightening law-abiding passengers, vandalising trains and stations. With the stations closing, this will get worse. Throughout last year, RMT has continued to press the government for its plans for the sleeper service when its COVID-19 emergency measures agreement expired. The Scottish Government finally announced in March that rather than integrating the sleeper back into ScotRail in public ownership, it's handed Serco another year's contract and they will receive a fee which can fund profits. At the same time, RMP revealed that internal Scottish Government documents showed that the Scottish Government already has the structures in place to run a sleeper in the public sector, and it requires just 12 weeks to mobilise these arrangements. RMT believes it will provide greater stability and value for money for Scotland's railway if the sleeper service is brought back into public ownership, and will be campaigning in the following weeks and months for this to happen as a matter of urgency. I move. Congress, please support.
Thank you, colleague. Thank you. Colleagues, I just want to give you a wee heads up here because at 11 o'clock we're due to go into a live session, a live link, an international just transition session. So There is every possibility we're going to move some motions forward. So you're looking at Composite G, motion 27, we might well fit them in before we move to the live feed at 11 o'clock. So just give you a wee heads up. So can I now call on and invite the Association and Society of Locomotive Engineers and Firemen to second the composite.
Raslef, seconding Composite F, Scotland's recovery from COVID and a vision for Scotland's railways. As we build back out of the COVID crisis, it's time to look to the future, and the future we want for Scotland and what this country could be. Raslef stands for a Scotland that's a great place to live, a great place to work, for a Scotland that prioritises our environment, our green industries, and for a connected Scotland that we can all be proud of. Now, I'm a train driver, so I know how good our railway is, but also know how much better it could be, connecting communities and the industries to make us far more cohesive in what we do. The Scottish Government, as you've just heard, the Scottish Government has recently taken ScotRail back into public ownership. That's after 25 years of privateers bleeding the industry dry. And in recent times, a history and a record of poor services, cuts to services and an absolute lack of ambition. And it looks like we could bin for more of the same. In Westminster, we've had the William Sharp report, and here in Scotland, we've had our very own industry report, the Dockery report. The author says, now get this, that COVID should be used as cover, and then goes on to use the tired old rhetoric of slash and burn. Proposals for job cuts, for closures of ticket offices, and for fewer services. Congress, I ask you, how are we supposed to build our way back out of COVID and also meet our climate change targets with this utter nonsense? This report is nothing more than an act of social and industrial vandalism and is not what Scotland needs. So with all this going on, ASLEF has joined up with our fellow trade unions, the rail unions RMT, TSSA and Unite, to produce a report working with the guys at Unity Consultancy, a vision for Scotland's railways. We set out what we want to see, a people's ScotRail that instead of focusing on profit, puts people and communities first. We're calling for passenger services fit for purpose with a network of fully staffed stations and fully staffed ticket offices, for full accessibility for all at all stations, for all trains to be fully staffed with both a driver and at least one other member of staff on board, for more staff to help maintain our fleet of trains to make sure they are reliable, for more staff to ensure our trains are clean and comfortable, for a truly affordable ticketing system extending the free bus travel for pensioners and those under 25 to also include trains, and to see an end to peak time fares and unfair taxation on working people, a commitment to increase early morning and late night services, and a clear strategy, a strategic approach to the rail freight industry, moving more goods by rail while working with our colleagues in the road haulage industry so we can fight the climate crisis that we face. Congress, a high-quality, safe, affordable railway is the key to connecting our country and key to jobs and opportunities for all. That's the railway the people of Scotland deserve. Congress, we still have a few copies of this document out in the Unity Consultancy stand, and I recommend that you go and read it. And I urge you all to support Composite F.
Thank you, colleague. I'm going to call now on the TSSA to speak in support of the composite.
Good morning, Congress President. Martin Hartley, Executive Committee Member for the Transport Salaried Staff Association. My union is fully supporting this motion. The rail unions have campaigned for years to bring ScotRail into public ownership, and that's where it must stay. There's an opportunity here to address climate change and make COP26 worth its time, and not just providing lip service. Yet the governments at Westminster and at Holyrood want to cut services, make it difficult for passengers to buy tickets, cut staff from an essential public service. It just doesn't make sense. The footfall, for example, at Edinburgh Waverley Station is sitting at around 69,000 on a typical weekday. Fair enough, our commuters haven't returned to their normal levels, But leisure travel is certainly back up where we'd expect it to be at this time of year and continues to rise. So does this not tell you that there's a demand in rail travel? Make it attractive, push the environmental message, get people back in seats. There's still a lot to do by improving ticket and options and having staff in face-to-face jobs promoting ticket availability. Like many of our public services, and we've heard yesterday and today, and in the case of the Tories, it's about cutting jobs to feed the tourist coffers to fund their corruption, and there's not much help from Hollywood either. The rail unions presented the Scottish Government with a vision for Scotland's railways, which my comrade from ASLEF's just explained, and there are still copies available, and you can also get it online. Look, Congress, I ask you, please support the motion, help keep jobs in the railway, provide a service for passengers and goods that will make people want to use them. Thank you.
Thank you, colleague. Do we have any other speakers? Yep. Yep. Up you come.
President, Congress, thank you. Sarah Cumming, Unite the Union. I'm looking to support Composite F. As you can see, I'm disabled. I'm a woman, which makes maybe going for a train at night puts me in a vulnerable position. And I've heard everything I've said and I agree wholeheartedly with it. The other aspect of this is we're being asked to use, if there's no staff there, it's automation, you're using machines. And we know what automation has done to the banking industry, which I'm part of. You can't get into a branch for love nor money. So unless you want the rail service to go the same way as finance, with no branches, no services, no stations, support the motion.
Thank you. Thank you, colleague. Okay, in putting Composite F to the vote, the Advisory General Council is in support of the composite. All those in favour? Thank you. Against? That's carried, colleagues. As I said earlier, we're going to jump on now to Composite G. So Composite G on ScotRail and ticket offices, and I'll invite the TSSA to move the composite.
Good morning again, President, Congress. I didn't expect to move so quickly. Can I just start by saying happy 125th anniversary to the Congress. The TSSA also celebrates its 125th year as well. So, okay, so conference. Look, this motion speaks for itself. Staff ticket offices are a key part to the railway. We welcome the public ownership, as I've just said, of ScotRail and the railway in general. The TSSA and our sister unions campaigned tirelessly to bring this out of the private profiteers' greedy hands to enable us to put profit back into the railway, enhancing services, protecting jobs and running a service for passengers. It's worrying now that the Scottish Government, who is in charge of ScotRail, that they want to close at least 3 ticket offices and reduce the hours of 120 others. As I said, I work in Edinburgh Waverley, capital city of Scotland, second biggest railway station in the UK. And our ticket office closes at 10 p.m. and it doesn't reopen until 6. London North Eastern Railway, the company that run that ticket office, based the opening times on sales figures, not on footfall, and you can bet ScotRail will do the same. The advance purchase section is completely gone. So passengers wanting to book an advance purchase ticket, which takes considerably more time to sell, means passengers just wanting a quick walk-up fare for immediate travel are forced to queue. Granted, we don't have queues of people wanting to buy tickets at 10 p.m, but where does an elderly person go to get help paying for a ticket? What about a vulnerable person? A safe place for a female should she require assistance go? I'll tell you, you'll need to do it online. That's the answer. That's the Tories and the SNP's answer. My colleagues in the railway will tell you the number of people that have booked tickets online often don't realise that the ticket maybe hasn't downloaded correctly to their phones, or the reference number that they've got doesn't match the payment card that they've used, or if you've been unlucky enough to use Trainline, another private gravy train that has been bought and sold more times than hotcakes and has a revenue of 67.5 million, can't even get the basic times of trains right. All these passengers need some sort of help and intervention. If there's no ticket office or station staff to help, it ends up with the passenger being embarrassed, having to prove to the train conductor the problem that they've got, or in the worst case scenario, even having to buy a full new fare. In our smaller communities, ticket offices play a vital role, not only providing services, but it's the first point of contact for many people that may be not used to using the railway. That is to help passengers with passenger assistance for less able people, or provide help with connections if there's perturbed working or delays. If you've ever used a ticket machine, you'll note that there's not much option for looking alternative, cheaper tickets, and very little information on the ticket restrictions for your route. When that information is there, it's presented in a fashion that even the railway worker, it's as clear as mud. Ticket machines do not provide the clear, concise answers a member of staff can, and indeed offering ticket options such as onward bus connection tickets. While the TSSA campaigns for ticket offices to remain open for passengers, we foremost want to protect our members' jobs, like many of you here today, who've worked tirelessly through the pandemic, told that we're heroes. Our members on the railway kept the stations open and the trains running. Now, after 3 years, the government wants to cut our jobs. And while Holyrood blames Westminster and Bojo and his chums blame Holyrood and the SNP, it's our members, you, me and the passengers that will suffer. Congress, our rail unions have had enough. Cuts to jobs, cuts to services and ticket office is not the way forward. We'll bring the fight to the front doors of Downing Street and Bute House, and we'll ballot our members for industrial action if that's what we need to do to protect these essential public services. Look, Congress, the motion is about saving our ticket offices, preventing the loss of jobs and providing a service for our communities and providing support for the vulnerable. Please support the motion. I move. Thank you.
Thank you, colleague. I now invite the STUC Disabled Workers Conference to second the composite.
President, comrades, brothers and sisters, Pat Duffy, STUC Disabled Workers Committee. Been doing this a long time, supporting this motion. And I won't keep you long, as Henry VIII said to his 6 wives, I won't keep you very long. So, anyway, God bless the railway workers, the guys that put me on the train when I book assisted passage, because without it, I cannot travel on my own. I'd have to have somebody all the time. You know, and it's all right somebody and holding on to somebody's arm. And in Glasgow one day, I was going to the city council, and a wee man said, "You want a horn, son?" I said, "Aye." He said, "Where are you going?" I said, "On the road to the council." I ended up in Queen Street, because he grabbed my arm instead of me grabbing his there. But anyway, without these stations of something like 60%, I think that's scandalous. I do appreciate now that the railway has been taken into public ownership. I think the buses, the trains, electricity, everything that's essential for life should be brought into the public ownership. And I've seen this motion going on and on and on. It just changes a wee bit every year, you know. But I would ask you please to support the railway workers, and I ask the STUC to get behind them, and all the other unions to support them if they have to go on strike, because sometimes we don't like going on strike, but sometimes it's the only weapon we've got at the end of the day is to withdraw our labour. They pay for our labour, they want to pay a decent rate. Please support the motion.
Thank you, Pat. Thank you. And I invite Clyde Bank Trades Council to speak in support of the composite.
Tom Morrison, Clyde 2EC. It should be my good comrade, Janet Cassidy, to make this speech, but Janet fell and broke her arm and can't be here, so she sent me it down and asked me to read it out. So this is Janet's contribution. As an ex-railway conductor, I understand the importance for face-to-face contact. Station staff do not only sell tickets, they provide assistance, whether it be the right ticket or train, directions, assistance boarding or helping passengers off the train along with other duties. Part of the Abellio agreement was that 2 people would be on board trains, but this is not always possible due to sickness, holidays or rest days. Also, the driver only does what it says on the tin, and the only member of staff may be just the driver. This means no assistance. We welcome the Scottish Government taking ownership and Abellio of getting their P45. One of the stations that was earmarked for closure is my hometown, Clyde, which serves a college, a care home, leisure centre and recently a new health centre. To add insult to injury, no buses go near these facilities. Yet station closures and cuts to opening times have been given a 2-year reprieve, but what then stations becoming no-go areas and drinking dens, which already happens at unstaffed stations. Therefore, we call on the General Council to press Scottish Government to reverse the cuts, and if not, to explain why not. Also to give full support to any trade unions undertaking any action they decide on. Please support.
Okay, thanks, colleague. I don't see any other speakers there. So in putting composite G to the vote, I've advised that the General Council is in support. All those in favour? Thank you. Against? That's carried, colleagues. I now call on motion number 27, a public inquiry into the Carmont rail crash, and call on Aslef to move the motion.
President, Congress, Jim Baxter, Aslef, the Train Drivers Union, moving motion 27, calling for a public inquiry into the Carmont rail crash. Congress, as trade unionists, there are some motions at conferences and branches that we feel proud to move. Others disappointed that we have to move at all. But this is the first time I've had to move a motion that leaves me aching to the core. On the 12th of August 2020, train driver Brett McCulloch, conductor Donald Denny and passenger Christopher Stuckbury left home to go to work, tragically never to return. 6 other passengers were also injured, 3 of them seriously, all on the 0638 from here in Aberdeen, heading to Glasgow. Many of you on the way here would have travelled across that crash site. Losing a loved one is always painful, but if it happens due to a preventable incident, the pain and anger is often magnified. The loss of these 3 lives and the trauma suffered by the other passengers are all tragic. However, it could have been so much worse had it not been for the pandemic and there had been only 7 passengers on board that train. As a train driver, we're responsible for the safety of our passengers and our colleagues on board, often hundreds of passengers at a time. Our job is to keep focused on the track, the signals and the controls and instruments in our cabs, and we know the responsibility we carry. But there are some elements of the job that we just can't control, and we rely on others to make sure these are safe. On the 12th of August 2020, on board 1 Tango 08, the 0638 departure from Aberdeen Station, my colleague, driver Brett McCulloch, did his job in the professional and diligent manner that he always had. But systematic failures meant it was impossible for him to stop his train from derailing. In March this year, the Rail Accident Investigation Branch's final report into the incident found multiple failures had been to blame. A drainage system installed by Carillion, remember them, but altered by a subcontractor. Network Rail's failure to inspect that drainage. Network Rail and Abellio's corporate failure and total disregard to follow their own policies. A lack of information, procedure and training needed to ensure that the route controllers could manage situations in those extreme weathers. And a lack of crashworthiness on the high-speed train that was involved. All separate failings, but all ones born from one underlying issue, negligence. And now we have Network Rail, as our colleagues for the RMT will tell us, facing huge cuts. An organisation that failed to prevent this incident before their budgets were decimated. You can see what's coming, people. Congress, we have the RAIB report, and we're now awaiting the Office of Rail and Road investigation into the crash with Police Scotland and British Transport Police. But while these reports are essential, they are not sufficient in their own. We've had previous fatal accidents in Scotland's railways that have led to reports and recommendations, but too often they've been ignored or not fully implemented. In 1989, 2 people lost their lives in the Belgrove crash in Glasgow, and just over 2 years later, an accident at a similar style of junction led to the loss of 4 more lives in Newton, again in Glasgow. A very sad history of lessons not being learned. This is a history we must never let be repeated, and it's one we believe can only be prevented with a full public inquiry. We, Congress, must ensure that every single potential contributing factor be looked at, including why the Scottish Government allowed Abellio to bring 50-year-old trains back into the network in Scotland as part of the bid for that franchise. We need a full public inquiry to all aspects of the crash. We must ensure that justice is delivered for the victims and for their families. And finally, we must ensure that everything possible is done to stop further tragedies from taking place. Congress, please let me assure you, our railways is still one of the safest forms of transport. We know it's impossible to create a network which can guarantee there will never be accidents or injuries, but where systematic failure and negligence has led to loss of life, as trade unionists, we must do everything in our power to hold those responsible to account. And we must do everything we can to stop the loss of further life. A demand for a public inquiry is the next step in doing this. Congress, I move.
Thank you, Collie, for that passionate contribution. It's much appreciated. Do we have a seconder for the motion? RMT, yeah.
President, Congress and JOS RMT, proud to support motion 27. No one on the railway and beyond will ever forget the 12th of August 2020. That morning, the 6:38 service left Aberdeen station and stopped at Carmont. 3 people lost their lives that morning. Guard Donald Dinny, train driver Brett McCulloch, and passenger Chris Dishbury. Donald Dinny was a 30-year colleague of mine and personal friend. I knew Brett in a professional capacity. And our branch secretary was a lifelong friend, an old school friend of Chris Dishbury. How close to home can that get? In the light of the recent RAVE report, which finds Network Rail's failures to check the work carried out by contractors to find out what the root cause of the act was. Drainage not checked. The RMT welcomes motion 27 for a public inquiry into the Carmont rail crash. It's not enough for Network Rail to come out time and time again and say, we failed, we are sorry. These are empty words if there is no action, and we are angry. In November 2005, a train derailed at Moy, just outside Inverness. The investigation found that the root cause was that Network Rail hadn't checked the drainage. That guard never worked a train again because of his injuries. We need this public inquiry to happen alongside the Safety Summit, which the RMT has called for as a matter of urgency. And that needs to be convened. Not next year, it needs to be convened now. We cannot allow to continue systemic failures caused by poor communication, structural failure and management failure. And of course, the failures of private companies such as the now defunct Carillion. Carillion were the contractor responsible for that work on the drains at Carmond, the work that was never checked. You wouldn't build a house and not check the foundations, for God's sake. Over the next few days, the RMT will be commencing a national ballot for strike action, an action short of strike, for all RMT members employed by Network Rail. This action is about pay, jobs and working conditions. Rail workers are key workers who've gone from heroes to zeros and are now paying for the UK government's policy to make us pay for COVID-19. To keep things in context for you, when I started on the railway 30-odd years ago, there were 70 track workers responsible for maintaining and looking after the track between Aberdeen and Inverness. There are now 10. It's the same mileage, it's never got any shorter. In those days, everyone was employed on a proper contract, proper hours, and a union-organised workforce with collective bargaining rights. Now, we depend on subcontractors, who are subcontractors of subcontractors. Deregulated, long hours, not even looking at, nobody checks, there are no checks and balances. At the same time, we battle the effect of climate change, such as Storm Arwen. We are working beyond capacity all of the time. Not just some of the time, all of the time. We call on affiliates to campaign with us to stop the dangerous practice of outsourcing all of these jobs. We call on affiliates to campaign with us to achieve a public inquiry into the causes of the Carmond rail crash and to support our demands for a safety summit. We call on you here all to support our action to make the trains that you and your family travel on safe, and we look forward to seeing you on our picket lines with us. The only fitting tribute we can pay to Donald, Brett and Chris and the others who have lost their lives on the railways or been badly injured over the years on the railway is not just to vote to support this motion, but to use every platform we have to make our voices heard and make our railway fit for the 21st century. And in closing, I also want to pay tribute to Nicola White, the guard who went so far that day to help. Please support the motion.
Thank you, colleague. Thank you, colleague. Is there any other speakers coming in? No. Before putting the motion to the vote, I just want to thank the two speakers for ASLEF and the RNT. And that must have been for their passionate contribution, because that must have been very difficult for them, and express close, solidarity to you and full support. So, Congress, in putting motion 27 to the vote, I would advise you that the General Council is in support of the motion. All those in favour? Thank you. Against? That's carried, colleagues. Okay, we're now moving to International Just Transition session. Running just a wee bit behind me. So Congress calling on COP26, Congress during COP26. The international trade union movement came together in Glasgow seeking to influence the conference towards a just transition and climate justice. One of the delegates to that conference was Richard Hardy of the STUC General Council in Prospect. Richard was a member of Scotland's first Just Transition Commission and now sits on the successor body. Richard is going to chair our next session, which, thanks to our newly learned skills on Zoom, involves invited trade unionists from across the globe and time zones. So before we join Richard and our invited speakers, let's take a look back at our work during COP26. So can we roll the video?
Glasgow, Scotland. 100,000 people. Angry, defiant, but empowered. This was the time that those behind barriers and steel rings broke away, in one voice through one movement, seeking change, seeking justice. As a movement, we sought to hold power to account, that those in suits and ties inside the barrier answer to those outside the fences. That those who can right the wrongs of social injustice and climate destruction explain themselves to the victims of it. We marched, we protested, we organised. COP26 wasn't just a conference, it was a platform for the Scottish trade union movement to unite in one voice. Workers, climate activists, and trade unionists from across the world, defiant in the face of climate inaction. The world was put on notice. Decision makers were put on guard. That while strikers and workers mobilised, they politicised. Whilst we demanded action, they gave inaction. Whilst we responded to climate change, they capitulated. There can be no climate justice without a just transition. There can be no meaningful change without workers' voices being at the heart of decision making.
And when we join together, the ordinary people who care about the future of our planet, the climate activists, the Indigenous communities, the anti-racist movement, feminists, young people, trade unionists, and all of us, we are more powerful than you can dare to imagine. So heed our demands, because we are the many and you are the few. Thank you.
Conference. Anybody that knows me will know that I am a magnet for disaster around IT. So fortunately, Karina is running this session remotely, so I'm hoping it goes fine. It's a real honour and a privilege to be asked by the General Counsel to chair this session. We're joined by four amazing speakers. Aussie Warwick, who is the Chief Education and Research Officer at the Oil Workers Trade Union of Trinidad and Tobago. And Aussie has overall responsibility for the union's educational and research activities. By Boitumelo Malete from Cosatu, our comrades in South Africa. And most of you will know that Cosatu was a pivotal fighter in the struggle against apartheid, and Boitumelo works on the development of social policy for Cosatu, including work on climate change and just transition. By Joshua Mata, who is the Secretary General of Centro, a network of trade unions in the Philippines. And last but not by no means least, by Sharon Burrow, who is the General Secretary of the ITUC, first elected in 2014, elected again in 2010, elected again in 2014, again in 2018, and Sharon is the first woman to have held that position. So I've got some questions that I'm going to ask to our panel, and we've got about an hour, is it, Pat, for discussion? So hopefully we can stimulate some thought and some debate. I'll ring the bell. Okay, cool. So I'm not touching the bell after it broke yesterday, because I'm terribly bad with other things as well. Colleagues, my first question to you is actually to Boitumelo, to Joshua, and to Aussie. What are the main climate change or just transition issues in your country? So if we go first to Boitumelo.
Transition and climate change. We're one of the first trade union federations to have created and established a policy on climate change, which is taking back to 2011. We subsequent to that, as of 2022, developed a just transition blueprint, which is a toolkit for workers, in which we print out the pathways for workers into a just transition. We focus mainly on three sectors. These were the sectors that we found that were in imminent need for a just transition. This is the coal and mining sector, which is one of the biggest sectors in South Africa, the agriculture sector, as well as the transport sector. What we try to do basically in our initiatives is to show that climate change affects all of us. Climate change, as of our 2009 Congress, was said to be one of the biggest and most important issues that the working class should be focusing on. Therefore, our focus on climate change and the just transition is based on making sure that workers are able to articulate themselves, workers are able to understand what climate change is in its basic, as well as a just transition in their specific sector. What we've also done is that we're trying to look at the pathways not only as a sector broad pathway, however, we're trying to look at a just transition throughout the sector per workplace, and for workers in those sectors to understand that a just transition is interlinked and is not only specific to one sector. So we're trying to bring together the concept of workers uniting in solidarity in trying to establish ways in which the just transition is not only looked at as a demon that comes through, but is looked at as something that we need to address immediately for ourselves to be able to have comprehensive social protection, for ourselves to be able to have pathways, livelihoods, and jobs that are able to sustain us in the long run. We are really looking at the environment as one of the factors that we need to be looking at. However, we do not exist only in the environment. We are social beings and we need to address social issues. So we look at advocating for a basic income grant when we speak of a just transition. We look at the social protections that come with that. South Africa has an issue of housing. So we advocate for issues to be dealt with interlinked and not only as individuals. We have a huge mobilization in COSATU and with our affiliates. Our main issue is to make sure that social dialogue is pushed across not only within our constituency as Labour, however, as nationally as possible. We have the Presidential Climate Change Commission. We have the entity NEDLAC, which is where social dialogue takes place between working class people, business, government, and communities. So basically what we do in our initiatives is to make sure that just transition and climate change is put on the agenda and is not separate to issues of workers. Thank you.
Thanks, Botemelo. Aussie, can I ask you for your views on that, please?
Yes, thank you very much, Comrade Richard. Good morning, and good morning to all the delegates at your 125th Congress. Solidarity from Trinidad and Tobago. That is an incredible milestone by any stretch of the imagination. So congratulations to all the comrades there. Our issue in Trinidad and Tobago is really one whereby the government on its own, completely on its own, developed what they call a just transition policy. But what in fact it is an attempt to win over public support for their neoliberal agenda. So whilst we indeed at the OWTU, we acknowledge the climate emergency and the need to address it, we are also mindful of the failure of the liberalized and privatized to carbonize policy framework. We do not agree with that. We reject the idea of privatizing and liberalizing in order to decarbonize. That is not the path. We don't think it's a viable path. So in Trinidad and Tobago, the government now has begun actually implementing their so-called just transition policy. But here's what they're doing. In reality, they are weaponizing subsidies. They have begun dismantling the subsidies. In fact, on the 19th of April, they removed the gas subsidy for a fourth time. And just on Saturday, we've had to organize and coordinate a march through the streets of the capital, because you see that the so-called just transition policy by the government is really an attempt to reorganize the state itself and to create a neoliberal state. The reality on the ground is that we have the closure of a steel plant, the closure of a refinery, closure of petrochemical plants, closure of manufacturing plants, and more than 20,000 people have lost their jobs already. And there is no so-called transition to green jobs, because these closures, the sending home of all these thousands of workers, what it did is weaken the trade union that represent these workers, and it removed the collective agreement which created decent jobs for those workers. So this idea of somehow a green jobs being created, they are jobs that are not protected, they are not decent jobs, and they are really attempting to remove the trade unions from those sectors. I want to say very categorical that what we are experiencing is a structural adjustment program under the guise of a so-called just transition policy by the government. And that is what happens when you don't have the engagement, the involvement of trade unions, of communities, of the general population across the board. What you have, and what we have to be careful of, is governments co-opting the term, taking the term, and really pushing a neoliberal agenda, a structural adjustment program under the guise of that terminology. And that is what we are currently struggling against here in Trinidad and Tobago.
Thanks, Aussie. I think it's a very dystopian view of what just transition is really supposed to be, and flies very much in the face of nothing about us without us. It's really quite concerning. Also, do you want to talk to us about issues in the Philippines?
Hi, good morning, everyone. And first of all, allow me to congratulate the STUC on its 125th Congress. That's really, really powerful. Allow me to start by saying that hypocrisy is how I would describe our government's policy on climate change. Despite the fact that we are at the forefront of climate change for many, many years now, the government is still locked into market-based responses. Despite the fact that we have signed on to many agreements and treaties regarding climate change, the government is still insistent on using coal, as one of the major sources of energy in the country. And this is not helping us. This is not helping the world. And this is the reason why Centro has been trying very, very hard to ensure that climate justice is actually at the forefront of, at the center of the trade union movement's agenda. And that's very, very difficult to do, to be honest. Now, especially at a time when we are racked with deep economic crisis, and there's also the problem of the trade union harassment that we have been facing the past 5 years. In case you're not aware of, the ITUC has actually identified the Philippines since 2017 up to 2021 as one of the top 10 worst countries in the world, for workers. So that's the situation that we have. And so it's so difficult to fight for climate justice in this kind of a context. But just the same, the Centro has been fighting for just transition and energy democracy. And we're trying to contribute to the development not only of this concept, but also of the practical ways to implement it. Now, for example, the government in 2018 tried to enforce a transport modernization program that would have sidelined the livelihoods of about 500,000 transport workers who are driving public utility jeepneys, what we call jeepneys in the Philippines, which is the cheapest form of transportation in the Philippines. And they just wanted to phase out all these vehicles with not being mindful of what would it mean for those who would lose their livelihoods. And this is the reason why we went on strike, our transport workers went on strike in 2017 and 2018. And that massive transport strike paralyzed key cities, which forced the Duterte administration, a very, very authoritarian government. It forced the Duterte government to provide us with a 3-year transition to cleaner energies. And that's when we started using just transition. Now, the slogan, no modernization without just transition. And since then, we have been helping transport workers to transition into transport cooperatives so that they can collectively purchase their new vehicles using cleaner energy. So that's one example of what we're doing. It sounded easy, the way I explain it, but it's really, really very difficult. Now, in terms of energy democracy, we have been, for the longest time, we've been trying to defend the publicness of energy in the Philippines, particularly by preventing the privatization of electric cooperatives in the Philippines. You see, in this country, many of the areas outside of Metro Manila and other and other key cities are actually serviced by electric cooperatives, which are supposed to be publicly controlled by the consumers themselves. And we have managed to organize the workers who are working in these electric cooperatives, and they've been trying to defend their enterprises from being taken over by private corporations who would surely raise rates of electricity if they manage to take over. And one way to do it for us, to make sure that we can prevent that from happening, is to make electric cooperatives much more sustainable. And that's why we're helping them to generate their own renewable energy. We did a study that actually proves that if electric cooperatives in the country would start using renewable energy resources that are available in their particular locality, they would end up all of them would end up lowering electricity costs. No? And these are the key issues that we're fighting for. No? But the most important point for us is that we are trying to make sure that the day-to-day struggles of our members are actually linked to our demand for climate justice. I'll stop there for the meantime.
Thank you. I think there's some interesting learning there around electricity as a country that suffers from privatisation, and we struggle with soaring electricity prices domestically. There's some learning perhaps there around what we can do. Sharon, I'd like to come to you for a more global view in relation to what you feel are the key issues on climate change and just transition.
And lovely to see you again, Richard and Ros and others who are there. Thank you again for your incredible hospitality during COP for the entire movement. But also thank you for your leadership, because Scotland has taken the reins, if you like, the Just Transition Authority in Scotland. While I know that you have your frustrations about inaction, nevertheless gave a framework of involvement and dialogue for the unions with other partners that you can hear is missing in Trinidad and Tobago. And notwithstanding the absolutely fighting spirit of the Philippine unions, they struggle with a government who, frankly, is there in their own interests, not in the interests of the people. And the oppression is serious, right up to extrajudicial killings, virtually sanctioned by the previous or the current president, about to be stepped down. But I don't think Joss or I think that the regime will change all that much. So, you know, their courage is extraordinary. South Africa, I want to come back to, because I think it does have lessons for all of us, but it has some solutions as well. But when you look globally at where we are winning, it's in all too few countries. But the recipe is clear. Where we are winning, it is where we can actually have the institutional engagement with governments, with employers, and with communities to affect the outcomes of what we consider a just transition, not the emptiness of the rhetoric that you heard described from Trinidad and Tobago that is used for government co-option. We know that just transition is quite simple, really. Every industry has to transition if we're to have a sustainable home. The only home we have is our planet. We all share it. We would rather not face this emergency, but it's like any crisis. We have to step up and lead for working people. And for us, that means jobs, jobs and jobs, secure jobs. It means jobs that have rights, and where just transition is indeed the answer to climate-friendly, sustainable futures. We need to have universal social protection, and we need equality of income, gender and race. What I've described for you is our social contract. That's what just transition's about. So the colleagues are right to say this is not just an environmental stand. It is, because we can't walk away from the climate emergency, but it's a union stand, a stand for social justice. And now in the context of war in Europe, with the abhorrence of the Russian invasion of Ukraine, adding to some 57 other conflicts around the world, then we know that there can be no social justice and no social contract without peace. So adding that to our list, we know that if we're going to sustain our own home, if we're going to stop the military-industrial complex from actually destroying our planet as well, we need to see where we can learn the lessons from countries that are ahead of the game. There is no, I spoke to a coal miner leader from my own country this morning, and it still breaks my heart to have to say to them, there is no future for coal. Small pockets of it for certain uses, yes, but as an industry, coal is indeed something that, like the old switchboards in telecommunications and other things, we have to transition from. The same ultimately with fossil fuels. We've seen the gas lobby get very excited about the fact that energy spike prices for them means that they're necessary. Well, I agree with the comrades. This is about private profit. It's not about providing energy for the people. So energy as an industry is not going anywhere. Manufacturing is not going anywhere. Transport's not going anywhere. Communications, services, you pick an industry, agriculture. We just have to do it differently. And there are countries where we are seeing successes, but there are too many where we're not. So I want to finish by using South Africa as an example. Of course, the challenge in South Africa is a huge one, because it comes amidst all those other crises of unemployment, of fragile governments, of a history of corruption. You can look at all the issues, but it also comes in the context of which, if you're talking about the transition to renewables, to clean energy that Eskom has to undertake, and it is a public company. It is, in fact, highly unionised. It does have an incredible bargaining council. But the minister, when we launched, indeed, the funding partnerships to help the transition for Eskom at COP, said it all. Barbara actually said, and she's a friend of the Labour movement, Barbara said that if you go to any community, then you will see Eskom uniforms on all the clotheslines, because that's a sustainable base of the community and the workers in the families of those communities. So the challenge is enormous. We have to support COSATU, but we also have to look at how we take the lessons from COSATU. They started with a 2-year study that was with workers, but it was also with communities. So the voices of workers and communities defined what the challenge was. Then we went and got some global funding, probably not enough indeed, but a start with $8.5 billion. We now need to do that in Indonesia this year, in Senegal, in other countries, and we're working on those partnerships. But unless the unions are at the table designing the just transition measures, and I'll finish here, Richard, by saying they're actually quite simple. They are actually, for older workers who may face displacement, they're secure pensions or a bridge to retirement if that's what workers choose in terms of early retirement. They're for younger workers. They are about secure jobs and income, reskilling, redeployment where it's necessary. But hopefully, if we could just get those big fossil fuel companies to think seriously about a future, it's not about the profits today, it's actually about the transition to renewables with the asset base they have, the technological base they have, the skilled workforce, and it's protecting those jobs. We're seeing it, indeed, in action, in steel, in aluminium, in cement. But again, the profit, the short-term profit motive has to go. And it's about community renewal, investment in communities, in care. We've seen what happens when you don't invest in care in infrastructure, in the transition. We can get full employment if we're serious, but unions must be at the table. Absolutely, the only demand we make is that we're at the table with a voice for working people and that the plan is transparent so people have hope.
Thanks, Sharon. I think I want to amplify and dig down into that level and that discussion around engagement a little bit more. We often have a debate in Scotland about whether we're succeeding by being engaged with our Just Transition Commission, or whether we should be outside being more critical of it. And Listening to comrades on the call, there's a real spectrum of engagement from Aussie, where there isn't any engagement through to Boitumelo, with greater engagement through South Africa. So I wanted to start perhaps with by asking Aussie, do you think as a movement we are better to be engaged with bodies on just transition, even if we don't win 100% of our demands, or are we better to be sitting outside and being more critical?
I think it's both, not necessarily one or the other, and I will explain. The engagement is necessary because these different institutions have a role. For example, we have the Ministry of Labour here that has the oversight over the industrial relations landscape. So it's almost difficult or impossible to engage without having some sort of relationship with the Ministry of Labour. Now, we have attempted to engage through what is called the tripartite mechanism, the National Tripartite Advisory Council. And it was important for us to be there and to sit at the table, but then what was happening is that whilst we were sitting at the table, they were out, while we are at the table, they are outside sending home workers, closing down companies, dismantling collective agreements, weakening trade unions. So we had to remove ourselves. Why? Because we recognize that even as you sit at a table, which I want to endorse and engage, you must be doing so on the basis of strength of force. You have to be also outside. You have to mobilize your membership and workers so that they understand why you are inside having that engagement. Without the ability to exercise or show that strength by collective power on the outside, even your engagement inside becomes very, very difficult. The other thing about, I need to add, and I think I heard Comrade Sharon mention it, this question of transparency. That is really critical, you know, because what tends to happen is the technocrats within the various institutions, they simply say that they will have a meeting with the trade unions. And we need to make it clear that is not being at the table. Coming to have a meeting with me after the fact is not being on the table. That is not engaging. We must define the terms of engagement. So I agree with the engagement, but we must define the terms of engagement. But we must back that up with our membership collective strength on the outside.
Thanks, Aussie. Joshua, I can see you nodding along. Do you want to give us your views?
Yeah, I just want to echo what, to follow up and echo what Ozzy has been saying. I myself is a firm believer of inside-outside tactics. And Sharon knows this. No, we're very good. We love doing outside action, but we also love doing inside action and having this link together. But one of the things that I've always been saying in many, many occasions is that I believe that the trade union movement, and I'm speaking as a trade unionist from the Philippines, I believe that the trade union movement has yet to actually tap its main source of power, and that's our own membership. I really, really think that as long as we are not able to fully mobilize our membership in the same level of intensity that when we go on strike, for example, when we fight for our collective bargaining agreements in all the enterprises that we try to organize, if we're not able to harness that kind of energy of our membership to fight for climate justice and to pressure governments that in most cases, like in my government, are actually captured by corporate power, then I think it would be very, very difficult for us to even make any headway, even if we have an inside-outside tactics. So I think that's where the challenge lies for us. We both need it, but we need to mobilize our membership much, much more.
Thank you. Boitumelo, do you want to reflect on the state of engagement in South Africa?
Certainly. I think, like Sharon has said, South Africa is quite unique in our social dialogue and our engagement. But I think, like the comrades have indicated, it's very important to promote mobilization of our workers and ensure that our members are understanding what we're saying and they're able to advocate that even outside of the structures of the union. It's very important that workers understand that it is not just an issue that is there to try to recruit members, but these are issues that are real and these are issues that affect members and that they should be able to move forward even outside of the union.
Thank you. Sharon, you touched on this a little bit in your first response, but is there anything you'd like to add on to that?
Well, I think that, you know, my colleagues have said it all, but I don't understand a movement who thinks you can do insider and not outsider or vice versa. If you have workers absolutely committed to a narrative, a plan, a demand, whatever you want to call it, then you've got to be able to negotiate it somewhere. So you need to be on the inside negotiating on their behalf. Otherwise, they feel disillusionment. On the other hand, to go in and represent workers without them at your back is a recipe for failure, in my view. So you have to have the policy and the activism, and I can only agree with Joss. You know, we need workers on our side to make the transition here, because it is the day that we will win is when workers are prepared to go on strike for climate and employment proofing our world and our workplaces. Because if you don't climate and employment proof, we call it kapow, our workplaces, then our world's in trouble. We are not going to have a home to live on. So we need to make sure that the activism does include these elements of the social contract. If you have a job today, then it has to be a climate-friendly job for tomorrow. Otherwise, that 2030 goal, forget 2050. We have to do more than half of the job by 2030 to stabilise the planet. No one else will fight for a just transition. People might co-opt it, as Aussie says, but no one will fight for it like we will. But if we don't fight for it on the ground, in the workplaces, in our governments and international institutions, and in the courts. Joss was indeed the first trade union leader I went to with Human Rights Watch to actually ask him to support a court case of young people in the Human Rights Commission in the Philippines. Now, it was so left of field when you think about what Joss and his colleagues are dealing with in Singapore. Jobs, racism, ethnic attacks, extrajudicial killings, red tagging of unionists. But he said yes, because he understood that this is part of a struggle for social and environmental justice. Now, it didn't take us all that far, Joss, but it was a start. And now you can see legal action all around the world. So all of these elements are absolutely critical or we won't win. And last week I stood with partners that, you know, at one level are strange partners for the union movement. But the mayors, the C40 group of mayors, if you think about the populations who live in our cities, those mayors have incredible power. They have procurement power, they've got investment power, they've got all sorts of power to work with us to make our cities livable on the basis of social and environmental justice. And the International Energy Agency overseeing the transition, traditionally an agency for fossil fuels and nuclear power, not anymore. Now an agency also for renewables and indeed for energy efficiency, which we have to embrace, particularly with energy price hikes and the inflationary pressures on working people and the poverty that will result in. And I want you to think about this because I challenge them. In the context of energy protection, but also in the context of reducing energy-related poverty, you heard Aussie talk about privatisation of the energy companies. Well, privatised, whether they're public or private, these utilities used to be regulated. They used to be regulated. And our challenge everywhere is if you really want to see some justice, regulate your energy companies. You can set price caps. You can actually set profit caps and narrow the extremes of the profit take, as well as making energy affordable. But if we don't see governments at all levels prepared to do this, then they're not serious about reducing energy poverty, they're not serious about just transition, and they're not serious about the financing that we can then use, indeed, to retrofit our homes to build social housing, to bring in those other areas of social policy that you heard my sister talk about.
Thanks, Sharon. So I'm going to move the questioning a little bit away from us and bring in a question perhaps about how we engage with the environmental movement. And I was on a call during the pandemic with my comrade to my left, and she used a fantastic phrase which I've been stealing shamelessly ever since, which is how do we make our movement, our red movement, more green, and how do we make the green movement more red? I mean, during COP, we were able to build some alliances. We saw climate activists coming onto our picket lines. But I'd like to ask your views on how we engage and make sure that we keep continuing to engage and building that activism across the two movements. And I'm going to ask Joss first to speak to that, if you would.
Well, we have to really invest in working to making sure that the trade union movement actually works with all social movements, but particularly with environmental groups. And this is one thing that, despite our bleak situation here in the Philippines, and thank you, Sharon, for mentioning that there's going to be an election in May 9, and we're facing a possibility of another Marcos taking over the government. Can you imagine that? But anyway, despite the bleak situation that we have, I think one area where I can be very proud of is the fact that the trade union movement has been able to bridge that gap that has always characterized our relationship with the environmental movement. In particular, for example, there's this big movement called the anti-mining movement, anti-corporate mining movement, or ATM, in the Philippines. And they have never worked with trade unions, and it's so difficult for them to work with trade unions because the community and the trade unionists are always at loggerheads, and both the local government and the corporations are able to divide them and therefore rule them because of this. But since we started working with the environmental groups, we are able to develop with them programs that would not only help empower the communities, but also make sure that the communities would be there to protect the interests of the workers themselves. In fact, we've started developing a just transition program for our mining companies in Mindanao, and it has become so good as a model that the ILO started promoting it. And then when the national government saw it, and that ILO is starting to support it as well, they started shutting it down. So that's one problem. But this is an example where I'd like to use to say that it is very, very possible for us to work together with the environmental movement, and we have to do it if we really want to win.
Thank you. Boitumelo, I'm going to come to you for your views on that interaction with our environmental comrades.
Sure. That relationship between the environmentalists as well as trade unionists is quite important. We have what we call the Red-Green Alliance in South Africa. So basically, civil society and the trade unions work in collaboration with each other. We need to look at climate change in its entirety as well as the just transition, and not as separate. I think I said that in the opening statements that I made. So the climate, jobs and livelihoods needs to be looked at interchangeably and interlinked for us to be able to see that we're not only opposing constituencies, but we're constituencies that can work together to establish quite an intense impact, not only in the community, but also in relation to jobs, in relation to sustainable livelihoods, in relation to basically having cohesion in our society. South Africa is quite different in that the role of labor is not only seen as something in the workplace, it's a social movement, it's a social issue. Workers are indeed community members and vice versa. So we put importance into this relationship, we nurture it in as much as we can. So I think the nurturing of this is making sure that communities and labor are learning together. When we speak of the reskilling of workers, when we speak of skilling of communities, we bring together these constituencies to make sure that we are working in parallel and working towards combating this climate change and trying to establish a just transition that is inclusive. So inclusivity means that we need not only to be tolerant of each other, but to make sure that we are actually in parallel and are working together. Thank you.
Thank you. Sharon, I'm going to come to you on that question.
Well, I'm sitting here smiling because it was just over a decade ago that a brother from South Africa, Kumi Naidoo, who at that point was the head of Greenpeace, and I, took on a partnership that kind of didn't shock the union movement who knew us so well, but many of them did, but certainly shocked his executive, because Greenpeace activists had always seen the trade unions as their enemies, and sometimes vice versa. Our movement's always been split between environmentalists and those who thought environment threatened their jobs. We set out to show that it was all about jobs, that the Kumi called it the Watermelon Alliance, green on the outside and thoroughly red on the inside. And indeed, the Red-Green Alliance is the only ambition we can have if we want to have a sustainable planet. And that's the science. You can't ignore the science. We saw politicians try to ignore the science on COVID-19, and look where we were in terms of the damage of the pandemic. The science tells us our planet's in danger. That means we have to shift. It means, though, that we have a responsibility to our members to make sure that there are secure jobs with just wages, with social protection, to give them an opportunity for their future. I remember really a hero of the coal mining union saying to me, Sharon, it's not about being a coal miner. We're proud to be coal miners. We're proud to have built our community. But we don't necessarily want our sons and daughters to be coal miners. We want them to have good jobs with life opportunities to make life choices that they want to make. And that's what this is all about. The economy is there so that we can actually build the jobs that we want in the form we want. And people think about the private sector, it's one arm of the economy. But we also have many, many cooperatives around the world. We have people organising, that are our members, organising their own entrepreneurial activity. We need to be an inclusive movement that builds just jobs for everybody, and they have to be climate-friendly jobs. It's that simple. So we all have to be both red and green, because we don't have a choice. For those of us who've always been passionate about the environment, there are many other areas as well. Climate is one, but if we care about health and life-saving medicines, then biodiversity is another. If we actually want to make sure that our rivers and our oceans are clean for people to consume and to eat from, then indeed we need to make sure that they're clean. Plastic is clogging our world. It's also an environmental danger for climate, but it's a disaster for people. So there are many challenges for us, but there are jobs in those challenges. And that's where the union movement's heart is. Jobs, jobs and jobs, decent work.
I can certainly understand and being a miner's grandson, that comment about not wanting your next generations to be miners, even though you can have pride about the community that you come from. I really can echo that. Aussie, I wanted to ask you, obviously you're facing some struggles in Trinidad and Tobago with a government that doesn't seem to listen very much. I'm wondering whether you're seeing engagement with our environmental comrades as a way of putting pressure on the government and bringing about sort of trade union aims? I'm just checking whether Aussie's frozen or not. No, there he is.
Yeah, sorry. Internet dropped a little bit there. I didn't hear the question, sorry.
So I was saying, Aussie, you've got a government that seems to be probably quite problematic in engaging with, and I wonder if you've been looking at building alliances with our environmental comrades as a way of putting pressure to achieve trade union ends in Trinidad and Tobago?
Yes, and alliances are actually very, very critical. Yes, alliances are actually very, very critical, and I do agree with the previous comrades, Sharon, Molete, and Mata, on it is environmental group that we really also, in other words, we have to win over the people. People power, not just our members, that has its own power, not just the environmentalists, but also the communities themselves, activists from within communities. And I think it is building people power is what will, in effect, will be better able to assert greater influence with that. But people power is only built on the basis of strategic and tactical alliances. So I do think that is absolutely necessary in building people power, in building a mass movement. In other words, it's not just trade union movement, environmental movement, but it's rather a mass movement is what has to be built to support climate justice and, of course, a progressive just transition.
Thanks, Ozzy. So we're coming towards the end of our allotted time, and I know I could spend the rest of the day having this conversation, but we do have business to move on with. So I've got one last question. As trade unionists, we know that capital doesn't concede unless we make demands of it. And if I'm going to come to you each in turn, if you could just give me one demand that you think is key to moving forward on a just transition, and then we're going to we'll bring the session to a close. I've just got a few things that I need to do with you before we go, but just one demand that we should ask. I'm going to start with Sharon. Okay.
Number one. Number two, actually put in place the legislation that demands the transition, the just transition that's vital. And three, finance a just transition with unions at the table.
Okay. I'll come to Ozzy next. What's your one demand, Ozzy?
Yeah, my one demand will really be system change. We must never stop demanding system change because, you know, when we transitioned to capitalism, it had a negative impact on the environment. So for me, what is required is to transition out of capitalism. But that will be my demand. System change, which will include public ownership of energy and a progressive just transition.
Thanks, Ozzy. Boitumelo, your one demand?
It's very difficult to have just one demand. I think coming from the Global South, investment and financing is very important. Decent jobs at paid living wage, comprehensive social protection. There's a list of things that we can demand, and we want to them, but these would be the ones that I highlight.
Okay, and last, Joshua, what's your one demand?
Well, I have several demands, but first I want to say that I fully support everything that has been said by all the comrades here with their demands. No, I am one with you on all of that. But if I may add, I think because of the energy economic crisis that we are all into, especially because of the pandemic, you know, this is now a perfect opportunity for us to push for climate jobs. We need government to make sure that they will now start putting up the money that are needed in order to come up with jobs that would actually lower the carbon emission of our countries.
Thank you. So, on behalf of the General Council, I'd like to thank all of you for joining us. I think it's been a really great session. So thank you. Thank you to Ross for asking me to chair it, because it's been a great privilege and honour for me. So we're going to...
Yes, thank you.
More power, comrades.
So hopefully you could see everybody clapping and showing their appreciation. And thanks, comrades. We'll speak to you again soon.
Okay, colleagues, just to thank Richard for that, and It's kind of typical. You ask a trade unions for one demand, you'll get loads of demands. But great anyway. And it's brilliant that we've got that international solidarity and you know, when we unite in that type of way, then we can make a difference and we can win things. So thanks for that, Richard. It was really great. I'm now going to move. In fact, before I do, I'm going to move on to motion 28. But before I do that, I just want to make a wee announcement about members in EIS and FELA are on strike 2 and 3 days, today and tomorrow, of a planned escalating pay campaign. And know for the first time, the employers in the college sector are being intransigent, forcing strike action as the only option left to secure a fair settlement for a claim submitted in June of last year. So Congress is invited to send messages of solidarity to EIS and FELA, in particular to those on the picket lines this morning, including the campus here at the Gallowgate in Aberdeen. So I'm sure you'll show your solidarity, colleagues. Okay, I'm now going to call on motion number 28, privatisation of the Scottish ferry industry, and ask the RMT to move the motion. I'll get these two Albanian just before we shut. Just finish early.
Morning, Congress. Graham Wallace, RMT Delegate and Glasgow Shipping Branch Secretary. So, I'm asking you to support motion 28. Because this Scottish Government has decided to scrap its ferry law review, which primary purpose was the continued provision of safe, efficient and reliable ferry services that meets the needs of island and remote rural communities. Any move away from this is a watering down of lifeline ferry services and would be a dereliction of government responsibility and its duty of care and social responsibility to the Highland and island communities and the seafarers that work on the vessels. This report from Ernest Young that is mentioned in the motion includes the possibility of unbundling, which involves breaking up the entity of Caledonian McBrain Ferries, the crown jewels of Scottish transport. Unbundling, it's just another word for privatisation. And is that what this Scottish Government are looking to do? Sell off parts of Caledonian McBrain to the highest bidder? Which will ultimately mean unscrupulously ship owners like P&O and others could take over the routes and vessels, putting the profits into the pockets of shareholders instead of reinvesting into the ferry infrastructure and vessels. Something this Scottish Government has done over the years, but has failed comprehensively in getting it right and getting the best out of reinvestment, as they have not listened to and failed to understand the suggestions and concerns put forward by rural and island communities and trade unions over the years. Is this why this Government now wants to privatise some ferry routes? Because they have squandered the taxpayers' money with the bad decisions and policies they have made. 2 new vessels signed off in 2015, due to come into service in 2018 at a cost of £97 million, which has now risen to about £245 million, and 4 years late. And if we're lucky, they might see an angry wave in 2023. Meanwhile, communities are struggling to get a regular, reliable service because of the ageing fleet and breakdowns caused by this, which is also causing problems for local businesses and the local economy. Congress, we don't need privatisation, we need investment. Investment in the Scottish ferry industry, We need more investment in a publicly owned ferry service that is competently administered by the Government and the Minister of Transport for Scotland, that put the communities and passengers before profit, and it will provide a more reliable, frequent and extra services. More affordable fares, including the commercial fares for businesses, and a stronger voice for communities and passengers and workers, and more good jobs and training. CalMac currently employ about 1,700 people, and CalMac are at the heart of the Clyde and Hebrides communities, as well as the Scottish maritime industry. Think of the latest scandal about P&O sacking 800 seafarers. And that's what it was. It was a sacking. It wasn't redundancy, no matter how much they want to dress it up as. Because the jobs are still there for the seafarers. They've not gone away. Imagine the devastation of local communities in Scotland, families and the local economy if a private operator were given these routes and followed the path of social dumping and the race to the bottom, and the sacked, well-trained seafarers that keep the ferry passengers in emergencies, and who were also classed as key workers during the pandemic. CalMac have a great safety record because they invest in training crew to a high standard as expected by the Maritime and Coast Guard Agency. Congress. I have been a merchant seafarer for 37 years. I have worked with various shipping companies and watched the British Merchant Navy being depleted through social dumping and the race to the bottom. In 1980, there were 30,000 British merchant seafarers. Now it's about 8,000. Do not let CalMac and other public Scottish ferry services become part of this social dumping statistic. Keep CalMac public, rebuild the now publicly owned Ferguson Marine Shipyard so it can build and provide ferries for the future and create local jobs, support the local economy. The shipyard will also create good training for apprenticeships. Keep CalMac ferries and Caledonian maritime assets known as CMAL publicly owned, so CMAL can continue to build the ferry infrastructure and ports that will serve us all. Congress, don't forget, when this Scottish Government were in opposition benches in 2004, and Labour touched on the privatising of CalMac, SNP were vehemently against it. Congress, we need to send a clear message today that no matter who is in power politically in Scotland, that CalMac is not for sale. This motion, please support this motion and don't go P&O.
Thanks, colleague. Do we have a seconder for the motion? Yep, up you come.
Afternoon, colleagues. Mickey Smith, Northwest International. Obviously, second the motion and supporting it. It's very content, line by line. I don't even want to mention P&O. I'll save my thunder for tomorrow. But the fact is, as I said, we'd be missing me not seconding this motion, considering the fact that I've been a national organiser for representing members of Northwest International at CalMac for circa 7 years now. Even though I've got this lovely Belfast accent, I do spend a lot of my time in Scotland, you know. But as I say, I work with all colleagues and basically a weekly basis. It's not every other day. I'm on the phone to colleagues, RMT, Unite and TSSA, the recognised unions at CalMac. But the fact of the matter is, you know, what you've got to be mindful of is because of the poor publicity against CalMac, because it's not CalMac's fault at the end of the day that they have old ships. You know, I was an old seafarer myself for 33 years. But the fact is some of the ships are like Trigger's broom, you know, new handles, new heads, you know, new car decks, new navigation systems, engines. You know, and our members out there, from the captain down to the galley boy, is the fact galley girl, or as I say, is being, you know, harassed and bullied. You know what I mean? And it's really now come to the fact is, you know, what's happening here is, I've lost my page, obviously. The fact of the matter is that, you know, we've had now to go to senior management, all the unions, myself, Gordon Martin, the regional organiser for the CalMac, and Claire Johnson from TSSA, and Linda Wilson from Unite. We've had to go to senior management, seeking their support and protecting our members. And also now we've done is we've taken it to Jenny Gilruth, Transport Minister, MSP, and basically said this has to stop the bad publicity. It's not CalMac's fault, it's not our members' fault, and do something about it. So guys, please support this motion unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you, colleague. Thank you. I don't see any other speakers there, so in putting motion 28 to the vote, I advise you that the General Council is in support of the motion. Those in favour? Thank you. Against? That's carried, colleagues. I now move to motion number 29, reducing fatigue on ferries in Scotland, and invite Nautilus to move the motion.
Morning again, or sorry, good afternoon again. Say no more. Mickey Smith, Nautilus International. President, colleagues, as I say, I know a wee bit about ferries. I went to start a job years ago, actually the 4th of January 1987, and I joined a P&O ferry, which actually turns into Thorson ferry, I'm showing my age, for a week, and stayed there for 27 years before I escaped. But basically what I'll say is, in a safety critical industry, such as shipping, the importance of a competent, well-trained, experienced, and a well-rested crew cannot be underestimated. It is imperative that all seafarers working on all ferries, working from the ports of Scotland, have sufficient rest to carry out their duties safely. In an industry where, in addition to the risks that were present in all shipping operations, there exists the additional pressures in operating vessels to take timescales and timetables. Fatigue is commonly reported by our members as one of the most pressing issues they face on a daily basis. This is unsurprising when you consider the excess working hours permitted by international regulations. The normal working pattern is 12 hours every day, and that is the minimum our members and seafarers work is 12 hours a day, and you're lucky if you get a 20-minute break. If anybody tells you the difference, tell them to come and speak to me. You know, the work that, as I say, up to 14 hours a day, which equates to 91 hours per week, and that's legal. As an old colleague of mine said years ago, back in the days of the mines, a pit pony had more safety regulations and hours of rest than seafarers. With fast turnarounds in ports, long tours of duty, they obviously impact the health and well-being of seafarers. There is a plethora of evidence available which demonstrates the detrimental effect that seafarer fatigue has on safety. This includes, I know this piece of work very well, the 2012 Cardiff University report, which found that the number of port visits and speed of port turnarounds was a major factor in increasing fatigue. I'll mention that tomorrow because it's funny, this report was instigated by P&O Ferries, and when they got the results of it, they binned it. Also, the EU-sponsored Horizon project, which found that a significant number of seafarers working common shift patterns up to 12-hour days experience periods of sleep while on duty. What that basically says is they're on watch, dozing off because of excess working hours. Excuse the pun, but being asleep on the wheel. The Martha project also found that long tours of duty can cause long-term physical and mental health issues for seafarers. The body of research indicates that certain types of operations are more likely to lead to seafarer, particularly those that involve frequent port calls, fast turnarounds, high job demands, high stress levels, long tours of duty. In other words, some of our members and other, say, easy workers working in the ferry sector. With this in mind, we are very concerned to find that in some ferry companies, such as, I used to be a navigator, so over that direction, North Link Circle Freight Services, between Aberdeen and Orkney and Shetland, seafarers are working up to 8 weeks on and 4 weeks off. Seafarers have been working these shift patterns and longer around our coast. And indeed, non-domiciled agency ratings have been working these rosters of 8 weeks on and 4 weeks off at P&O ferries on the Cairnryan to Larne route for years. Long before P&O ferries sacked the remaining British and Irish officers and onboard services ratings to be replaced by more agency workers. It is the view of the maritime unions that working beyond 3 weeks is totally unacceptable and dangerous, which will lead to accidents, and therefore we ask Congress to unanimously support this motion. I move.
Thank you, colleague. Do we have a seconder for the motion? Yep. Up you come.
Okay, good afternoon, Congress. My name is Mary Beaton. I'm here with the RMT Glasgow Shipping Branch, and this is my first time attending and speaking. Thank you. So I'm seconding the motion 29, reducing fatigue on ferries in Scotland. Now, there is a growing trend of longer hours during the working day and also a greater number of days at sea. So, for example, P&O, the crew for years had worked 1 week on, 1 week off, 12 hours a day. Now, they proposed a 12-hour day, 7 days for 17 weeks straight. Now, the impact of that would be huge. Fatigue is estimated to be a factor in a third of maritime incidents, and that's no surprise because this is an incredibly physical job and it's in hazardous environments, and that goes for the whole of the boat. So that's your deck crew working with winches, heavy ropes, engineering, motormen, they're dealing with fuel, electrics, heavy machinery, to my department, catering, deep fat fryers and chemicals. Now, I personally have been on board a vessel which had a fire in the bow thruster compartment. Now, that is pretty damn serious. Now, luckily, due to the rapid response and the actions of my crewmates, it was put out safely and nobody was hurt. Now, do I think somebody suffering from fatigue, or indeed on their 17th week of work at sea, would have tackled that as well? Definitely not. Let's not also forget the physical illnesses that are associated with fatigue: dizziness, headaches, impaired judgment, and the inevitable impact on a person's mental health. So, we must ensure that the conditions, the levels of employment, and the rotations that we have fought hard for are safeguarded for the seafarers and for the safety of the crew and the passengers. Certain operators want to work seafarers to and past to the point of exhaustion. It definitely isn't right, and it certainly isn't safe. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, colleague. I don't see any other speakers lined up, so in putting motion 29 to the vote, I advise you the General Council is in support of the motion. So all those in favour? Thank you. Against? That's carried, colleagues. Colleagues, before we kind of wind up for this morning, we're running ahead a wee bit, so been extremely generous here and winding up a bit quicker and give you a longer meal break. Just a couple of wee announcements I want to make. So that those who wish to go on the Aberdeen Trades Council Anti-Fascist and Radical History Walk today are to meet at the ATUC stall in reception at 12:30, so at the reception area. The walk will go down Union Street and will only be 10 minutes and will end at the ATUC at Delphi. There'll be tea and coffee and sandwiches will be provided in the Trades Council office. So just to let you know, that's leaving at 12:30 if you want to join the walk, which I'm sure will be really interesting. And just to remind delegates again about the Action for Southern Africa Scotland stall at the conference. It's in the cafe area. They're still selling raffle tickets at £1 each, or 6 for a £5. There's a bargain for you. and winners will be announced at lunchtime tomorrow. So, when leaving the hall, there will be a bucket collection for Scottish CND. There are, of course, a number of fringes that are going on. They've been listed in the programme, so you can check that. And I'll ask you all to be back here at 2 o'clock. You're getting away early, so no excuses for not being back here at 2 o'clock. And we'll be kicking off the afternoon session with the leader of the Scottish Labour Party, Anas Sarwar's address. So thank you, colleagues. I'll see you at 2. Okay, colleagues, can you take your seats?
Thank you. Thank you so much.
It's always the same after lunch.
Yeah, exactly.
For folk to settle down.
Don't worry. You're the president. No president.
Okay, colleagues, let's get settled in. Okay, we'll get kicked off. So welcome everybody back for your lunch break. I hope you had a good lunch. So colleagues, May Day takes place the 1st of May, this coming Sunday. And Glasgow Trades Council is asking if anyone intends to attend the event and is first aid trained would be prepared to assist with the event. So if there are any delegates out there who fit the bill, would you please make yourself known to the Trades Council delegation who are thinking about to give us a wave to show us where they're sitting. Where are you? Well spotted there, down at the back. Okay, so if you can go across and let them know, it'd be much appreciated. So Congress, please note that the election for members of the General Council for 2022-2023 was uncontested. Also, please note that the election for the 2022-2023 Standing Orders Committee was uncontested. A list of the members for the General Council and the Standing Orders Committee for 2022-2023 is included in the final agenda. I'll now begin the address. We're addressed to Congress by Anna Sarwar, leader of the Scottish Labour Party, who's doing a tremendous job as the new leader of the Scottish Labour Party. So, Anna, could you address Congress?
President, thank you so much for the invitation to come and address you today. And comrades and friends, it's a particular privilege to speak to you for the first time in person as leader of the Scottish Labour Party. And I'd like to start by thanking your General Secretary, Ros Foyer, for her leadership through what has been a particularly tumultuous number of years. And Ros, as the first woman to lead this organisation, has been a powerful voice for working people, and a powerful voice for people that need someone to stand up for them. And it is a privilege to be joining her in her first Congress as General Secretary of the STUC. And as the first woman, I think it's also important to note that we learnt so much through the pandemic, and I hope we can learn the lessons of that pandemic. But one of the things that was most sharply in focus is that all those structural inbuilt inequalities that we see through our work became all too clear for the public to see as well. The structural inbuilt inequalities that meant that women were disproportionately more likely to work in our front line, that women were disproportionately more likely to be working in our health and social care sector, that women were disproportionately more likely to be working in our retail sector and our food production sector, and that women disproportionately were more likely to be working in low-paid and insecure work. And we have a challenge collectively coming through this pandemic to make sure that we don't go back to that structural inbuilt inequality we had pre-pandemic, but to change the way we run our country, to change the way we run our economy, and to change the way we run our economic model so it works for everyone across our country, regardless of their gender, regardless of their race, and regardless of the colour of their skin. And as I look around this room, I see so many champions of our labour movement who have fought for working people across Scotland in their workplaces, in their communities, and in the corridors of power. And as you celebrate your 125th anniversary, I want to extend to you the warmest fraternal greetings from everyone within the Scottish Labour family. And the theme for this Congress, proud of our past, organising for our future, could not be more important. You just need to look around you for the shambles we see in our politics, the shambles we see in our society. Now more than ever, we need the labour movement to organise, to mobilise, to energise and to change our country in the process. And I believe that labour movement working together has always been and always will be the real driver of change in Scotland, in the UK and indeed across the world. Because Scotland's story, the Labour Party story, has been shaped by trade unionists championing progress, and I am proud that my party has always been on that journey with you. But Congress, I also wanted to start by paying tribute to you, your members and every worker who has kept our country safe, our people safe and supported us during the pandemic and over the last 2 years. And I want to send our heartfelt condolences to all those who have lost a loved one, but also alongside that, a heartfelt thank you to every worker who kept our country going. And all of us went out on those Thursday nights to clap for our frontline workers. But those claps are meaningless unless we now recognise, reward our frontline workers who did so much over that period. And that's on all of us, every level of whether that be our council chambers, our Scottish Parliament, our UK Parliament, or individual bodies across the country doing everything they can to be on the side of those very frontline workers. And as we gather in Aberdeen, we also remember those we have sadly lost during the last few years when we couldn't have an in-person Congress. Too many names to say them all, but let me just pick out a few that touch me. Kath Murphy, Emma Rich, Tam Watterson, and so many of our powerful trade unionists who, yes, stood up for their members, yes, stood up for their employees and their colleagues and their workers, but actually stood up for our public services and stood up for our country too. And I think we should all take a moment to remember each and every single one of them. And it's also important to thank those who kept our society going and working through that pandemic. Yes, of course, to our NHS staff, the nurses, the cleaners, the doctors, the porters, and I'm biased here, the dentists as well, and obviously our care workers, our vaccinators, our scientists, and our volunteers, our postal workers, our retail workers, our food workers, our teachers, our journalists, our civil servants, to transport, energy, delivery and cleansing workers, and to the countless others across our country who went out there, risked their own lives, risked their families' lives to keep our country going. To each and every single one of them, thank you. But I also have a message for those workers who were failed by their employers, and sadly there was countless number of them too, whose jobs were made impossible, whose livelihoods disappeared, or who through no negligence of their own, but negligence of their companies, negligence of ministers, or negligence of rogue employers, were made to pay a very heavy price. They will get justice. We will make sure they get justice, and we will make sure Scotland gets the answers they need. And that's why Scottish Labour will not rest until we see a full, independent, judge-led inquiry here in Scotland, but across the UK too, so we can learn those lessons for the future. But before I move on to some of the details within that, I think it's important to pause and think about some of the tragic incidences we have seen in the last few weeks themselves, and no greater tragedy than what's happening with P&O ferries. I was full of disgust. I know every single person in this room was full of disgust for what happened to those workers. To think that those workers kept their company going, kept our country going, and demonstrated loyalty to that company and got not a hint of that loyalty in return. For them to be callously sacked over Zoom, for many of them to be ambushed on individual ships, faced by individuals in balaclavas or in handcuffs, is disgusting, it is shameful, it is criminal, and it cannot be allowed to happen again. But it was also a powerful reminder about why trade unionists matter and why trade unions matter. But also a powerful reminder about why political change matters in this country too. And the next Labour government, on day one, has to make sure that the law is robust enough and on the side of the workers, not the employers, to make sure that never, ever happens again. But Congress, yes, we want those P&O workers to get their jobs reinstated. Yes, we want the law to change so it never happens again. But we've also got to recognise that those P&O managers who broke the law, they must be prosecuted and they must face the most severest form of consequences for their actions. Because that is just one example of where criminal bosses make workers pay the price of their failures, and their workers face the price of inequality. And that's what makes our movement different from other movements, is that we don't walk by on the other side of the road when we see an injustice. When we see an injustice, we stand shoulder to shoulder with people in that injustice until that wrong is righted. And that pursuit of greater equality is what I know drives each and every single one of you here. It's what drives me and what must drive our Labour Party and what must drive us for the future. But if we're honest with ourselves, our political debate in Scotland in recent years has become so narrow, so focused, so binary, so obsessed, and frankly, broken. And if you think about the conversations that people are having around their kitchen tables, in the coffee shops, in the break rooms, they aren't just talking about one issue. What they're talking about is their energy bills going up, why they can't get access to a GP, how long a loved one has waited on an NHS waiting list, what's going on with their kids' exam, and so much more. But it often feels like the debates that we have in our parliaments or our council chambers are in some kind of alternative universe, not really dealing with the issues that affect people every single day. And that's why we need to take a long, hard look about our politics and also our politician. Because putting working people at the heart of our politics isn't something that we should just promise at some unspecified day in the future. Of course, it, yes, has to be about seats on public bodies and meetings with ministers, because that is important. But unless there is a fundamental reshaping of our politics, of our economy, or of our society, unless there is a fundamental shift in power away from the powerful to the powerless, we will not see the real change we need across our country. So yes, that begins in our communities. Yes, that begins in our workplaces, but it also has to happen in Holyrood and Westminster too. And there is no shortcut to greater equality. I can see many people who have joined on the marches around equality around the country. You know there is no shortcut. You know change doesn't happen by accident. You know there is no hierarchy of inequality, and you know that any gain that has been made is because of the blood, sweat and tears of your colleagues over generations. And that's why we have to say there is no shortcut. There is no binary choice that answers all our problems here in Scotland. Change, real change, only comes when we deliver it for every corner of these islands. And it only comes when workers from Aberdeen all the way to London and beyond demand more and work together, and when they are supported by a government ultimately that is on their side. And a government with big ideas for the future, but also the ambitions to match those ideas and make them a reality. A government that's willing to take the hard choices to actually commit the funds to deliver the public services fit for the future. And an ambition not to use the squandering of opportunity as some kind of opportunity to make a constitutional argument, but an opportunity to roll up our sleeves and to make sure we build that future together. Because I genuinely believe in the potential of every community and every individual in Scotland. But if we're honest, too much of that potential is wasted every single day. And it's on us to make sure all of our politicians do more. So let me be clear, Congress. Scotland has two governments that is failing our communities across Scotland. And let me address one of them first. Boris Johnson. Probably not a name that gets mentioned very fondly in STUC congresses of the past, and certainly not in this one. There is no point sugarcoating it. The current incumbent of 10 Downing Street is out of touch, arrogant, foolish, a clown, a comedic figure, a charlatan, and a criminal. And the sooner we boot him out of office, the better. The Scottish Conservatives claim that they are the great defenders of the United Kingdom let's be clear, Boris Johnson and the Tories are the biggest threat and the biggest danger in the United Kingdom, and we need people, working people, across this country, across every part of this country, to work together, not just to oppose the Tories, but to make sure come the next election we replace the Tories across the UK. Because under this Tory government, 1 in 10 key workers is at risk of fire and rehire. Under this Tory government, workers face a cut of almost £1,000 a year to their incomes because of a cut to universal credit. Working people in this country face the consequences of a broken promise on national insurance and the rise in taxes on working people, and also sick pay that leaves workers on the brink of destitution. And under this Tory government, wasting billions of pounds of taxpayers' money on dodgy contracts, vanity projects and giveaways to their pals. And under this Tory government, they see a cut to stamp duty for second homeowners and super tax deductions for the big companies. Under this Tory government, they put up taxes for Amazon workers, but allow Amazon to hide their cash in tax havens. And under this government, there are 3.6 million workers in insecure work, and wages are down over £1,000 in real terms over the last decade. Under this Tory government, ordinary working people are failed, and an out-of-touch government that actively and proactively accepts poverty and misery for too many of our fellow citizens across the UK. But that's one failing Tory government. But let's not let the SNP off the hook. The SNP like to look at the failures of the Tory government and use it to hide behind and hide their own failures here in Scotland. Failing workers here in Scotland every single day. Now, there are countless examples, but let me share just one example with you, which matters to the local economy here in Aberdeen, but also to our wider Scottish economy. And let's use the example of our renewable sector. This SNP government have sold on the cheap the right to profit from Scotland's energy transition to multinational companies with very few, if any, guarantees for workers here at home. And when it comes to the ScotWind project, there is precious little for the Scottish supply chain, for Scottish companies, or for Scottish jobs. And the potentially transformative power of Scotland's offshore industry is not funding a jobs-first transition here, but helping to pad out the bottom line of energy executives' pay abroad. But that's just the latest in a series of failures that have cost Scotland dear. Under this SNP government, Scottish bridges aren't built with Scottish steel or British steel, but are built with Chinese steel. Under this SNP government, Scottish wind farms aren't built in Scotland, but they're imported from Indonesia. The ferries not built in Scottish shipyards, but built in Poland and Turkey. And we've heard a list of promises from the First Minister before. I'm sure you might even have heard some of them in the last 24 hours here. But any SNP government that's helping to ship jobs abroad rather than stand up for jobs here isn't truly standing up for the Scottish workforce, the Scottish worker, or the Scottish economy. Some might even argue stronger for Sweden, stronger for Poland, stronger for Turkey, but not stronger for Scotland. We were promised a state-owned energy company, but it was never delivered. We were promised the Saudi Arabia of renewables, or any football fans in the room, perhaps the Newcastle United of renewables, a promise made, but a promise never delivered. We were promised 130,000 green jobs, nowhere near delivered. And who pays the price for it? Scottish workers, Scottish economy, and Scottish businesses. The Scottish Government and the UK Government can't hide from their failures, and the people of Scotland will no longer afford to pay the price for both that SNP and Tory failure. And that brings me to what I think is probably the single biggest issue facing too many of our Scots today, and that is the cost of living crisis. And let me just emphasise to you how serious that cost of living crisis is. Right now in our country, today, there are families who are knocking back items at food banks because they can't afford to pay the bill to cook those items. Right now across our country, there are mums skipping meals in order to feed their kids. Right now in our country, one of the richest countries in the world, there are people, not out of choice, but being forced to dig up the back of their gardens to plant vegetables because they can't afford to pay for them. And what did they get back in return from both of our governments is dither, delay, and again, they need to use it as some kind of constitutional political debate and argument. Both our governments are simply not doing enough to help people with the cost of living crisis. Instead, taxes going up, rail fares going up, and water rates going up as well. And every level of government, whether that's your councillor, whether that's your MSPs, whether that's your First Minister, whether that's your MPs, whether it's your Prime Minister, every single layer of government should right now be focused on bringing down bills, not division and not political bickering. And for too many people, they are facing that impossible choice. That's not some kind of political rhetoric, but are facing a genuine choice between heating and eating in our country, one of the richest countries in the world. And that's why Scottish Labour has a plan to deal with that involves every layer of our government. We should have a windfall tax on the booming profits of oil and gas giants so we can reduce bills by up to £600. The UK government should not be talking about some kind of £200 loan, but actually it should be a grant for families across the country. In Scotland, we should be copying the Rishi Sunak model that's going to give some families less than £4 a week, when we could have chosen to give the families struggling most over £400 to help them with their bills. We should be upping water rates and sitting on hundreds of millions of pounds of a surplus in Scottish water. We should be using that money to give every household a £100 rebate. Yes, it's fantastic that we now finally see Scotland's railways in public ownership, but we should be continuing with the same failed management, with the same failed infrastructure. Instead, we should be using our powers to have rail fares over the next 3 months. We should be using our powers to copy what's happened in other parts, for example in Lothians, for us to have bus ownership and public control, and using that to cap bus fares. That plan collectively could save families well over £1,000 over the course of the cost of living crisis, not a measly £4 a week. And at the same time, the Tories hiked up taxes on working people. But let's just reflect on the oil and gas industry for a second. I make these comments very deliberately, actually, in Aberdeen, because many people want to try and pretend that somehow talking about a windfall tax on the oil and gas giants is somehow an attack on the North East or an attack on Aberdeen. It is frankly shameful that the North East and the Highlands has a disproportionately higher level of fuel poverty than the rest of the country, even though we're the beating heart of the oil and gas industry across the UK. People in Aberdeen's bills are going up just like in other parts of the country as well. And what we are talking about is not taxing workers getting the money or taxing investments in local infrastructure. What we're talking about is stopping millions of pounds going into shareholders' bank accounts. And let's reflect for a moment. BP, £12.5 billion in profit this year. Shell, £8 billion in profit this year. That's combined £44,000 a minute in profit, whilst people struggle to pay the bills. That's not money going into investments, that's money going directly into shareholders' bank accounts. Extraordinary levels of profit that's seen one CEO say, we now have more money than we know what to do with it. Another CEO saying that this is like a cash machine. Well, I've got a message for those CEOs of the oil corporations. It's time to put that card in the cash machine and start giving the money back to the people who need support in this crisis. And that's why we need a windfall tax on the energy giants. Because Congress, from council chambers to Holyrood to Westminster, it is Labour who wants to work with you to deliver change for working people. And that means Labour in power, extending statutory parental leave, introducing the right to bereavement leave, strengthening protections for pregnant women, and reforming the failed shared parental leave system. But also, I think it's important to say, it's about strengthening our Scottish Parliament, and that means devolving employment law to the Scottish Parliament too. That doesn't mean a race to the bottom, because that's often been the fear. Instead, let's have a UK floor set, and let's right across the UK have a race to the top that's on the side of workers, not a race to the bottom that's on the side of failed employers. And we would use that investment also to look at investing in green jobs for the future and making sure we have energy security too. If there's one lesson, and there's many lessons we can learn from the tragedy in Ukraine, is we should not be reliant on the whims of one despotic leader in Vladimir Putin for our energy supply here in Scotland and the UK. We must maintain our own energy security here in Britain. Scottish Labour would also introduce a £15 per hour wage for Scotland's care workers, a fairer pay deal for all our public sector workers, and the use of public procurement to create and support well-paid and secure jobs. A promise of a job for every young person under 25, for the long-term unemployed, and for every disabled person. And let's look at the difference that Labour councils are making right now where Labour is in power across Scotland. In North Lanarkshire, where we are delivering Club 365, a programme to end holiday hunger. In East Lothian, where we are delivering hundreds of new affordable homes. In North Ayrshire, where we have a pioneering support system to support local businesses, deliver apprenticeships and create local jobs, all while bringing previously outsourced jobs back in-house. Because, Congress, you know our councils have an immense potential to improve lives, but they have continually been undermined and underfunded by the Scottish Government. This Scottish Government that doesn't just pass on a Tory cut, but actually multiplies it and forces councils to make impossible choices. And we've published new analysis today that shows that since 2013-2014, this SNP government have cut a cumulative total of £6 billion from council budgets. £6 billion. That's meant lost jobs, it's meant cutting services, it's meant sacrificing and hauling out our communities, and it's meant, for example, while we have a First Minister that tweets her books, she shuts libraries for working class kids across the country, which is simply shameful. Wolves in sheep's clothing, and we all pay the price. And it shouldn't be the case that when central government budgets go up, local government budgets go down. So if people want to talk about where power should lie, that starts from our communities up, with a fair deal for local government that strengthens local democracy, that pushes power out from, yes, an out-of-touch Holyrood, but also an out-of-touch Westminster as well, and putting more power into the regions of Scotland. That means guaranteeing fairer funding for local councils, economic regeneration powers to create more local jobs, and it means integrated, more affordable, publicly owned public transport. So Congress, thank you so much for the opportunity to come and speak to you today. And I want to end with a promise. And that promise is that the Labour Party I lead will never forget its historic birth. It will never forget where it came from. It will never forget who its allies are. It will never forget who it needs to work with to change our country. It will never forget our shared history. It will never forget that we were born out of the Labour movement. So while I may be fortunate enough and blessed enough to lead the political wing of the Labour movement in Scotland, it is our collective Labour movement family that will deliver the change this country needs. It is our collective Labour movement in this country that will make sure we're on the side of working people. It is our collective Labour movement in this country that will recognise that actually being in power and changing people's lives is what will make an ultimate difference for people across our country. We will never forget whose side we are on, and we will work together to deliver the change this country needs and to build that future together. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Anas, and thanks for taking the time and making the time to come along here. And I know which will be an extremely busy schedule that you've got. And for your first address to Congress as the leader of the party, which I thought was a terrific address. So thanks for that. And really look forward to working with you on a lot of the challenges I think that you've mentioned there in your speech, and a lot of the opportunities that's there for us if we can get things right. So we look forward to working with you. And just as a token of appreciation, we've got a small gift for you, and that's for you. So thank you. Okay, Congress, we'll begin the afternoon's debate with motions from sections 2 and 6 of the agenda, economy and industry and trade union and employment rights. So I now call on Composite C, Fair Work, Commissioning and Procurement post-Brexit, and I invite Lily Messer, the STUC General Counsel, to move the Composite motion.
Thanks very much, President, Congress, and thanks again for allowing me to move this really important composite on behalf of the General Council. Really, Congress, I think for me one of the most important lessons of the pandemic is that fair work is a public health issue. It's absolutely critical, has been absolutely critical in fighting coronavirus. Without adequate sick pay, workers were unable to self-isolate, and it should now be clear to everyone that good terms and conditions of employment are vital to public health. Establishing the principles of fair work in every workplace reduces the need for health and care spending in later life. So fair work saves money and fair work saves lives. We know that without the support of the recognised trade unions, workers couldn't confidently raise their health and safety concerns around the protection from the virus. It is especially the case for black and minority ethnic workers within their workplaces, but also for young workers and other groups of workers who experience discrimination at work and are fearful of raising those concerns. In a pandemic, not having a voice at work, not having an effective voice at work can be deadly. And it was deadly within that pandemic, and we saw that with a number of deaths of key workers. Inequalities and injustice at work go hand in hand with workplace stress and mental ill health. We saw that in practice again for our key workers during the pandemic, with the high levels of burnout amongst the health and social care staff that continue today. Fair work means that we need manageable workloads. Having a voice are critical to the health of the workforce and indeed in sustaining services. The advice and expertise of trade unions in health and safety was made available to workplaces throughout Scotland, helping to promote and recognise the value of trade unions and helping to promote and recognise the value of a healthy work life. It was a trade union movement that pushed for these actions, and it was a trade union movement that met with government to ensure that these actions were put in place. And to its credit, government listened and acted. On pay in terms and conditions, almost a third of jobs in Scotland advertised online pay less than the real living wage. That's a third of all of those jobs that are advertised, and 1/5 of jobs pay less than the minimum wage, less than £9.50 an hour. And for young workers under the age of 18, it is legal for employers to advertise and pay less than £5 an hour. So young workers use the same shops that we use, but they can it's legal for them to be paid less than £5. These workers are barely surviving. Hard-working care workers have told Unison about the struggles that they've had over the last 2 years in particular. And I just want to share a couple of the points that those members have told us. One worker told us that their hourly pay for them and their partner was so low that they had to work at least 60 hours a week each, and that was just to make ends meet. Fair pay, they said, would give them the right to family time, the right to spend time with their family. Another worker told us that she was struggling each month to get by and to keep herself and her family away from food banks. Congress, it is shameful that low pay is the main reason for the rising levels of child poverty. 40% of minority ethnic children in Scotland grow up in poverty, compared to 1 in 4 of other Scottish children. Discrimination in the labour market of black workers is central to this. Congress, this is Scotland's shame and we need to do something about it. Equal pay for work of equal value is at the heart of fair work, and we are absolutely proud, and we heard yesterday from the women of Glasgow and the struggles that they continue to advance with their employer, still battling 3 years after they reached a settlement with Glasgow City Council for equal pay, and we stand in solidarity with every one of those women. Their achievements were a result of having a strong, effective trade union voice at work. Strong, organised workplaces, and that's the achievement and that's the goal of this movement today. This is the way we win for our members, this is the way that we win pay justice, this is the way that we win dignity, respect at work for women and black workers in Scotland. Organise around that. This is why the government's commitment to the minimum terms, conditions and sectoral bargain within social care are so important. But as we said yesterday, and we had the debate on the National Care Service, we don't have to wait for legislation for us to implement sectoral bargain within this sector. We need to do it now. And that's the kind of levelling up we want to see. So whilst the Scottish Government make those commitments, we need to turn them now into action. Congress, one of the most crucial and critical parts of the Fair Work agenda is around effective voice, and that effective voice is where it matters within the workplace. And the poor workplace cultures that we see right now, and the crisis within public services, and the crisis within workplaces up and down the country are being in hospitality, in construction and in retail, mean that we need to do more around raising the voices of workers within these sectors. Nearly 4 years from the Fair Work Convention inquiry into social care that made the recommendation for sectoral bargain, we're still waiting on it. Well, I was proud to co-chair that inquiry, and I'm proud that the STUC General Council continue to argue for those implementations of that recommendation. If we pushed and if the Scottish Government implemented now sectoral bargain within this environment, we would see almost 200,000 care workers, women, mostly low-paid women, have an effective voice at work. We don't need the legislation, we need to make it happen now. Government's own measure for effective voice is the proportion of employees covered by collective bargaining agreements. But the proportion of workers covered by collective bargaining agreements is in decline within Scotland. This sends a strong message that our agenda needs to be advocated for within government, and we need to do that right now. Workers covered by collective bargaining fell from 38% to 33% in one single year in 2019-20. By setting up collective bargaining within the social care environment, we would see almost 250,000 workers have the right to collectively bargain on pay and conditions. The culture of outsourcing and procurement has driven a race to the bottom of in our economy. Scottish Government has the power to change that. Ethical commissioning and procurement strategies we advocate for all the time. We know that the government strategy right now in procurement and commissioning is not working. It's not working for working people. It's not working for our communities. And we need to make sure that any agency, any public money that's applied for, and all of those awards need to make sure that there is conditionality around fair work implemented within all of those contracts. This should be a requirement, and we need to make sure it happens. Trade union recognition should be the default position of effective voice within the workplace, and we need to make sure that we take that message into government. Please support the composite to ensure that fair work through effective voice, through fulfilment, through security, through respect is implemented in all workplaces throughout Scotland. Thanks very much, Congress. I move.
Thank you, Lillian. Can you call on the seconder of the composite, so United Union?
Chair, Conference. Paul Mooney, United Union Sector in Composite C. Probably concentrating more on the fair work side within my own industry, construction. I've been working within construction for over 40 years, and I joined the union when I was serving my apprenticeship, and I feel as if I've been fighting for fairness and equality ever since. But for the past 2 years, I've been involved working with the Fair Work Convention within the construction inquiry, and we're looking at how we can improve fair work practices within the construction industry. Unfortunately, a lot of the issues that we were discussing have been here for years and are not changing very quickly. We still have problems with job insecurity, lack of direct employment, agency labour being used long-term instead of short-term. Add in the outrageous umbrella companies, and you can understand why your industry needs an inquiry. These points also have got a major impact and underline why mental health issues and suicide numbers are so high within the construction industry. As I've just alluded to, some of these issues are not new in construction, and we've been fighting a very long battle trying to rectify them. That is why the Fair Work Inquiry findings are important to us as a trade union movement. For far too many years, Scottish Government and employers have hidden behind European laws, directives not enforce fair work and collective agreements well, they've not got that now. Another major issue we have as a union is getting access to our members and prospective members, because a lot of the construction companies won't allow the unions into the canteens to help us let them understand their rights. And a big question that we always ask is, why do employers not want unions in the canteens talking to people? What they're afraid of, that we actually tell people what they're entitled to. One of the major recommendations within this Fair Work Inquiry is that to get public money for public construction work, they have to let the unions in. That is something that we really, really need. Comrades, the important issue of collective agreements not being adhered to within the construction industry is a long, long fight we've got as well. Companies are good, contractors are good at watering down collective agreements, cherry-picking bits that they want to argue about but ignoring the good bits. It's all set up so that they can keep their profits high. The only way we can move the construction industry forward is that anybody going for public contracts, which is our money, it's our money they're spending, are policed to ensure that these contracts are actually carried out correctly. That's why we are calling for a procuring body to monitor the companies that win these jobs. And comrades, that body needs trade unions on it, or it will not work. Our movement must demand that the Scottish Government revise and update public sector commissioning and procurement advice, guidance and legislation in Scotland. We are no longer part of Europe, so there's nowhere for anybody to hide. Let's get them at the table, ensure the work done by the hard work done over the past 2 years for the inquiry doesn't end up a nice glossy magazine lying in somebody's shelf in Holyrood. And talking about that, by the way, there's some lovely ones lying out there at your stand if you want to go out and get some, save everybody taking them home. We need to ensure that any inquiry, any Fair Work Convention helps the workers. That's what it's there for. Please support this motion.
Thank you, colleague. Can you call on the RMT to speak in support of the composite?
President, Congress delegates, Kim Gibson, RMT, speaking in support of Composite C. I'm going to take a punt and say that everybody here is or was a worker. But what's a worker? The RMT believes that a worker is anybody giving up their time and getting paid for doing so to do a task. Employment law, however, suggests that workers are tiered. We have a hierarchy of workers. If you fall into the top of that hierarchy, you're full-time, you're contracted, and you have all the rights. However, if you find yourself at the bottom of that hierarchy triangle, you've got nothing. You've no protections, you've nothing to support you. You've not even got representation in the workplace. There's 85,000 zero-hours workers in Scotland today. They find themselves at the wrong end of the hierarchy. Their rights are not, or our rights are not applicable to them. There's no security, there's no dignity, there is no respect. Three of the principles of the Fair Work agenda. They don't have a voice. We're not allowed to go in and help these people. They have little opportunity. The other two principles of the Fair Work. The fact that they can't improve their circumstances, they can't get access to bank accounts, they can't get access to mortgages, anything that the full-time top tier maybe take for granted. We heard our First Minister yesterday, and again Anna Sarwar today, tell us that they're going to support the Fair Work agenda. We've got to hold them to that. But fair work should be just that. Fair work for everybody, regardless of how many hours you work, regardless of what your contract says. The long-awaited Workers' Bill will address these issues, and we'll have a single level of worker. But we need to make sure that this happens in practice. Congress, we believe that fair work may fall into disrepute due to its principles not being applied, such as in the publicly procured rail infrastructure supply chain, where zero-hours contracts still persist. We're calling for options to be considered for the legal enforcement of fair work principles when breaches are identified, and sanctions taken against those employers who try to avoid administering the rights of the workers. Starting with making sure that employers are committed to the Fair Work agenda before we give them the government or public body contracts. We need to ensure that all workplaces have access to unions and access for unions to organise in non-unionised workplaces. We need to insist that all employers must have health and safety representation, and that those reps are trained and given paid leave to conduct health and safety checks and education. Delegates, we've got to protect all workers, not just some, and the Workers' Bill has to be policed. I support.
Thank you, colleagues. Now call on the GMB to speak in support of the composite.
President, Congress, Alec Logan, GMB Scotland, supporting Composite C. What has been clear from the past 2 years is that fair work in Scotland is the exception, not the norm. At this point, fair work is an aspiration, not a rule. COVID has exposed a litany of workers' exploitations from pay and conditions to basic workplace health and safety. And now, in the midst of a cost of living crisis, workers are facing even greater pressures and harsher conditions, costs which are likely to worsen as inflation continues to rise and drains incomes. Scotland is not a nation of fair work, but it could be. If work is going to devalue the labour of people across Scotland, then it will not come from employers or from government. It will come from the workers organised through their trade unions, forcing them to agree to dignified rights, terms and conditions. If we rely on the goodwill of the political class, we will be bound to fail. We're all far too familiar with the failures of government in all sectors of the economy. In care, staff worked through the pandemic without proper PPE, and the sector has been forced into a recruitment crisis. In renewables, ScotWind contracts have been vastly undervalued by billions, and the turbine builds and jobs have been offshored to free ports in the United Arab Emirates. In nuclear, highly skilled and well-paying jobs are being blocked by the Scottish Government, endangering our energy and security and affordability. In local government, COSLA and the Scottish Government are blaming each other for the insulting 2% pay offer in the midst of a cost of living crisis, an offer which is worth less than a tenner to the lowest paid. These workers have warm words, but they are still being denied respectable pay offer which matches government rhetoric. These are just some of the examples on how GMB Scotland workers have been let down by the Scottish Government. Every union in here will have their own examples. We cannot continue to be fooled by warm words and empty promises. They only falsify against the ensuring workers across all sectors are unorganised and ready to demand the rights for dignity and respect. We support the motion.
Thank you, colleague. Now call on PCS in support of the composite.
Aye, thanks. President, Congress, Malcolm Clark of the Public and Commercial Services Union, PCS, very pleased to speak in support of Composite C. PCS proposed amendments to both the motions making up this composite, and I'm grateful to see our points made it into the final wording, hopefully further developing our collective response to the linked issues of fair work and procurement under these changed circumstances outside the EU. While employment law remains reserved to Westminster, fair work remains the best initiative available for providing workers in Scotland with additional protection and avenues for improving conditions in the workplace. But the application of fair work principles have to be kept under review. Unless backed up with action and bringing real change, then fair work loses potential power. Amongst the practical elements we brought to the composite, we proposed that cowboy contractors who use deplorable tactics like fire and rehire, or indeed fire and replace, should not be able to tender for further government contracts. We also believe that all workers deserve basic conditions like full sick pay from day one, and fair work can be the means to help deliver this. And employers, especially working in the public sector, must be challenged and encouraged to recognise and work with unions. Our government in Scotland can be very good at making statements in the media, opposing fire and rehire, promoting fair work and supporting trade unions, but words are simply not enough. That's why this composite calls on the Scottish Government to stop giving public sector contracts or public money to companies or bodies which fail to meet the criteria of fair work, like union recognition, full sick pay from day one, paying at least the Scottish living wage and collective bargaining rights. Congress, procurement practices outside the EU could be quite a frightening landscape for workers without some basic protections. We can all have nightmares around where Westminster would like to take procurement and workers' rights, for instance. But with the likes of fair work and an active and vigilant trade union movement engaging with employers, we can potentially use the current position to our advantage and even go beyond the boundaries of the motion. After all, in any procurement situation, the fair work dimensions of principles for contract workers of effective voice, opportunities, security, fulfilment and respect will all be better delivered if those workers are brought in-house, in-sourced, where they really belong. That scenario too should be part of the discussion and included in the updated advice proposed by the motion. But Congress, please support Composite C. Thank you.
Thank you, colleague. I don't see any other speakers there, so in putting the Composite C to the vote, I advise the General Council is recommending support. All those in favour? Thank you. Against? It's carried, colleagues. I now call on motion number 4, the People's Recovery New Deal for Workers, and invite the CWU to move the motion.
President, Congress, Craig Anderson, moving motion 4 on behalf of the CWU. CWU believes it's never been more important in the history of our movement for this generation of trade union leaders and all trade unions to campaign and act together in pursuit of our shared industrial and political demands. We, along with everyone else in attendance at our 2021 Congress, agreed important policy decisions to campaign, organise and increase political engagement to tackle the many challenges facing workers in Scotland, both industrially and economically, and to fully commit to the people's recovery. The trade union movement, along with the STUC, understands the people's recovery as an ambitious but essential roadmap for Scotland's economic recovery, with workers at its heart. Whilst the aims of the Congress in 2021 were firmly established, We must now take further action on this as a collective movement and mobilise as one to deliver a New Deal for Workers campaign as linked to the TUC policy in 2020. Workers in Scotland are facing a cost of living crisis with little or no hope of employers or the government stepping in to actually assist. Whilst employers keep making large profits, not being held accountable for poor decisions, and quite frankly treating workers with contempt, the Tories seem to think they can do what they want and feather the nests of their pals with dodgy contracts. The pandemic has brought into sharp focus the imbalance of power in the workplace and in our country. Our members, like many, held this country together during the COVID pandemic. Recognition of workers' efforts has resulted in pay freezes, attacks in terms and conditions, attacks in pensions, and on the rare occasions where CEOs do decide to recognise workers, they impose rewards and insufficient pay rises without any consultation with trade unions. We have scumbag MPs spouting lies about NHS workers and teachers drinking alcohol at work, and a board at P&O who think that sacking 800 workers via a Zoom call will be accepted by the trade union movement across the UK. We need to send a clear message from this Congress that none of this is acceptable. In fact, we want more. We need to come out fighting. We need and demand a New Deal for workers. Wages have stagnated over a decade and work is becoming increasingly insecure. Since the Tories came to power 12 years ago, in-work poverty, low pay and financial insecurity have become rampant. Incomes have stagnated and many workers have experienced real terms decline in wages. In-work poverty has hit new highs. With 1 in 6 working households in poverty, wages have suffered a decade of stagnation, the worst our country has ever seen. Restrictive anti-trade union laws, most recently the Trade Union Act, has made it harder for unions to organise and stand up for their members. These restrictions mean workers are denied their fair share of the wealth they create. Whilst a lack of collective representation has led to a race to the bottom, the rights of unions to operate effectively in the workplace in each sector of the economy is vital for achieving fairness, dignity and democracy at work for all. So workers in Scotland deserve more secure work with better pay, terms and conditions and pensions free from attacks. Trade unions and individuals need stronger rights to redress the power imbalance in the workplace, and rogue employers must be held accountable for endangering jobs and enacting disgraceful practices such as fire and rehire. If we as a movement don't stand our ground now against this disastrous race to the bottom culture, what is the future for our young people? I, for one, would love to say in years to come, we fought and secured a New Deal for workers. So our motion outlines 3 main objectives to deliver a New Deal for workers, and we're calling upon the STUC to act on these with immediate effect. A New Deal for workers is not an aspiration. A New Deal for workers is a necessity, and we want it now.
Thank you, colleague. Do we have a seconder for the motion? Formally? Thank you. Okay, Congress, in putting motion 4 to the vote, the General Council is recommending support. All those in favour? Thank you. Against? That's carried, colleagues. Now calling motion number 59, the future of work, and invite PCS to move the motion.
President, Congress, Liz McGarkey, PCS, moving motion 59. One of our key demands of our pay claim is for a shorter working week with no loss of pay. For many workers, there has been a dramatic shift in the shape of their day-to-day working lives since the start of the COVID-19 pandemic in March 2020. And working from home has become incredibly common. Employers are now looking at hybrid working models, and there are opportunities in this for gains to be made on working time and flexibility. There is no clear picture on what the world of work will look like even at this time next year. However, we know that already employers are making plans to take full advantage of these changes for their own benefit. We know of employers across the civil service and public sector who wish to use these changes to justify cuts whether in staffing levels or closing office sites, such as the recent DWP site closure announcement affecting an office just down the road and many others in Scotland. There are also some employers who wish to take this opportunity to expand working hours and implement 24/7 working patterns across shifts, which will remove any sort of work-life balance. Whilst our colleagues in NHS, retail and other essential services faced huge challenges and difficulties to continue to face-to-face work during the pandemic, the transition to how working has brought in its own challenges. However, there are many major opportunities for the trade union movement here. In working from home, many workers learned new skills, new ways of doing things, and adapted very quickly to changing and challenging environment. The pandemic, particularly lockdown, showed us the value of the time we have away from work, that we spend with our friends and our families. When we were no longer able to see our friends, our neighbours, our family members, it brought home to many what our priorities for the future should be. That is why now there is an opening for the TU movement to fight for our long-standing demands on working time. A shorter working week without loss of pay has gone from being an outsider utopian notion to a very real and serious possibility in parts of the civil service and in the public sector. There are huge quantifiable benefits to this proposal: greater productivity, less sickness, greater satisfaction at work, and a net positive benefit on environmental impacts. And research has shown that employees are actually more productive when working fewer hours. And as we move into this new phase of dealing with COVID-19, there is a huge opportunity for the union movement to make material gains, and this motion will help us to coordinate our campaigns, promote the workers' agenda for the future of work and not the bosses, and increase our pressure on the Scottish Government to put working class people at the centre of the pandemic recovery. Please support the motion. I move.
Thank you, colleague. Do we have a seconder for the motion? Nope. Formally? Have there any speakers on the motion? See somebody sitting across there, but no, shaking your head. Okay. So Congress in putting motion 59 to the vote, the General Council is recommending support. So all those in favour? Thank you. Against? That's carried, colleagues. So I now call on amended motion number 60, right to disconnect and workplace surveillance. And I call on Prospect to move the amended motion.
President, Congress, guests, Leslie Backhouse representing Prospect, moving amended motion 60. We in Prospect have long championed flexible working practices, but it isn't flexible if there is a digital leash pulling us into a constant state of work. We want to make it a duty for employers and workers to agree plans on how to protect boundaries between work and home life. The Office of National Statistics found many home workers did 6 hours of unpaid overtime on any average week, compared to 3 hours for those that never worked from home. I have worked full-time, part-time and flexibly throughout my 40 years, and in the good old days of being a civil servant, the 9-to-5 culture, once I left the office, I was not available. There were no mobile phones, no weekend work. The world of work, though, has changed dramatically, and many jobs are not 9 to 5 and never have been. Pre-COVID, only 6% of workers worked remotely. Now that proportion is over 30%. We learned during COVID who our key workers were: our shop workers, our drivers, our carers, our cleaners, our NHS workers. And I thank you for all that you did to keep us safe and are still doing to keep us safe. I benefited from Prospect's championing of flexible working, being one of the first part-time workers in a professional grade in the civil service in the early 1990s. And having moved recently into local government as an elected councillor at Fife Council, I became one of these people constantly checking emails, messages and social media, because as a local councillor, you're meant to be accessible to your local constituents. I then realised that council officers were responding to my emails out with what I would contend as normal office hours. It took me some time to realise that it was unsustainable to be on call 24/7. I had to be accessible, but I also needed to ensure I didn't neglect my home life or my mental health. 12-hour days are not unusual, with committee meetings taking up to 2 or 3 evenings a week as well. If you do not take time out, you're very quickly burn out. So how can you help yourself and your members not get into that position? Automatic email replies are a simple way of empowering employees to set boundaries and manage expectations relating to their working patterns. Similarly, the introduction of email signatures or status updates that say there is no need for an immediate response can go a long way to easing the pressures brought about by out-of-hours messaging. I much prefer the off switch now. The rates of burnout are not surprisingly higher amongst women. The recent survey for the World Health Organization showed 43% of women were experiencing burnout. You cannot be always on. You do need to switch off. And it's important as we enter the so-called new ways of working that we are not had to trade off between the location, flexibility and flexible hours, along with losses in digital surveillance and that always-on culture. Many countries are now including the right to disconnect with their employment legislation, looking at Ireland, Portugal, Canada and Belgium. And the Labour Party has backed the need for the right to disconnect. And so has the Scottish Government. They have listened to Prospect's campaign and have incorporated this key concept into Scottish public sector pay policy, Fair Work First criteria. We welcome the amendments from the Royal College of Podiatry and the University and College Union. Sadly, employment and industrial relations are reserved powers to Westminster, so Westminster has the control. So I call on you, Congress, to send a strong message to Westminster that the right to disconnect should be that, a right, not a privilege. And the public sector is leading on this, and we must not forget our private sector comrades. I so move.
Thank you, colleague. I now call on the Royal College of Podiatry to second the amended motion.
President, Congress, we support and wish to second motion 60. We support this motion and agree that there have been positives that have come from the pandemic over the last 2 years, and the realisation too that organisations can allow staff to work at home, and the staff can and will be productive, whether that be a mix of hybrid or a flexible place of work. And this is a positive. But we must secure the benefits of these new ways of working and at the same time find initiative-taking ways to ensure that employers continue to engage with the workers when they are not in their normal work environment, and at the same time being aware of ensuring the mental health and well-being of the workers. We must collaborate with employers to ensure mental health and well-being is recognised as an important part of the flexible new way of working. And we as unions must stop any action by employers that put our members' mental health and well-being in the workplace at risk. We support this motion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, colleague. Is there any other speakers there who's wanting to come in the debate?
Grant Butters, UCU, first time speaking at Congress. Before starting, I'd just like to echo the President's words from before lunch and send solidarity greetings out to colleagues and comrades in EIS Fila who are on strike today. Congress, I'm tired. To be more honest, I'm absolutely exhausted. Like many workers, I've been working online in whole or in part since early 2020 as a result of the pandemic. And I'm sick of people saying, when are you going back to work? I've never stopped. We have never stopped. I remember at the start of this, when some of us got a glimpse of something a little bit different, while our bosses were on the back foot, being slightly more in control of when we worked and when we didn't, being able to take that extra tea break, being able to have that walk to clear the brain fog, but it all got clawed back really, really quickly, didn't it? I also remember phrases coming from our bosses, like, there'll be no return to business as usual. It sounded good, didn't it? They'd eventually seen the light. The future was bright. I even heard from the First Minister yesterday that she recognised that we are all social beings. Unfortunately, the reality for us, most of us, is very different. Instead of getting a better work-life balance and giving us more control, technology is being used to load more and more onto us. The division between work time and private lives are becoming more and more blurred. Evenings, weekend, leave, they're all being eroded. Time for doing things like spending time with friends, caring for family, or even just some much needed time for rest is all getting squeezed. As motion 12 this morning rightly identified, instead of being something that serves us and making things easier for us, technology is being almost entirely harnessed to the benefit of our employers at our expense. In higher education, the sector I work in, unsustainable workloads were already endemic before COVID hit. In the 2+ years since, it has got even worse. As delegates to this Congress have already testified, this is not a situation that's unique to my sector. Our employers are also hoping that we, in our atomised, solitary workplaces, won't fight back. I say that we must. The Luddites knew how to respond to technology when it was used to threaten livelihoods and working conditions. Not that I'm suggesting we need to go quite that far. Well, not yet, perhaps. Congress, William Morris famously said, "Have nothing in your houses that you do not know to be useful or believe to be beautiful." I thought I'd update that for the matter at hand. Have nothing on in your houses that you do not know to be useful or believe to be beneficial. If it's not, disconnect. Please support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, colleague. Another speaker. Thank you.
Alison Murphy, EIS, also a first-time speaker and speaking in support of the motion. I'm a teacher, so I can't help but ask the class questions, though I'm not necessarily going to expect you to put your hands up to answer. But I wonder how many deputations have formed a little WhatsApp group to organise, where you're going to meet after this or what you're going to do. We all do it, and we do it at work. I suspect many of you are in work WhatsApp groups. Now, if that's organising a Friday night out, that's great. Even sometimes it's organising, oh my God, I'm running late, the car's broken down, can you sort out, my class, whatever, who I've got coming in for a meeting? That's great. And that can help. That can really help with our flexible working. But then it becomes, have you set your work for your class? Where's your planning? What about this meeting? And people who are already stressed and who are already overworked are getting messages morning, noon, and night. And if they ask to come out of the WhatsApp group, okay, they can't necessarily be disciplined, but oh my Lord, are they judged? Oh my Lord, are they pressured? And oh my Lord, do they end up missing out on important work because actually so much of what we need for our work is now being delivered through things like WhatsApp. Now, some of this is, as it says in the motion, we're talking about a culture, and we have to be responsible for this ourselves. I'm just as bad as anyone for the late night messages. We've got to look at our own behaviour, but we really have to, as an organisation, as unions, as workers, work together to shift this culture where people are constantly online. And echoing what our colleagues were saying from UCU, my God, March, April, when we shifted, 2020, when we shifted to online working, that was such a nightmare. It nearly killed us, but we did it. I have to say, despite many of the things that were difficult, we are all very glad to be back in the classrooms now. Some of that has a lot of challenges as well. But yet, somehow now, we seem to, by so many people, to be expected to actually do both. To work online and to work on the classes. Kids off sick, suddenly we're expected to upload all the work, yet teach the kids in front of us. Parents who are expecting responses any hour of the day or night, immediately. Some managers, not all, definitely not, but some who are, again, expecting the same thing. We have to fight this constant online, constant availability culture. So, colleagues, please, please support the motion, both for voting for it, but also in our own behaviours and the behaviours we promote with each other. Let's shift this. We need our time. Thank you.
Thank you, colleague. Are there any other speakers coming in on this motion? No? Okay, colleagues, thanks for that. And so, Congress, in putting amended motion 60 to the vote, the General Council is recommending support. All those in favour? Thank you. Against? That's carried, colleagues. I now call on motion number 17, losses of income streams in the arts and culture, and invite the Musicians' Union to move the motion.
Thank you, President. Congress. Neil Patterson for the Musicians' Union, first time speaker. Thank you. It shouldn't come as a surprise that changes caused by Brexit and COVID have practically crippled the arts and culture sector. One of the main casualties of this is our musicians, young and old. Touring has been practically disabled at every turn. Since the end of the transition, even artists like Elton John have noticed that freedom of movement is even more difficult. And if artists with big touring teams behind them are noticing this, then grassroots artists have practically no chance. This issue is compounded by border checks, increased admin, and carnets being required to cross the European border. And in some cases, artists are required to find upwards of £1,000 just to cross the border. Add COVID to this, and things just keep getting worse. Late cancellations, ever-changing rules, and public uncertainty mean that even home soil gigs are failing to provide a valuable income source. Support programs have let artists down in many ways. So many artists have fallen through the cracks due to not fitting into predetermined categories. It is all too common to hear of artists' careers either stalling or failing completely. In terms of overall funding, Fair Work is being committed to. It is not, though, fully understood in terms of all 5 pillars as determined by the Fair Work Convention, nor is it properly measured, monitored, or regulated. Culture and entertainment sectors are in favour of a just transition. However, this is not without cost. Here is some data to back up the impact recent events have had on the arts and culture sector. 81% indicated in the House of Commons evidence session that touring in Europe was just not financially viable, while 60% of those surveyed indicated that they were considering leaving the industry altogether. This is not a request for handouts, but designed to illustrate the catastrophic effect recent times are having on the arts and culture sector. So many potential creative minds are already being lost, and more will be lost into the future. This does not only affect the industry today, but will do for many years to come. Many people with great artistic potential are being discouraged from a career in the arts altogether. Arts and culture has been proven to be a vital component in the development of young minds. If I may use an example from my own history, I found music to be a key component in building my confidence and maintaining a healthy mindset. This also leads us into reductions in arts and culture programs nationwide. In recent years, arts and culture have been listed by government as non-essential subject areas. The government believes that subjects such as math, science and engineering are more important to focus on. Although we are not saying that these subjects are unimportant, we implore you to realise that arts and culture is also important. This is not designed as a begging bowl, but it's designed to make people realise that arts and culture is very important in its own right, and that it should be carried on no matter how our current circumstances are. I mean, look around us at the minute. We are literally sitting in a music hall. That I for one would want to hear places like this kept alive with music for many years to come. However, that is not going to be possible with the cuts to arts and culture programs nationwide. Most arts and culture programs have seen their funding at the very least halved, while in-school music education programs have been practically obliterated. A world without the arts and culture sector means a world without cultural development, and this, frankly, is an undesirable consequence of our current circumstances. So, finally, I ask for your support and encouragement in maintaining essential support for the arts and entertainment sectors. I move. Thank you.
Well done, Neil. That was brilliant, mate. Do we have a seconder for the motion? Okay, no problem.
Thank you. Thank you. Joyce McMillan, National Union of Journalists. After far too many NUJ conferences over the years, I'm a first-time delegate to the STUC and first-time speaker. When I saw this motion on the agenda for the conference, for Congress, I couldn't help thinking back to one aspect of the STUC's history that we certainly should be celebrating on this 125th anniversary, and that's the tremendous role that the STUC has traditionally played in the cultural life of Scotland. I remember how formative it was for me as a young journalist in the 1980s to see the work that trade union leaders like Campbell Christie and Alex Clark did to make the work of culture central to the trade union movement, and even more importantly, for Scottish culture generally to make sure that a strong working class voice was part of culture and that culture was accessible to artists from working class backgrounds. When I'm trudging around the Scottish cultural circuit now, I often think, bring back Mayfest. What was it? It was Glasgow's International Festival of Popular Theatre and Music. And I don't know, can we give a round of applause to that part of the STUC's history? It really has had a tremendous influence on Scotland's cultural scene. Of course, all the shutdowns 2 years ago just now, at the beginning of all the lockdowns, were an absolute hammer blow, particularly to the live performing arts scene in Scotland. As you've just heard from the Musicians' Union, it had a disastrous effect, along with various other trends at the moment, including Brexit, on the income of musicians, but also on every freelance worker in a sector which is by and large created and made by freelance workers, with a relatively small proportion of the workforce being in staff positions. That had a knock-on effect for us in the NUJ on journalists who write about the arts. Their income streams also, just if they were freelance, immediately terminated in March 2020, and many of them were not eligible for support from the Self-Employed Income Support Scheme, although some fortunately were. Many were not, and many fell through the gaps. Some publications and media outlets tried to continue with arts coverage because there was a story to tell about what was going on in the cultural sector and how organisations and individuals were coping with what had happened and trying to keep their work going. But others, particularly the management of the Herald, that is Gannett, the US corporation, and NewsQuest, its UK branch, decided to take the opportunity to simply end the Herald's coverage of live arts. Live arts reviewing ended at the Herald with the beginning of lockdown, and that ended a 250-year tradition of lively debate and reviewing of Scotland's live cultural scene at that time. The paper then had no arts critics as such left, certainly in the performing arts. Some of the features writers were taking up some of the slack and writing some material about it. And then a couple of weeks ago, the same management announced that they were going to sack all 6 of the remaining features writers on the Herald. And that would have gone ahead had it not been for very rapid action and a strong threat of strike action, actually, from the Herald Chapel. And again, I think that's something to be congratulated. They did get that decision reversed. But for every horror story I could tell you about the plight of journalists covering the arts during these last 2 years, the situation for those who actually make the arts, the musicians that we've just heard about, the theatre makers, the actors, the writers, the set designers, all of the people who put together all of the wonderful arts events that we see in Scotland, their plight has been 10 times worse. The very industry on which they depended has really been decimated and is still only gradually beginning to make a comeback. There has been support from the Scottish Government, but the problems will be ongoing. And I think this is a great moment for the STUC to reaffirm its tremendous support for the cultural life of Scotland, which has been so important in the past, of which we have to be proud, but for which we also have to organise and campaign in the future. So please support this motion. Thank you.
Okay, colleagues, thank you for that. So, Congress, in putting motion 17 to the vote, the General Council is recommending support. All those in favour? Thank you. Against? It's carried, colleagues. I now call on motion number 18, fixed streaming, and invite the Musicians' Union to move the motion.
President, Congress, Iona Fife, first-time attendee, first-time speaker. Representing the Musicians' Union to move the motion fixed streaming. So, before I start, I'd like to ask some pertinent questions. You need to think. How often do you both actively and passively consume music every day? Over the pandemic, how many hours of solace and catharsis did you gain from listening to recorded music? How do you listen to music? Like my mother, do you stick a vinyl on a record player? Do you punt a physical CD into your car or your Walkman? Is every single one of your vinyls, did you download any of it? Do you own a cassette player? Have you touched a cassette player since 19 Oat Cake? Perhaps you did, but probably not. I don't want to speak for everyone in this room, but I'm going to when I say that Congress, the majority of you, have probably at some point reached for Spotify, Apple Music, Amazon Music, Deezer, or another streaming service, including YouTube, which is now branched into streaming. It's super easy, it's convenient, it's there at the touch of your fingertips, and yet streaming is almost single-handedly decimating a huge proportion of both established and emerging musicians' income, although I'm going to be focusing on the latter. In 2020 alone, streaming accounted for 80% of worldwide music consumption, yet the value of one stream on Spotify is around 0.004 pence, which is split between rights holders. So it's split between the record labels and then the musicians who create the music. That's if you have a record label. At a time when both domestic and international touring is financially unviable and logistically impossible due to the compounded effects of Brexit and the pandemic, artists have relied heavily on making an income via selling their physical CDs. They've also relied on making an income on digital downloads and streaming royalties now more than ever. Unfortunately, it has become increasingly clear to everyone in the music industry that streaming simply isn't paying artists fairly, and the system as it stands isn't a sustainable source of income. So whilst musicians are not actually being paid equitably for the streaming of their works, we should actually note that the CEO, Daniel Ek of Spotify, who had previously bid over $2 billion for Arsenal Football Club, has very, very recently invested over £85 million in an artificial intelligence military defence company, Helsing. Mr. Ek is doing okay, and he's taken all our hard-working songwriters, creators, and musicians for mugs. This is Spotify alone. It's not a big ask for folk to be paid properly for their work, is it? Daniel Ek, CEO of Spotify, is set to receive more income this year, $153 million, according to industry press reports, than what every single singer-songwriter and musician and composer in the UK combined will receive from the streaming of their music in this country. At a time when the latest Omicron variant has cancelled even more and more live shows, and it's difficult to get bums on seats in live music venues, early career musicians find themselves reliant on selling their work through merchandising and CD sales. But in a digital world where streaming is far more convenient than buying a physical CD, burning it onto a laptop, and then putting it onto your iPod, musicians are missing out on a really vital income stream, which is not being replaced by the proceeds of streaming. My recent royalty report revealed that in one calendar month, as an emerging musician, I must say, nobody kens who I am, I had amassed over 48,000 streams on Spotify alone in one calendar month, yet I was remunerated a pitiful £85. If 8 people had purchased 8 albums, or even downloaded 8 albums via my Bandcamp, I'd have made almost the exact same amount of income as that 48,000 streams. Thankfully, for the time being, I'm an independent artist with no label, so that entire £85 was mine. But if I had a label, I'd have received a smaller piece of an already small pie. Granted, it is a wee bit confusing to explain exactly how streaming royalties are divvied up, but long story short, the most money goes to the largest labels and artists, and emerging artists are simply not being paid fairly for their work. At the end of the day, I just want more than £85 for 48,000 streams. Several campaigns have since been established with the aim to #fix streaming. Instead of lobbying streaming companies such as Spotify, Deezer and Apple Music directly, the Musician Union and the Ivors Academy have appealed directly to the UK government to regulate the streaming system. After gaining over 18,000 signatures in a petition, the AMU was successful in lobbying MPs and the DCMS to conduct an inquiry into the economics of music streaming. This inquiry and report was published in July 2021 and called for a complete reset of music streaming. As an independent musician, I do feel like the small guy up against a big grisly world full of sharks, labels and industry figures ready to exploit me for whatever I'm worth and then spit me back out once they've chewed through me. But sometimes a big voice comes along and can really enact change. For me, this voice was Taylor Swift. Taylor Swift knows all too well about the implications of artists not owning their own work. She continually champions for fair play for musicians, previously withholding her music from Spotify due to the streaming service's option for free listening. In an open letter to Apple Music asking them to reconsider paying artists zero royalties for their streaming service's first 3 months, Taylor Swift garnered a near immediate policy change, which would, albeit minutely, benefit musicians from every stages in their careers. Whilst we do have big voices fighting for our cause, we still need meaningful change to be enacted through legislation, and we desperately require an update to the Copyright Designs and Patents Act of 1988, which is simply no fit for the 21st century. As a result, Welsh MP and DCMS Select Committee member Kevin Brennan, MP, created a members' bill which set out several recommendations and points calling for equitable remuneration for artists, songwriters and performers. Unfortunately, it did not pass in December 2021. During the debate, SNP MP Pete Wisher explained, "Where would we be without the songs and songwriters? How would we enjoy our day-to-day life and activity without songs?" Calling for support for the bill, Pete stated the need to adapt and develop political infrastructure around streaming that lets talent and creativity thrive, develop, mature, and make sure it can express itself. As an MP for Orkney and Shetland, Alistair Carmichael pointed out that during the same debate, we should all see the fixed streaming campaign as an important and integral part of the levelling up agenda, but we must address the imbalance of power between the big corporates on one hand, labels, streaming platforms, and the individuals and small businesses, independent musicians and artists on the other. Whilst the bill didn't pass, it did, however, gain a lot of support from Parliament and raise the profile of the issue in the public domain. But ensuring that this issue is resolved whilst there's still a head of steam behind it is critical. And it is with this in mind that I and the Musicians Union urge Congress to seek support from MPs, particularly those from Scotland, to continue Kevin Brennan's petition and campaign to make sure this issue is and remains at the forefront of music and cultural presence and development. I also appeal to each and every single one of you on a personal level, I am making my finishing remarks, to be mindful about the way that you consume music. Buy a CD, download the actual songs via Bandcamp or iTunes, do anything but streaming, and help build a fairer community of practice for our musicians and creators. Congress, I move. Please support this motion.
Okay, thanks, colleagues. Do we have a seconder? Yeah, up you come.
Afternoon conference. Jo Cameron Brown from Equity, the Union for Creative Practitioners. I'm very, very happy to second this motion. And it is my first time speaking at an STUC conference. Now, you may think it's easy for someone like myself to stand up here and speak in front of you all, but I'm used to having a script. I'm used to having a character. Standing up here as me speaking to you all is terrifying, so bear with me. Now, I'm so behind all that has just been said. It is so powerful. But I'd like to take this opportunity, if I may, to talk about how audiovisual performers are affected by this seismic shift in the manner in which our work is shared. Our First Minister yesterday absolutely correctly praised our public service workers. And I hope it's not too immodest of me to include workers in the creative industry. The arts, media and culture are where we look to make sense of our situation, to try and understand our world, to create our cultural horizon. And certainly these last 2 years would have been much the poorer were it not for the contribution of these workers. Our creative work was being shown throughout these last hellish years, but creatives, for the most part, fell through all the cracks with no furlough, no financial aid available. The MU and Equity members who are with us today can probably only be here because we are unemployed. I imagine most of you who are here today are actively employed. As the taxi driver said yesterday, it's tricky to organise a workforce where there is no shared or fixed workplace. The crucial difference for creative practitioners is that our work does exist and continues to exist. The product we created is out there, ready to be downloaded and streamed, often illegally. This attracts large profits from the many, many platforms proliferating out there. It's the Wild West, it really is. And who profits? Who benefits? It's rarely the creators. This is why our work is being greedily hoovered up globally. The more product these bodies can gather, the greater the monopoly, the bigger the profit, and inevitably, the greater the exploitation. But hey, we all know Jeff Bezos at Amazon Prime is short of a bob or two. So if his increased profits at the expense of my livelihood might encourage him to take off into space again, and maybe for a longer time this time, then it's a win-win. Talking of the muckle versus the mickle, I'm not, of course, talking about the work we undertake on equity hard-won, agreed, negotiated collective agreements. These attract repeat fees. I'm very grateful for those checks for, £1.74, £2.22, for example, that the Inspector Linley mysteries or casuality that I did way back in the olden days attract. But what we are considering today is the complete change happening in our industry on all audiovisual product. And let's not forget the burgeoning games industry, which is daily dedicated to finding new and innovative ways to fleece and exploit our members. In Beijing in July 2012, a global conference co-hosted by WIPO, which is the World International Property Organization, and FIA, the International Federation of Artists, agreed a treaty to protect intellectual copyright for audiovisual performers. This meant our work would be protected and owned by its creators. This has subsequently been ratified by many of the member states. The UK is not one of them that has agreed to it. They put it out for consultation. And we all know that the only beneficiaries of consultations are consultants. No surprise there. Finally, I hope it's not too cheeky or opportunist of me to ask that you all fight vigorously to defend public service broadcasting. We've all heard about the plans for dismantling the BBC, and even more urgently, the dissolution of Channel 4, which is in imminent danger. It doesn't cost you, the consumer, a penny, but the Westminster Culture Secretary, a misnomer if ever there was one, wants to turn it into another Netflix. Don't let it happen.
Okay, thank you, colleague. Is there any other speakers in this debate? Yep.
Congress President, I'm Tam Kirby from Fife Trade Union Council, but I'm actually here speaking as a musician. And I resonate with the first comrade who spoke here. Funny thing was, a few years, I'm glad to actually see that Spotify have given us all a pay rise, because when I checked a few years ago and discovered that it was 0.003 that you got, and when I discovered that my band's albums were on Spotify, unknown to me, by the way, because the people that did it put them on there, strangely for me, because I don't normally do it, I had this major bloody rant on social media, about how deplorable it was. The next day, I got a message through Facebook from one of my friends saying, Tam, I left your stuff streaming all night, pal. you'll have enough for half a pint this morning. And that's the bloody reality. The next one, our fourth album, my band's fourth album, it's actually called The Final Straw. And it was a final straw with me and Apple. Before it was released on Apple, I discovered it on a free streaming site. They could download it for bloody nothing, and they'd got it for Apple before it was even released on Apple. How is a musician struggling and basically going out there and doing gigs for nothing to live if the bloody, just about, corporations are allowing it to be taken for you? So please support this motion, support the musicians, and buy from their site, buy from the artist's own website. Don't stream, buy it, support musicians, because if there's no music, our movement is rubbish. The movement has been built on music, so please support that motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, colleague. Any other contributions to the debate? See somebody, Rob, you sitting there? You coming up? No? No, right. Okay, Rob. Right, okay, and putting motion 18 to the vote, and advisory the General Council is recommending support. All those in favour? Thank you. Against? That's carried, colleagues. I now call on motion number 19, minimal income guarantee, and invite Natasha Gerson for Equity to move the motion. And Natasha, I believe, is joining us by video.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Thanks a lot. President Congress, Natasha Gerson Equity proposing motion 19 on basic income guarantee. With the exception of a privileged very, very few, the majority of Equity's members are self-employed and portfolio workers. Our earnings are unpredictable and fluctuate from month to month. We have ongoing issues of low pay, unreliable and precarious engagements, which have long resulted in poverty for our members and those in the other creative unions. This situation has been made much worse by the pandemic and the cost of living crisis. Gaping holes in the universal credit and the whole social security system are a huge barrier to many from joining the creative professions, especially those from working class backgrounds. Equity is calling on the UK government to introduce a basic income guarantee for creative workers throughout the UK, offering a simple universal payment to all artists each month, similar to the pilot scheme in the Republic of Ireland. We also welcome the Scottish Government's announcement of a minimum income steering group and the exploration of a bespoke creative industries minimum income guarantee option. The Welsh Government will also be piloting a minimum income guarantee later this year. It's currently limited to care leavers. We would like all members of all creative industries unions to be included in any pilot occurring across the devolved nations, either through a universal trial or by targeting sectors where support is needed most. Equity is also advocating for the devolved nations to liaise closely with and learn from the best practice in this area in various countries worldwide. Such a minimum income guarantee would help to deliver and create employment across the UK for a huge range of creative workers, focusing on increasing opportunities for all marginalised demographics. It would be particularly helpful for Equity members just starting out who have not yet had the opportunity to establish networks within the industry. A minimum income guarantee would have to be complemented by a very strong collective bargaining framework, supporting those in work to earn well. It is vital that the very existence of a minimum income guarantee does not encourage employers to get artists to work for free. This concern is very real. Within the creative sector, there is very often pressure on artists to work for free, clearly demonstrated by the Equity Professionally Made, Professionally Paid campaign. One of the reasons I'm unable to be with you in person is that I was lucky enough to be working yesterday. All of my colleagues are wholeheartedly in support of this motion, and I hope you are too. And while I'm here, I'd like to echo Joyce McMillan's sentiment, bring back Mayfest. Thank you, I move.
Thank you, colleague. Do you have a seconder? Rob, on you go.
Congress, Rab Noakes, Musicians Union, seconding motion 19. Comrades, a minimum income guarantee seems a most obvious thing if our Western wealth-obsessed society is to function properly and consider itself civilised. What kind of society is it that creates such economic division and renders large swathes of the population without the resources to participate? Greed is confusing as well as a despicable thing. We at the MU will support and will participate where we can in the development of a bespoke creative industries MIG option. None of us in the world of entertainment is looking to be regarded as exceptional, but in many of our activities we don't operate in what could be referred as a standard manner with regard to our income streams. It's hardly ever a wage-bearing job in a recognisable way. Artists and performers are often hired on a short-term basis. Often as not, it's 1 gig at a time. My regular situation is not untypical. Most of the time, I negotiate a fee per show, generally on the model of a guarantee against a percentage of the net box office income. MIG is not a fix-all scenario, but it will help in some, indeed many ways, and in many cases. But in all cases, it will help in creating personal stability, household stability, and wider societal stability. In the world of entertainment, recognition that it's work we do will go a long way. It's a job. In music, it may be referred to as playing, but it's not playing. It's a job. So here, I reach, as Natasha referred to, the thorny issue of being asked to work for nothing. Music is a good thing. Nobody can argue with that. I don't state an opinion here, it's a fact. Yet look around and see how devalued it is. Nobody wants to pay for recordings nowadays. Far too often we're asked to do something where the exposure will be the reward. Exposure to what, I ask? Much residual income, that is royalties, is being eroded, indeed stolen by greedy broadcasters and the aforementioned streaming platforms. The BBC, the biggest single employer of musicians in the UK, is in a perennially precarious position. Its royalty distributions are a lifeline for many performers and songwriters. All of this vandalism and theft have got to stop. Artists and performers need to be paid, they need to be valued, they are good for us, they are good for society in a range of ways. We at the MU pledged full support for universal basic income, UBI, in a motion at our 2021 conference. A similar motion will be presented to TUC. We fully support Equity's demand for all creative industries to be fully involved up front in the Scottish Government's plans for MIG and to be part of any pilot programme. It's long past time all the funding institutions stopped leaving us out and stopped wrapping us up in neat little bundles like freelancers. We are artists, we are performers, and detail and nuance are important. Comrades, art and performance are not add-ons in all our lives. They are fundamental and essential. Let's see the providers properly remunerated. I second, do support.
Thank you, colleague. Another speaker, up you come.
President Congress, Steve West on behalf of PCS, moving support for motion 19, although we have reservations which I want to explain. The COVID pandemic has exposed just how precariously so many people in this country live and work. The safety net that once supported people through the ups and downs of life has withered away. Over £30 billion has been cut from the UK social security system in a little over a decade. These are absolutely devastating cuts that mean that so many people just don't have enough money to live on. The pandemic has meant that more people than ever have had to rely on a system that, despite the hard work of DWP staff, simply isn't fit for purpose. This dire situation calls for radical policy solutions, and the minimum income guarantee falls under that category. We want to make it clear, however, that while we welcome radical policy solutions to address the grotesque levels of poverty and inequality, much more work needs to be done on the minimum income guarantee and its potential effects. So here are our concerns. Not all economists and academics are in agreement that the minimum income guarantee will be good for workers. For the minimum income guarantee to work, it will need to be accompanied by wage levels to ensure that everyone in full-time employment earns well above the minimum income guarantee level. The minimum income guarantee, being means tested, would segregate people into recipients and non-recipients, and therefore has a risk of creating stigma. And as trade unionists, it's vital that we assess the risks that the minimum income guarantee could pose to our members. And for trade unionists not to do that would be completely unacceptable to our members. Now, some people have higher cost of living than others, for example, due to impairments and caring responsibilities, and there would still need to be a system of disability benefits and other benefits in place alongside the minimum income guarantee, and exploring how this would work needs to be a top priority for policymakers and campaigners. Congress, the pandemic has presented us with hugely difficult and complex challenges that require bold and radical solutions. PCS is fully behind this approach, but for the sake of all our members and the most vulnerable people in society, all policy implications must be carefully examined and considered. Thank you.
Thank you, colleague. Okay, Congress in putting motion 19 to the vote, the General Council is recommending support. All those in favour? Thank you. Against? That's carried, colleagues. So I now call on Composite L, Health and Safety and the Pandemic, and invite UCU to move the composite.
Good afternoon, Congress. Vivek Santayana, pronouns he, him, speaking on behalf of UCU in support of Composite L, first-time delegate and first-time speaker. Thank you. Congress, it will come as no surprise to you that this motion is, this composite is being proposed and seconded by a number of education unions. In our sector in education, just like many others, despite the fastidious care taken by workers in adapting to changing situations and working conditions that were incredibly precarious, our employers continued to put our lives at risk. We further believe that considerable responsibility for this lies with the Scottish Government for toothless and vague guidance that did not really mandate employers to implement appropriate COVID mitigations when needed. This motion, this composite proposes a number of things. Firstly, placing the voice of workers at the forefront of the conversation around workplace safety. Second, we demand robust and effective guidance from the Scottish Government on ventilation standards. So to begin with, I'm going to talk about a brief background for why UCU is proposing this composite. Then I'll outline what it is exactly that we're calling for, and finally I'll describe what we believe this will achieve. So in terms of the background of this, in our sector, in higher education, sectoral guidance from the Scottish Government was weak, articulated as recommendations for employers to consider, rather than a binding mandate to be implemented. This is despite the UCU and SAGE demanding stronger guidance through constant negotiation. The Scottish Government was lobbied by universities to relax guidance when universities had a vested interest in relaxed guidance in order to enable them to extort more value from students through rent accommodations. In opposition to this, a survey of UCU members last summer found that 86% of our members wanted increased ventilations in university buildings. What we're calling for then is measures for flexible work, paid and unpaid leave, as well as other measures to address the safety and equality issues at the heart of working during a pandemic. Many of the other unions who will be supporting this composite will speak to these issues. In addition, we want robust and prescriptive guidance on ventilation and CO2 monitoring that is agreed with trade unions. Our demand is that employers go beyond just the bare minimum and instead consult with unions and develop policy that is robust and listens to the needs of the workers and the front line. So what the actions that we propose then seek to demand better guidance on ventilation and CO2 monitoring. This guidance should follow the science and listen to the members who are overwhelming majority of whom demand more and better ventilated workspaces. On a broader level, this motion also creates a space for developing ventilation standards in conjunction with unions, rather than merely at the level of consultation. This will further be supported with broader campaigning to demand more from our employers and to support unions in defending members when there are issues that arise in the workplace. The way to ensure safe work going forward is through strong and robust trade union action, and to ensure that we constantly demand that our employers do more than the bare minimum, and that the guidance from the Scottish Government is also sufficiently robust. I move. Thank you.
Thank you, colleague. Now call on EIS to second the composite.
President, Congress, Andrew Bamford from EIS, speaking in support of Composite L. And first of all, can I just say solidarity to our colleagues from EIS and FILA who are on strike today. They deserve better. They deserve a fair pay rise. I'm going to talk about teachers because that's what I know about, but I know that what I say today is going to be true of many workers in many settings. The pandemic adversely affected our young people. No one is more aware of that than teachers are. Throughout the pandemic, teachers have continued to go above the call of duty to make sure that our young people had every opportunity available to them to thrive. During the school closures, teachers' homes became their classrooms. The boundaries between home and work, which were already blurred, became completely obliterated. The majority of teachers are women, as well as the paid workload, which was spiralling out of control. They all also bore the brunt of the unseen, unpaid, hidden work of the home. Schools opened again in August 2020 on the back of a political decision that was announced the day before the summer holidays, and this decision completely undermined the weeks of work that had been undertaken by unions and council employees to make schools as safe as possible. This set a precedence. Politics, not science, led decisions about education. We had to fight tooth and nail for masks in classes, for CO2 monitors, risk assessments and other mitigations. Teachers returned to work exhausted and burnt out, bringing with them the collective trauma of the pandemic that we've all suffered and which must be acknowledged. Thank you. So they returned to work only to find that the increases to workload kept coming, and thanks to last-minute changes to SQA and the business-as-usual approach. But teachers, like many other workers,
have been treated like an expendable zombie workforce who just keep going no matter what you throw at them. Teachers' mental health has greatly suffered, and this cannot be ignored. If this is ignored, we won't have an education system for much longer. If this government values education, they must value teachers. If this government values hospitals, they must value doctors and nurses and the other workers who work in them. If this government values our towns, they must value the refuse collectors, the road workers, and so on and so on and so on and so on. Please support this motion.
Thank you, colleague. Call on North Lanarkshire Trades Council to speak in support of the composite.
Afternoon, comrades. Ben Lunn from North Lanarkshire Trades Council, first-time delegate, first-time speaker. With the pandemic, in theory, coming towards to an end, we are seeing quite an interesting attack on workers in various different forms. I imagine some of you will have seen the images that have been going around on Twitter, thanks to the Dickensian villain that is Jacob Rees-Mogg, leaving workers individual little notes saying, "It is sad you weren't here today, I hope to see you next time." This kind of attitude is a small nugget of some of the threats and challenges that will be facing workers who are in a very delicate situation because of the nature of the pandemic and the nature of return to work. For disabled workers specifically, there has been numerous problems about returning back to physical working because of our own health, because of the complications of our own health. To put another example of this, because of the issues of health and safety, as anecdotal evidence, my own dear friend and colleague Lucy Hale, she passed away last year simply because her carer who had to come visit and had to visit various different individuals was the individual who brought COVID into her home, her own home, which was the reason that she caught COVID and eventually died because of the complications that she has within her own ability to breathe and so on. And this was because we were being forced to get back to work, ignoring the various different safety that will keep not only workers but members of the public safe in various different forms. The main reason why we as a Trades Council are wanting to support and encourage everyone here to support this composite is because this issue of health and safety goes beyond just singular workplaces. We have heard time and again the importance of keeping health and safety within our own workplaces to protect our workers and the individuals we interact with. But because of a pandemic, it impacts all of us as a community and it affects every single element of us. So it is not just affecting workers, it is not just affecting people who are, say, relying on our services, it's affecting the elderly, it is affecting the disabled, those who are just living our next door neighbours who we may not even interact with, they are being impacted by these measures. So we need to make sure that we keep the pressure on despite everyone being distracted by the conflict that is happening in Eastern Europe. We need to make sure that things are safe, but also to make sure that workers are protected and are able to then make the decision themselves in full safety that they aren't being discriminated against, they are not being forced out of work or being forced to make the choice of do we come into an unsafe workplace or lose the job entirely. So I hope everyone will support this composite. Thank you very much, comrades.
I now invite NASUWT to speak in support of the composite.
President, Congress, Nick James, NASUWT, supporting Composite L. One of the key routes of possible infection with COVID-19 is through the inhalation of the virus through the air. Government guidance is clear that despite the removal of COVID-19 restrictions, ventilation is still a key mitigation against transmission of COVID-19 and similar respiratory viruses, and all schools should continue to maximise ventilation. Adequate ventilation reduces how much virus is in the air. It helps reduce the risk from aerosol transmission when someone breathes in small particles in the air after a person with the virus has been in the same enclosed area. This risk is greater in areas that are poorly ventilated, and identifying poorly ventilated areas is very important and can be done using carbon dioxide monitors, which are recommended by the HSE. I work in a tiny primary school in a rural authority as a class teacher and a head teacher. I'm happy to say that we have been provided with CO2 monitors for every classroom. This has given us, as a byproduct, evidence on the effect of high CO2 levels on the ability of children to learn. For these reasons, ensuring adequate ventilation is an educational issue, just as much as it's a health and safety one. Irrespective of the availability of CO2 monitors, rooms without sufficient natural or mechanical ventilation, where there's a feeling of stuffiness or bad odours, or where there are any other concerns about ventilation, will require measures to be taken. One of the classrooms in my school, built in the 1890s, has the original windows. They are iron, single glazed and rusted closed. When I'm being a head teacher, I share a tiny office with my administrator. When I opened the window to ventilate the office after we came back from lockdown, the whole unit fell out. I nailed it shut with 4 blocks of wood. It was finally replaced 2 weeks ago. Where's the ventilation in my office? The HSE is clear that providing adequate ventilation does not mean people have to work in an uncomfortable, chilly or cold workplace. Again, the use of CO2 monitors will be useful to measure the levels of ventilation and prevent the need for windows and doors to be opened unnecessarily. But, even in the summer, local authorities will turn the heating off in schools. This will mean that opening a window in an old building, and when I say in an old building, there isn't one scrap of insulation in my 1890s classroom. This will mean that opening the window in an old building will make it cold. It was cold in there yesterday. In winter conditions with higher outside wind speeds, windows and doors partially open can still provide acceptable ventilation while keeping the workplace comfortable, and also a through wind keeping us all really cold. Air ventilation units could also be utilised. When we, the speaker from the EIS mentioned already the change to conditions and our return in August. As a head teacher, I was told the day before we shut for the summer holiday that we had to completely rewrite all our risk assessments. That took me the 5 weeks of our summer holiday. I then went back to school and taught every day because we still had to be providing offline work as well. There are huge areas within the whole recovery programme that have not been recognised. And the NES would strongly recommend that we recognise those areas for everybody in our employment, both in schools, in local authorities and in the wider workforce. Health and safety regulations already state that all workplaces must be adequately ventilated, and the HSE guidance emphasises this in terms of COVID-19 and the potential for airborne transmission in workplaces that are not well ventilated. I urge you to support this motion.
Okay, thank you, colleague. Are there any other speakers? I see people. You want to come up and speak? Okay, come up.
Yeah, thanks, President. Ewan Hope from United Unions supporting Composite L. I suppose the question that needs to be asked and answered is, where was the Health and Safety Executive during the pandemic? Particularly when you look at some of the guidance they provided in relation to they did not expect to see many riddors reported because this was a community transmission. That was at the same time when hospitals were seeing huge numbers coming through of COVID victims, when we're seeing soaring death rates. And that's, of course, unless the Health and Safety Executive don't see the hospitals as being a workplace, but just somewhere where you go when you're not very well. But that was the workforce who's seen the highest infection rates in the country. So we didn't do those proper deep dive investigations into workplace infections and workplace transmission. We didn't get the learning which would have prevented future outbreaks, future spread within the workplace. And that's why in our hospitals we're still seeing huge numbers of outbreaks on a constant basis. And by not doing the proper investigations, it allowed the employers and government to hide behind guidance which was flawed. And if you remember, that was the same government employers who used to stand on a Thursday night at 8 o'clock with the telecameras at the front door clapping the heroes. They weren't clapping heroes. They were saying thanks to the cannon fodders that we were going into a war against an invisible enemy who we didn't know how it was going to attack us, and we didn't know just how deadly it was going to be. But they were the heroes that was going in to provide essential services that we required that were woefully unprepared. No, they didn't have the proper PPE, and even some of the stuff they did have was made in garden sheds down the road by well-intentional individuals, but that didn't provide the safety that our members richly deserved. And by failing to do those proper deep dive investigations and the riddors, the members who have got thousands upon thousands who were infected, many have now been on to develop long COVID. And they face a real hard struggle to get the compensation that they rightly deserved, because the investigations which are proved it was a workplace infection, so it's going to be really difficult for them. And many of them will never be able to go back to work. So let's be clear, this pandemic is not over. Our role as health and safety reps and trade unions, we need to be more vigilant now than ever before, because as we emerge for this, the employers are going to try and win back ground they lost over the last 2-year period. And that ground that they're looking to win back will be in the backs of our members and the workers. So we need to be vigilant. So support the motion, but also support our members. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, colleague. I don't think there's any other speakers in this motion debate. I see two sitting there, but it's not for this one, right? Okay, see your head shaking. So, Congress, in putting Composite L to the vote, the General Council is recommending support. All those in favour? Thank you. Against? That's carried, colleagues. We are going to move to just a live link just now, a video, a Zoom link, and then come back on the motions in the order that we're in. So there's going to be an address to Congress by Stephen Riker, Independent Sage. So Congress, right, the pandemic, those of us in the trade union movement have urged safety before profit and sought to protect not just our members but the wider public from the threat of the virus. In this fight, we have found the best of allies in the work of Independent Sage, which has provided the scientific expertise we need to win our case. Professor Stephen Riker is a leading member of the Independent Sage, as well as being an active member of UCU. So, Stephen, can I ask you now to address Congress, and welcome.
Well, first of all, thank you very much for giving me time when I know there is so much else to be done in these times to talk about our COVID safety pledge, which is an initiative that has come through Independent Sage, but not just us, in coalition with organisations such as the clinically vulnerable families, the bereaved families, and of course the trade unions. We have had sterling support from the STUC and unions across the UK. So thank you very much for giving me your time. Let me start by just underlining a point that I think and I hope doesn't really need to be made in much detail, but is still very prevalent. It's a narrative that is going round more and more, and that is the notion that it's all over and infections don't matter. How you can say that it's all over when across the UK there are over 3 million people who are infected, when in Scotland there are over 300,000 people who are infected, that 1 in 19 people still in Scotland is infected. How you can say only 1 in 19 beggars belief. We are still in the midst of a pandemic. And let's not forget, incidentally, but this is not just a parochial thing. It's not a Scottish thing. It's not a British thing. It's a global thing. And if you look across the globe, and this is shameful, in the lower income countries, less than 1 in 6 people is vaccinated. We are still very much in the midst of a global pandemic. And if we fail to recognize that, it will come back and it will bite us again. And the second point is, people sometimes say, well, Omicron is just a cold, it doesn't matter. Well, first of all, Omicron is not just a cold. If you're not vaccinated, it's as deadly as the original variant. And let's not forget the fact that nearly a quarter of the population of Scotland is still not vaccinated. So Omicron is serious. And what is more, Omicron is very good. Sorry, the vaccines are very good at stopping serious disease, but they're not good at stopping infection. Infection still goes ahead, and infection is serious even if you don't suffer severe hospitalization, and even if you don't die. We're learning more and more about long COVID, for instance. We're learning that long COVID shrinks your brain, that it affects nearly every organ of your body, your heart and your lungs and your liver and your pancreas and your spleen. And something like 40% of people suffer organ impairment after a year. So this is not a cold. It is serious. And we've got to do something to bring down infections. And as I just mentioned, while the vaccine is superb at stopping serious disease, it isn't that good at stopping infections. We need a vaccine policy. We need to up vaccines, certainly, but we need a vaccine plus strategy. And I'm not talking about lockdown here. One of the techniques, certainly of the Westminster government, is to talk about every single COVID measure as if it's lockdown, as if it's taking away freedom, as if it's a problem. The measures we need are protections. Protections like, for instance, making sure that in crowded spaces people wear masks. That doesn't restrict you. That allows you to go places safely, and what's more, allows vulnerable people to know they too can go into those spaces safely. We need testing to know whether we're infected or not, whether it's safe for us to visit elderly relatives, safe for us to go into public spaces. And again, sadly, free tests have been taken away, which means that if before you had a dilemma as to whether to heat or eat, where on earth do you find the funds to test on top of that? We need to make sure, and this is probably one of the most disturbing of all the changes, we need to make sure that if people are ill, they can stay at home and afford to stay at home, not go to work, not go around in the community, not spread the disease, not lead to all the problems I've just referred to. And finally, and perhaps most importantly, we need to make sure that our environments are safe so we don't get infected in the first place. And in particular, we need to make sure that workplaces are safe. Safe for those who work in them, safe for those who visit them, whether they be users or whether they be customers. And the problem is, of course, is that all measures have been taken away. The government in Scotland, as well as the government at a UK level, have taken away all measures, and they've told us it's up to us. They've told us that their public health advice is still, of course, you should isolate if you're infected, that you should wear a mask in public spaces. But the problem is that the message of taking away the mandates is far, far stronger than the public health measures. So we are seeing, and the figures show it very clearly, we're seeing a collapse in the levels of adherence, whether it's to mask wearing, you'll see that when we go out in public. Perhaps much more disturbingly, the proportion of people who self-isolate when they are infected has fallen from 80% to 65% to now 50% or so. Half of those who are infected don't stay at home. And it's not out of ill will. It's not because people don't care. As the evidence showed from early on in the pandemic, people went out not because they didn't care about others, but because they couldn't afford to stay at home and put food on the table. And making it even worse, some employers we know are pressuring staff to come into the workplace. So what can we do about this? How can we change this? How can we make something happen when government has in effect abandoned its responsibility to put measures in place? In many ways, we are now in a situation where we have to do it for ourselves. And the pledge is part of that. The idea of the pledge is that we write to employers and we ask them to talk to their workforce, the unions, of course, but in ununionized workplaces, to talk to health and safety committees, and to sign up to a pledge, number one, to prioritize the safety of their staff, their users and customers. And secondly, and more specifically, to make sure that if people are infected, then not only are they told to stay at home, but they're given the support that is necessary to stay at home. And the idea is that if with the workforce that commitment is made, and they signal that commitment by putting up a sign on the window, on their door, saying we commit to the COVID-19 pledge, it does a number of things. First of all, and perhaps most importantly, it becomes a lever through which the workforce, but also in alliance with the public, can say to those employers, if you pledge to put our safety first, what are you doing about ventilation? What are you doing about making sure that people can get tested? It's a lever to push forward the agenda. It's not in contradiction to negotiation and action in the workforce. It's something that enables it. But it also enables people in the community to come and say, are you keeping us safe? It's a lever which allows people to choose those shops, those restaurants, those spaces which guarantee their safety, and make sure that those who don't guarantee their safety are forced to change. And we've already seen that informally. If you remember, a few weeks ago, evidence came out that Wilko, the chain of shops, was requiring their staff to come in when testing positive. And there was outrage, and there was a storm on social media, and many people wrote to Wilko, and Wilko very quickly changed their position. So very much, we don't see the pledge as going against the ethos of the union movement, the emphasis on the workplace, the emphasis on negotiation, the emphasis on that relationship to individual employers. We see it as part and parcel of enabling that, but also building an alliance between the trade unions and the public, and in particular, those parts of the community for whom the so-called freedoms we're allowed aren't freedoms at all. Because if you open up public spaces, but they're not safe, if you create shops and restaurants where people aren't wearing masks, what that does is take away freedom from vulnerable people who aren't safe to go into those spaces. If we want a reopening of society, and of course we do, we want it to be an inclusive reopening, a reopening for all. And as you all know that famous quote from Gandhi where he said, the mark of a civilized society is how we treat our most vulnerable. So the pledge is a means, it's a tool, it's a lever to raise health and safety issues in the workplace, but it is also the means by which we can ensure a decent, civilized society that's safe for all. So going forward, we already have support from a number of unions. We're extremely thankful for that. The PCS supported us. I learned today that Unison has supported us, so I would like to thank Unison. We hear that NASUWT is going to have it on the agenda for their conference next week. We hope that every union will take up the pledge, and together we will create that lever to make sure that our workplaces are safe, that we create all public spaces as safe, that we reduce the level of infection, and we do actually get to a point where we can say that this pandemic is finally over. So thank you for your time, and I very much thank you, those unions who've already given their support, and I thank you in advance for those unions who will join us in the campaign around the pledge.
Thank you. Thank you, Stephen. As you can see the applause around the Congress here and your contributions, so thanks very much for that insight, and a kind of timely reminder to you as well about how we're still very much in the middle of a pandemic, and to which we're all still very vulnerable, and so we've got a lot of work still to do on that, and work closely going forward, Professor. Thank you.
Thank you.
So Congress, I now call on amended motion number 32, COVID and education recovery, and now invite any SUWT to move the amended motion.
President, Congress, Mike Corbett, national official at NASUWT, move an amended motion 32, COVID-19 and education recovery. Almost unbelievably, given that I was, until relatively recently, a senior elected teacher activist for NASUWT and had been for many years, this is actually my first time speaking here. And it's all about timing, of course, because Congress is almost always immediately before the SQA exam diet. And when I was a teacher, never felt quite right to me to leave the pupils just before they sat their final exams, although I'm sure some pupils probably would have welcomed my absence. And also, as an aside, given the SQA exam diet is about to start this year, and despite the fact I'm no longer a teacher, I would like to wish all of the pupils across Scotland the best of luck in their exams this year. They have had another tough year in school, as have their teachers. It goes without saying, Congress, that the education system has been subject to seismic changes since the first national lockdown in March 2020. School buildings closed to the general school population on the 20th of March 2020, but they remained open for pupils with the highest needs and children of key workers. And while school buildings were closed to most pupils at this point, education continued through remote learning, with teachers ramping up their IT knowledge of Microsoft Teams, Satchel One, and a variety of other programs almost overnight. Although school buildings reopened to all in August 2020, when they closed again in January 2021, the pressure and expectations on teachers rose exponentially. We've seen 2 rounds of national qualifications where teachers have been called upon to ensure pupils got the recognition for their work that they deserved. And during much of the past 2 years, teachers and other staff have worked and pupils have studied in schools when at increased risk of catching COVID-19, which has had a huge impact on the health and well-being of many pupils and education staff. And despite some of the gaslighting, as we've heard many times, the pandemic is not yet over. However, we do need to look ahead from here in terms of education recovery. It's undeniable that the impact of the global crisis in disrupting children's education has been significant. Educational progress and achievements have been inhibited alongside damage to the social and cultural development of children and young people and their emotional and mental well-being. STUC sees an urgent need for a long-term, sustainable and properly funded education recovery strategy, one that brings together the work of schools and other bodies. STUC rejects recovery strategies premised on a narrow vision of just catching up, in which the aim is little more than to fill in the gaps left by disrupted schooling. And the Scottish Tories' latest wheeze of extending the school day and making exhausted children work longer and harder is not the answer. The Union also rejects an approach that asserts that the innate resilience of children means any adverse impacts can be addressed simply by returning them to full-time education with limited or no additional support. Just get back to normal. Congress, I don't think there is any getting back to normal. Recovery should be understood as a long-term process, given the pandemic's far-reaching impacts. It should also be viewed as an opportunity to tackle deep-rooted structural issues affecting children and young people in all aspects of their lives that have been exposed and exacerbated by the pandemic. Other education systems, including those in the Netherlands and the United States, have developed bold, ambitious plans that reflect this reality. So STUC welcomes the fact that in February this year, the Scottish Parliament's Education, Children and Young People Committee recognised and highlighted this comparative international evidence base and the absence of similar inquiry in the UK. If it's to be sustainable, any recovery will also need to be manageable for those in the workforce with day-to-day responsibilities for children and young people. It will need to take into account the pressures they faced before the pandemic, the increased pressures they encountered during it, and the challenges they will need to take on as it recedes. For these reasons, STUC advocates a holistic view of recovery based on supporting children in all aspects of their lives, including, but not limited to, those related to formal schooling. Schools will have a critical role in securing recovery, but they cannot be expected to contribute in isolation or without working in effective partnership with other services for children and young people that are resourced adequately and supported appropriately. It's also clear that the impact of the pandemic has not been experienced uniformly. While it's likely to be the case that every child has been adversely affected by the crisis, some will have been impacted on more profoundly than others, particularly those who were more vulnerable or more disadvantaged before the pandemic began. There are huge disparities in educational outcomes that young people face from particular backgrounds, and this is an increasing problem that's been exacerbated by the pandemic. Any education recovery plan and supportive budget must address these existing disparities and ensure that, going forwards, policies and practices focus on demonstrable positive outcomes for all pupils and communities. The recovery will also need to reflect the aims and objectives of the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child, including those set out in Article 12 of the Convention on ensuring that appropriate weight is given to children's views in matters that affect them, especially with the introduction of that convention into domestic law. Given the significant scale of the recovery challenge and the need for it to be impactful, it will be essential it's subjected to an ongoing system-level evaluation, such that it makes a difference for children and supports the workforce. Crucially, Congress, addressing the education-related aspects of recovery requires an adequate supply of suitably qualified teachers. Before the pandemic, the education system in some parts of the country faced the most severe teacher recruitment and retention crisis since the Second World War. The causes of that teacher supply crisis are well established. The cumulative impacts of a decade of pay restraint and suppression, and with rampant inflation and the national insurance hike just coming in, a large real terms pay cut for teachers last month was no way to start an education recovery. Teachers have had to face poor pupil behaviour, large class sizes, limitations in career prospects, low or sometimes no regard for staff well-being, uncollegiate, unsupportive working environments that don't respect teachers' professionalism, and limited access to professional development and training. Without action at national and school levels in all these respects, there's a clear risk that recruitment and retention into the profession will continue to deteriorate and jeopardise the education system's capacity to meet future challenges. Congress, there will be no education recovery if there are no teachers. Congress, I move.
Good, thank you, colleague. Now calling the seconder for the motion, unison.
Lorraine Thompson, Unison Scotland, seconding the amended motion 32. President, Congress, early years and school support staff have worked unconditionally throughout this pandemic, supporting pupils whether at home or in early years and education settings. They have staffed education hubs, providing support for our most vulnerable children and care for children of key workers during a very difficult and uncertain time. COVID demonstrated that childcare and education services are the essential infrastructure of our society and must be invested in. Our members saw firsthand the unequal impact of the pandemic, how it disproportionately affected children in poverty, children at risk of harm, and those with additional support needs in education. That unequal impact will continue to be felt by our members in early learning and childcare and our schools over the next few years to come. Congress, 94,000 babies were born in Scotland in the 2 years of the COVID pandemic, and COVID has cast a long shadow over these babies and their families. Research by Public Health Scotland has found that COVID restrictions had a very negative impact on young children and their families. The loss of contact with wider family and chances for social stimulation had a detrimental impact on infants' social and emotional development. The negative impact is greatest on young children in low-income families, particularly those who were struggling before the pandemic, and we can absolutely expect to see an increase in children with additional support needs over the next few years. These inequalities must be addressed in the strategy for post-COVID economic recovery. We need a public services-driven recovery that invests in children's services. Coming out of the pandemic, the focus must be on supporting the recovery for babies and children and young people, and that means the recovery of the services that support them. COVID has had a major impact on children's mental health, and we expect there will be a lot of challenges around children's social, emotional and behavioural needs over the next few years. They will need the support of appropriate trained and rewarded early years and school support staff. The key issues continue to remain the same: adequate funding, adequate staffing levels, appropriate skills mix and ongoing essential training and professional development for all staff. Recovery from the impact of the pandemic is happening at the same time as the United Nations Conventions on the Rights of the Child is implemented in Scotland. Congress, we cannot uphold children's rights and make sure every child reaches their full potential without investment in early learning and childcare in schools and all the essential public services which link to these, including health visitors, speech and language therapists, occupational therapists, family support and adult learning workers, educational psychologists, social work teams, the list goes on. It's an investment in schools and the development of education teams that will drive attainment and close the attainment gap. Everything we do for infants, children and young people is constrained by resources. Our members report heavy workloads, they regularly skip breaks and work late to keep on top of workloads. Long before the pandemic, the workforce were under enormous pressure. They felt exhausted, undervalued and overwhelmed. And for many dealing with children with complex physical and emotional support needs, absolutely stressed by the lack of training and support. Congress, please support the motion.
Thank you, colleague. I invite UCU to come and speak in support of the motion.
Vivek Santayana, pronounce he, him, speaking on behalf of UCU in support of amended motion 32. First time delegate, 2 motions in a row. Isn't that just the way this goes? Congress, I intend to keep my remarks brief because one of my comrades waiting in the wings from EIS FILA needs to go to a meeting. So solidarity greetings to all of our comrades on from EIS FILA who are fighting for better pay and better rights because their fight is our fight. To echo all the remarks made by my predecessors on the matter of COVID-19 and education recovery, UCU joins all of our sister unions in celebrating workers in education for their exemplary hard work in times of such crises. We also share the same concerns regarding the impact of the pandemic on education, particularly in our sector in UCU, in both further and higher education. UCU's amendment reaffirms this commitment and further acknowledges the importance of further and higher education for the benefit of our whole society, in particular how social mobility is often tied to one's educational attainment. We believe that in order for us to have a just and equitable recovery post-COVID, education at all levels must be funded, and that is what our amendment to this motion calls for. UCU acknowledges that the people who are hit the most by the inequalities of this disruption are those from the most vulnerable and marginalized backgrounds. And it is for this reason that we believe education must always remain a public good and be funded as such. This is why we are calling for more lobbying of the Scottish Government to make sure we pressurize them to ensure that education is properly funded at all levels. We welcome the Scottish Government's commitment to being education-led, but this means the Scottish Government ought to put its money where its mouth is. And for that reason, we believe that this amendment is very much necessary. The amendment intends to broaden the scope of this motion in terms of our discussion of education recovery and make sure that education recovery post-COVID is truly holistic and equitable for all of society. And for these reasons, I'm very proud to support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, colleague. The other speakers want to contribute to the debate? Yes, up you come.
President, Congress, Anne-Marie Harley, seconding amended motion 32. I am not a first-time speaker, but I am a college lecturer and I am on strike today. Can I get a wee clap? Thank you, thank you. Colleagues, yesterday, Nicola Sturgeon stood there and she said these words: as we begin to recover from the pandemic, as we begin to recover. These words are really important. Sadly, in the education system, there's a perception of not only having recovered, but back to business as usual and everything is fine. And it's not. Nothing could be further from the truth. Lockdowns, as we've heard before, exacerbated the needs of children and young people from disadvantaged backgrounds, lack of access to IT. This affected nursery, primary, secondary, college and university students who all had aspects of their learning interrupted. Face-to-face teaching returned, but it's far from business as usual. We are in a mitigation stage in schools, colleges and universities. Learning and teaching remains disrupted due to high numbers of people off because of COVID. What does that mean? What does that look like? Well, it means a primary one student will come to primary one perhaps not having had any or very little nursery experience. A primary 4 learner last experienced uninterrupted learning in primary 1. That's shocking. Primary 7 pupils moving to secondary with disrupted learning. Students accessing college with poorer skills than we would normally expect. Students having their courses deferred in college because they couldn't fulfil the practical aspects of the course. Students accessing university, again after disrupted learning. That's what it means. There's no quick fixes, as our speakers have said before. Adding a few extra catch-up classes does nothing to support the well-being and mental health of students or staff. One of the biggest aspects of learning is confidence. Confidence in what you can do and what you can achieve. And we have to address that. We have to build confidence in learning again. Congress, staff and students need support to begin the recovery process. Expectations of attainment levels cannot replicate pre-pandemic levels. As our woman said, this is the beginning of the recovery. We need to give students and staff time, space and resources to recover. Colleagues, please support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, colleague. Is there any other speakers want to come in on this debate? I see somebody sitting there, but no, it doesn't look like it. No. Okay, in putting amended motion 32 to the vote, the General Council is recommending support. All those in favour? Thank you. Against? That's carried, colleagues. I now call on amended motion number 57, Health and Safety Representatives, and invite Carol Wood, NASUWT, to move the amended motion, and Carol is joining us by video.
Comrades, my name is Carol Wood. I'm a member of the NASUWT proposing amended motion 57. Before we begin, I would like to take a moment in advance of International Workers' Memorial Day to remember all those who died or became ill or disabled as a result of going to work, and all their loved ones who mourn their loss. Comrades, during the COVID-19 pandemic, health and safety at work became front and centre in mitigating against the spread of the virus in the workplace. The use of the risk assessment as an essential document did, however, highlight significant gaps in the knowledge and skills of the employer compared to the well-trained union health and safety rep. In some schools where there were health and safety reps, regular meetings took place with the manager and the competent person for that workplace. They worked as a team and ensured that their risk assessment was a live working document, regularly updated according to the needs of the workplace and the guidance provided by the Scottish Government. Comrades, while this happened in my workplace, it was not the case for many others. In many schools and other educational establishments, the employer ignored health and safety reps and often disregarded some of the mitigations required to combat the pandemic, specifically PPE. This continues to be unacceptable because COVID-19 is still a pandemic by World Health Organization standards and will remain so for some time to come. Where health and safety reps were included, significant gains were made in bringing the agenda for healthier, safer and productive workplaces forward. However, comrades, we are already seeing those gains pushed aside in favour of management agendas and the return to profits over people. Comrades, we need to consolidate our wins during the pandemic and fight to maintain the health and safety agenda front and centre. Research continues to show that organised workplaces which have health and safety reps are safer than those which do not. However, there is a lack of health and safety reps in our schools, and indeed other workplace and recruitment across the trade union movement continues to be low. Conference, the NESUWT calls on the STUC to work with the trade unions to devise a plan of action for the recruitment and retention of health and safety reps. As we emerge from the pandemic, workers in our schools, nurseries, special and enhanced provision and our other precious public services are exhausted and experiencing high levels of stress, anxiety, depression and fatigue, a mental health crisis happening now, the new pandemic. Conference, during the COVID pandemic, time was given for health and safety reps to meet and discuss issues, and this must continue. Adequate time must be available for health and safety reps to appraise risk assessments, carry out inspections and meet our members to collate information about health and safety in our workplaces. It is not enough to have time to do an inspection. There must be time and facilities for reps to write and present their reports. Conference, the statutory right for health and safety reps to have release time is crucial to continuing to keep our workplaces safe, and it is being eroded. Our employers must be compelled to adhere to this, with penalties being enforced. A healthy and safe workplace benefits everyone. The concept of roving health and safety reps visiting non-organised workplace, to me, is inspired, and it must become custom and practice so that all workers can benefit from health and safety at work. We know from the work of Scottish Hazards and the Hazards campaign that for some workers across the UK and in Scotland, there is a terrible risk just going to work. From the education perspective and away from the urban swell, roving health and safety reps might be a consideration for groups of schools in rural areas where there are smaller primary schools with 1 or 2 teachers. Comrades, we must recruit and retain more health and safety reps, and we must empower the STUC working with the trade union movement to devise an action plan for this now. We must keep up the fight for healthy and safe environments at work to remain front and centre, and no return to pre-COVID shadowlands for health and safety. Health and safety at work is a right for all workers, and we demand it. Conference, I move.
Thank you, colleague. I now call on the RMT to second the amended motion.
Greetings, President, Congress. Zamel Marotti, RMT, second motion on health and safety representatives. Before I go on, and taking into account what has been said earlier about P&O and safety at sea, I want to inform you that the motor vessel European Causeway lost all power and had to be assisted to the port of Larden. As far as we know, all crew and passengers are safe, but ultimately highlights with vessels and have a look at have had a lack of training pose a health and have had a lack of training pose, but ultimately with highlights with vessels have had a lack of training pose a health and safety to risks and safety to passengers and staff. Transport workers were and continue to be on the front line during the entirety of the COVID-19 pandemic, facing much higher health and safety risks than other professions. The Health and Safety Representatives and Safety Committee Regulations 1977 Brown Book states that recognised trade union may appoint health and safety representatives from among employees in all cases where one or more employees are employed by an employer by whom it was recognised. The guidance notes that to the regulations add normally recognised trade unions will appoint representatives to represent a group or groups of workers of a class for which the union has negotiating rights. The limitation of representation to a particular group or groups should not, however, be regarded as a hindrance to the raising by that representative of general matters affecting the health and safety of employees as a whole. It adds equally, these general principles do not preclude the possibility of a safety representative representing, by mutual agreement between the appropriate unions, more than one group or groups of employees, for example, in a small workplace or within an organisation of a small employer where the number of the recognised trade unions is a high relative to the total numbers employed. Normally, a safety representative can only act as a safety representative for their employer and for their own workplace. This is an exemption made for 2 unions in the entertainment industry, but in other sectors, the regulations are very restrictive and do not cater for situations where there may be a lot of workers employed by a contractor or where there are lots of different locations. Unions have asked for this to be rectified for over 20 years. Unions in agriculture attempted to develop a small group of trade union roving representatives to improve the health and safety of farm workers scattered thinly across farms in southern England, the 1990s and in 1999. The Health and Safety Commission issued a discussion document outlining proposals for changes to regulatory arrangements for employee representation on health and safety. They include a legislative framework for roving health and safety representative to represent workers in small businesses. Although this did not happen, the HSE did run a pilot scheme of workplace safety advisors in 2002. These were experienced safety representatives who worked with a group of employers and was based on a Swedish model. The evaluation of the pilot commissioned by the HSE and published in 2003 was extremely positive about the impact of the scheme. It found more than 75% of employers involved said they had made changes in their approach to health and safety as a result of the pilot. Congress, going forward, many unions have been successful in developing some form of roving safety representatives. Here are just a few examples. Several unions have got employers to agree that health and safety representatives can inspect areas of work where contractors are working, raise issues within contractors and discuss safety matters within the contractor's staff. In the voluntary sector, where there are a number of small employers, unions have in some cases been able to negotiate that safety representative covers a number of employers. Some local authorities have agreed in schools there is a system of roving safety representatives whereby several representatives are given time off to visit other schools to inspect. This is paid out to separate council-wide fund. One branch got their employer to agree that health and safety representatives would be given time off to visit all locations, even those they were no union members. Health and safety representatives can visit these sites and raise concerns. They have been able to recruit a significant number of them, and as a result, some of these workplaces are now health and safety representative. Please support. I second. Thanks.
Thank you, colleague. I now invite TSSA to speak in support of the amended motion.
President, Congress, Alan O'Hare, TSSA. Most other people do it. First time delegate, first time speaker. Thanks. And let me relax. My brothers and sisters, comrades from the NAS, UWT and the RMT have covered most of the points I would have made. What a timely motion. It's International Workers' Memorial Day this coming Thursday, the day that we remember those workers who have lost their lives in workplace accidents. Accidents that could have been avoided had there been a timely consultation with a health and safety representative. Even in workplaces where there is a good rapport and an acceptance to work with the trade union health and safety reps, and also due to a lack of health and safety reps, we find time and again employers given too short notice to get somebody in, late consultation, or at worst, an implementation of a change of which workers then invoke a work-safe process, stopping work. They then inform their health and safety rep, it's not good enough, things can get better, things must be better. We, the trade union movement, require an enforcement of in good time principles. statute release for reps to go and assess workplaces, make those risk assessments that we need, allow suitable time and release, review workplace risks for the safety of all workers. Congress, support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, colleague. Is there any other speakers going in this debate? No. Okay. So Congress, in putting amended motion 57 to the vote, the General Council is recommending you support. All those in favour? Thank you. Against? That's carried, colleagues. I now call on Composite M, safe transport to and from work, and invite Unite to move the composite.
President, Congress, Caroline Watson, Unite the Union, moving Composite M, safe transport to and from work. Congress, the provision of safe transportation home should be an employment right and a duty of care by all employers. It is an important element of Unite's Hospitality Charter and Safe Home campaign. Hospitality workers particularly are one of the most exploited group of workers in the economy. They more often than not experience low pay, zero-hour contracts, unacceptable working conditions, and are grossly undervalued. And on top of that, they're most likely to be victims of sexual harassment or assault in the workplace than in any other industry. And unfortunately, this exploitation has become the norm. In bars, restaurants, hotels, and nightclubs, workers are faced with unwanted attention and harassment from customers and are treated with contempt. And if you don't like it, you can just leave attitude by employers. Instead of addressing the issues associated with the industry, they are brushed aside. We are urging Congress to listen to the concerns of workers. After a night shift, all you want to do is get home, and get home safe. But what happens when you come out and the last bus has gone and you have to walk the streets and they're empty of any other individuals except those intoxicated individuals, partygoers, some with unacceptable behaviour? Just think about that for a moment. You might feel vulnerable and anxious. Congress, we believe employers have a duty of care to provide safe transport home for shift workers, hospitality, cinemas, and any late-night venues. The safety and well-being of workers should extend beyond the shift ending if it finishes after 11 p.m. Workers should not be put in a position where they feel vulnerable when they're leaving their workplace at night. They should not be victims of assault, harassment, or stalking at their late-night commute to and from work. Safety and dignity at work should not stop when your shift finishes, and we want all workers to feel the safe travel to and from work. As I said, it's more acutely felt by hospitality workers that are required to work when the rest of us are partying all night, often very late at night. So it makes no sense for workers to work past the time of the cut-off for public transport in the hope of earning extra wages, only to spend those extra couple of hours on a taxi home to ensure their own safety. Unite's Fair Hospitality Charter aims to make sure that that doesn't happen. The Charter sets a standard for fair pay and working conditions across the sector, including paying the real living wage, guaranteed hours, 100% tips, and proactive anti-sexual harassment policy and guaranteed safe transport home. And it also ties into Unite's Get Me Home Safely policy. We want to set the tone for fair work across the hospitality sector and where it is implemented to attract workers to the industry. We know there are bigger problems in our society that require to be addressed to stop the violence, harassment and fear experienced by women walking through the streets at night. However, this particular issue, getting home safely after work, is at the moment is taken for granted, and it should be addressed by employers that genuinely care about the welfare of their workforce by ensuring they provide safe transport home if workers are required to work beyond 11 o'clock. The move by East Dunbartonshire Council to link the extension of licences to hospitality workplaces to the provision of safe transport for workers is actually groundbreaking and should act as the gold standard by which other councils should take lead. Zero-hour contracts, irregular hours and late hours, and low pay make safe transport home unaffordable to many and creates heightened anxiety and puts workers in a vulnerable position. This is unacceptable. Employers that schedule shifts that go beyond 11 p.m. should be required by law to provide safe transport home. And this may have to go via Westminster, but in the absence of the change to employment law on this anytime soon, pressure should be put on particularly licensing committees and our councils here in Scotland to deliver this application for late night opening licences. No more exploitation of workers. Congress, can I just reiterate, access to safe transport should apply to all workers across all sectors with late night or shift working. But it should be highlighted that women, BME, disabled and low-paid workers are the least likely to have access to safe transport. Safety should not be a compromise. Enough is enough. Organising around this issue means we should fight back to improve pay, terms and conditions. And workers across the sector are joining the trade movement in significant numbers, recognising that collectively strength in numbers on unfair practices of many employers needs to stop. Let's make a decision here at this conference to ensure that all Labour-controlled councils make safe transport home a prerequisite of any licence applications and work in partnership with employers and the government to get us all home safely. Please support the motion.
Thank you, colleague. I now call on the STUC Youth Conference to second the composite motion.
President, Congress, Josh Morris, representing the STUC Youth Conference, first-time delegate and first-time speaker. I just want to say quickly how proud I am to stand on the same podium my late Papa Norrie Steele stood all those years ago on. Congress, I want you to start with a show of hands. Hands up if anyone wants to face harassment or assault after a long day at work. No one. But the reality is that many people, especially younger women, working in the nighttime economy and in sociable hours, their safety and risk of being harassed and or assaulted is real. Many of these workers are in zero hours, low-paid contracts and working hours where there's no public transport available. A taxi home at the weekend could be a person's 2 hours' wage or more, a cost and a choice too many workers are unable to make. Congress, let's be clear about why there's only a few employers who provide this. It's so that they can make a larger profit. Employers are putting their workers, our colleagues, at risk to put a few more quid in the pockets of the owners. Women continue to be unsafe at work, in our communities and on our streets. Employers have a duty of care to the workforce. And in the wake of Sarah Everard's murder and a wide range of sexual harassment reports, we should be fighting to secure safe home policies, and that employers should put every possible precaution in place to make it safe for the employees to return home at night. Unfortunately, that is far from the reality faced by many workers across Scotland. Workers across the country are having to work 12, 13, 14-hour shifts or more, then having to navigate their way home on a failing and often unsafe public transport system, or worse, have to walk through dark streets and parks as the little public transport that runs at that time is overpriced and unsuitable. Safe home policies are possible. East and Bartonshire Council have already implemented this using local licensing law, and other councils should follow suit. The STUC developed a safe home campaign a few years ago, and this campaign has been relaunched off the back of a power of work done by Unite members. The STUC Women's Committee also recently launched a new report on sexual harassment, which further exposed that women are being sexually harassed on their way to and from work, and called for greater action on employers. Congress, let's follow the lead of BEC 2 members at Cineworld who united and put Safe Home on the agenda. Let's follow the lead of Unite Hospitality members who continue to fight for safe transport. And let's remember that it's not just hospitality and retail workers who are affected by this, but workers across all sectors. Let's continue to escalate this so that we cannot be ignored by businesses, councils or governments. Congress, everyone should feel safe on their way to and from work, and employers must take greater responsibility for this. Please support the motion.
Well done, colleague. Can I call on Usdo to speak in support of the composite?
Chair and Conference, Jim McFadden from Usdaw, speaking in support of Composite M, safe transport to and from work. This motion is a welcome addition to this year's agenda. It raises an issue that matters very much to most of us here. The issue is how we get to work and back home again safely. I work in a supermarket. Supermarkets, like many other workplaces, open early and close late. Some stay open 24 hours a day. Getting to and from work can be very, very difficult, especially for those of us working in and out of the way places, like out-of-town shopping centres and industrial parks, or those of us working early or late shifts. For those of us that rely on public transport, it won't come as any news to any of you that some groups of workers rely more heavily on public transport to get to and from work than others. Whilst everyone needs the same thing from public transport to get from A to B and back safely, on time and as quickly and cheaply as possible, women workers, black workers, disabled and LGBT workers have separate and distinct needs. The evidence is that these groups of workers are less likely to have access to a car, and so are more likely to walk, cycle or use a bus. Across the UK, poorer people use the bus and wealthier people use cars and trains. In Scotland, workers earning up to £15,000 a year are twice as likely to use the bus every day than those earning up to £30,000, and 5 times less likely to use the train than the highest paid workers, those earning above £50,000. And buses don't run 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even in big cities, let alone rural areas. That's one of the many reasons my union is supporting Unite's motion on safe transport. We agree 100% it is unacceptable for any worker to be put at risk or to find themselves out of pocket for getting themselves to and from work. Conference, please support this motion.
Thank you, colleague. Any other speakers who want to contribute to the debate? Up you come.
Frederick Baer, representing Unison. I'm also the Vice Chair of the STUC Youth Committee, and this is my first Congress. Thank you, Congress. And just to give a content warning that my speech mentions sexual violence. Comrades, just over a year ago, I successfully applied for an admin job. And this has been the first time since I entered the workforce that I've not been a shift worker. I've always been quite lucky in that I've never lived more than a 15-minute walk away from my main job. In fact, for a time I was living literally 2 minutes away from my job base. But I was also lucky in another way. I'm a straight, cisgender, able-bodied white man. When it comes to walking on my own at night, I'm comparatively safe. Sure, I could still get mugged, or some big drunk guy could decide he doesn't like the look of me, and this is why the motion calls for safe transport for all workers. Still, we have to acknowledge that this is an equalities issue. It's staggeringly unlikely for me as a man to be sexually assaulted or kidnapped by a random stranger on the street at night, but sadly, we know it happens to women, to black people, and to members of the LGBT community. All this to say, I wasn't ever worried about walking home myself, and my other colleagues lived nearby or had cars and drove into work. The issue had never really occurred to me. Until one day when I had a chat with one of our cleaners, and can I just say, I think cleaners are some of the most undervalued colleagues in our workplaces with skills and knowledge that go far beyond cleaning and which we really should be looking to bring into our movement more. So back to this cleaner, let's call her Debbie, that's not her real name. She was working 10 p.m. to 4 a.m. and making slightly under £60 an hour. Sorry, £60 per shift. Sorry, £60 per shift. So one morning, just after 4, I noticed Debbie was headed towards a random street rather than the car park. So I called her and I asked her if she knew there was no charges in the car park at night. She looked a bit confused and said she didn't drive, so I asked her if she lived close by, and her reply was Shedixley. Now, the locals among you might know that Shedixley is a bit out the way. In fact, it was at least an hour's walk from where Debbie and I were working. So Debbie walked. Debbie had no other choice. She couldn't afford a car, there were no buses, and a taxi would be about 15 quid each way, so she'd be spending half her wages just getting to and from work. And as I later found out, Debbie was also a single mum of a 10-year-old boy. Now, Congress, I also grew up with a single mum, and I can tell you, if I was that boy, I'd be thinking every night, what if my mum doesn't come home safe? Comrades, I'll be blunt. If employers are going to insist on making people work ungodly hours for shite pay, the very least that we can do is make sure that employees don't become the next Sarah Everard. Congress, please support this motion.
Well said, colleague. Another speaker want to contribute to the debate? Up you come.
Iona Fife of the Musicians Union, contributing to Composite M Safe Home. The Musicians Union supports this fully in the fact that we are a union full of mostly freelancers who are in precarious financial situations, precarious renting situations. We didn't have much money to begin with, but if you are doing a gig, whether that be a support gig, a headline gig, whatever, and it's even 3 miles from where you live, you should be able to get home safely without the threat of being attacked, of being harassed, of being abducted, of having any sort of ill deed done towards you. Growing up, I moved to Glasgow when I was 17 years old to study at the RSAMD, and I did loads of different folk clubs all around the central belt of Scotland without a driving licence because I didn't have one. This is a class issue as well. This is an equality issue. If you can afford to run a car in your early career being a freelancer, then you are much, much less likely to suffer ill consequences of having to walk home at night after a gig or after some sort of interview or whatever you do as a musician. I spent a lot of time on buses, a lot of time on trains and on different modes of transport at different hours in the night, and even then they're not safe depending on where you are. So for the confidence of my fellow sisters and everyone of every genre, gender, I think it's really important that we support this motion to make sure that everyone feels comfortable going to and from work, but especially freelancers who almost certainly can't usually can't afford a car until their 20s. So we support this motion from the MEU.
Thank you, colleague. I take it there's no more speakers in this debate. No. Okay, I'm putting Composite M to the vote. The General Council is recommending support. All those in favour? Thank you. Against? That's carried, colleagues. I'm now going to move to amended motion number 62, protection of retail workers, and call on Usdo to move the amended motion.
President Congress, Kelly Burr moving motion 61, protection of retail workers, on behalf of Usdo Scotland. Usdo is the UK's biggest retail trade union. We have over 360,000 members across the UK and nearly 40,000 here in Scotland. The majority of our members work in retail, and violence and abuse against shop workers has long been an issue for us. Retail is at the heart of our communities. It serves as a place for impromptu meetups with our neighbours, improving intergenerational and inter-community communication, and reducing self-isolation. For Usdo, retail means employment and financial stability for our members. It provides a huge amount of employment in our communities. But sadly, working in retail leaves workers vulnerable to abuse and violence. Putting an end to this violence is something that Usdo has always campaigned on. Our Freedom from Fear campaign is focused on ending violence and abuse against retail staff while they are at work. We have been running our annual Respect Week campaigns for more than 20 years. Every year we go into shops, supermarkets and on the high streets, asking the public to respect shop workers and bring an end to the abuse and violence shop workers are too often subjected to. The introduction of the new Protection of Workers Bill has been a major breakthrough for Usdo and its members in Scotland. This new law provides shop workers with the legal protection they deserve. I would like to say a huge thank you to the Labour MSP, Daniel Johnson, for his hard work and dedication to the campaign. It shows what we can do when we work together. But sadly, while I would love to be able to tell you that we've achieved our goal and retail crime is a thing of the past, we all know that there's still lots of work to be done. To get the message across to shop workers so they know they are protected, to make sure attacks do lead to prosecutions, and ultimately to see retail crime reduce more significantly than it has done so far. Reporting of incidents is absolutely crucial to making this new law work, but the numbers are still shockingly high. Usdo's Freedom from Fear survey data for November 2021 showed that 90% of shop workers experienced verbal abuse at work, 64% were threatened by a customer, and 14% were physically assaulted. Flashpoints such as age-restricted sales and shoplifting still remain. Throughout the pandemic, our members reported incidences such as swearing, slapping, punching, even spitting and licking goods in store as a result of measures put in place to protect people. Of course, the majority of people who visit stores do understand the vital contribution of retail workers and just how hard they work, not just during the coronavirus, but every single day. We've done so much good work in recent years to improve the safety of shop workers, and the new groundbreaking law here in Scotland will no doubt protect Usdo members. But those legal protections need to be used. We need a joined-up approach with our politicians, the police and employers. An approach that values and acts on the contributions of workers and trade unions. Usdo, along with other relevant unions, will continue to campaign to protect all retail workers. If you know someone who works in retail, and most of us do, please encourage them to join a union. Unionised workplaces are safer workplaces, and the more retail workers that join their union, the stronger their voice will be. Congress, I move. Thank you.
Thank you. I invite PDA to second the amended motion.
Congress Chairman, comrades, I'm Maurice Hickey of the Pharmacists Defence Association. I'm old enough to have a bus pass, but I'm still a first-time delegate, first-time speaker.
living proof that old dogs can learn new tricks. How bad is violence and intimidation in the retail sector? It's worse than you suspect, I think. Everybody thinks pharmacy is such a nice place to work, and really it isn't, and it's got much worse over the last few years. My union, in 2019, the PDA produced a Safer Pharmacies Charter, a zero-tolerance approach to violence and abuse in pharmacies. And we showed it to the employers. So did they endorse it? What did they think? They didn't endorse it. They didn't think. They're not interested. And I'll give you an example. I'm not going to speak for very long, but I'll give you an example. In Edinburgh last month, in one pharmacy, a dispenser found herself alone in the pharmacy just before 9 o'clock, getting ready to open, when she was contacted by the employers and told there wasn't going to be a pharmacist there that day. No pharmacist, no drugs go out. Outside the shop, there's lots of patients waiting. Many of them, probably most of them, waiting for the daily methadone. If you said there was a commotion, that would be putting it mildly. She thought they were going to smash the windows down, break the door down, try and, break their way in any way possible. What could she do? She was on her own, so she put the shutters down, locked herself in the pharmacy. It got so bad that eventually she phoned the police, and the police came and rescued her and took her home. Imagine what terror that poor person was put in, and all for the minimum wage, or something not much better than the minimum wage. The employer, Lloyd's Pharmacy, we all know who they are. They were responsible. They put her in that situation. They left her in an awful situation. That's probably still affecting her a month later. And what was done afterwards? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. The employers continued to put their staff in danger. The other pharmacy employers, the big chains, they put their staff in danger, and they don't care. They don't care about the staff. They don't care about you, the patients. It's just money and nothing else. And the police, well, thankfully the police rescued her, but that was all the police did. A friend of mine, I was talking to about it afterwards, an ex-procurator fiscal, he said to me, he said, no one was actually hurt, were they? And I said, it was a close-run thing. And he said, but the police and the procurator fiscal's office, he said, they wouldn't consider it worth their money to proceed. He said, someone will have to die first. Someone will have to die first. Well, Congress, I second this motion. Delegates, I urge you to support it.
Thank you, colleagues. Is there any other speakers want to contribute in this debate? No. Okay, colleagues, in putting amended motion 61 to the vote, the General Council is recommending support. All those in favour? Thank you. Against? That's carried, colleagues. Colleagues, we're running, we're just coming to the end of time here, so we're about 4 motions behind, so I've been cutting you a lot of slack the last couple of days on that platform, but we're about 4 motions behind, so I'm going to ask you tomorrow just to try and keep your times when you're on there, because I'll be putting you under a wee bit of pressure. So anyway, and delegates, to thank your contributions for the day. I hope many of you will join me this evening at the Beach Ballroom at 8 p.m. for an informal dinner and entertainment until midnight. And on that note, can I remind delegates that we will return tomorrow on the final day of Congress, which begins at 9 a.m. sharp. Please note that the day will begin with a private session and the Treasurer's report, so only delegates who are in their seats at 9 a.m. will be able to participate in the session. And leaving the hall will be a bucket collection for the Scottish Pensioners Forum. Congress feels like an appropriate point to acknowledge the former chair of SPF, a stalwart of our movement, Tommy Brennan, who sadly passed away this year. Tommy led the fight to save the Scottish steel industry and is credited with extending the life of steelmaking in Scotland. Congress, a bit of order, please. Order. I'll try to speak about a colleague who's passed away here. Tommy led the fight to save the Scottish steel industry and is credited with extending the life of steelmaking in Scotland. So Congress is going to be a brilliant legacy for Tommy if we could develop an industrial strategy which would not just retain but expand steel production in Scotland. So we need that just transition, we need that now. So thank you, colleagues, and I'll see you later on the night.